Ground again and again and again. Every single time we see them on this stage, they deliver. But it doesn't stop there. It builds up. Anticipation keeps on going. Every team delivers chicken dinners. Oh, delicious.
They're going to have a great shot here, but they're going to go around for round. But all it takes is one good connection, and nobody goes in. It's the number one.
Drops begin to glow, flame on and go. The soul is in our control. From the draw to the last one standing show. A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No royal blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Today is the day where we will find out which PUBG Mobile team is the best on the planet. What's up, everybody? I'm Hot Jukes here with Maxman and the 7WG. How you guys feeling going into the final day here of the finals?
Oh, it's going to be intense, man. You start with Rondo, you got the Smash ruling in play. It's only the second day of the finals, no third day. So today we will crown a champion. Still don't know really who it's going to be.
I'm excited for some history. I'm excited to see if Pakistan's going to get their first global championship. And if we're ever, maybe the first time we're going to see somebody winning a global finals via Smash.
Yes! Oh, I'm so excited here. They're definitely in the driver's seat for this one. But before we get into that, of course, we got to give a big thank you to the Infinix GT50 Pro. With its real liquid cooling, guys, you want to be gaming at 120 FPS, there's the device to do it. So big love to Infinix, guys. I'm so pumped. I mean, it's so crazy to see just how insane of a performance that we saw from Four Thrives.
Unexpected, really. I feel like a lot of people were expecting a strong result from them, especially trying to outdo their top 7 of PMWC of last year. They've outdone it in such a spectacular fashion. I think even the Four Thrives fans maybe were not expecting to such an extent. And their lead, 7, is crazy when you think about the fact it's only been built on 6 games alone.
That's right. Them getting 3 chicken dinners in one day, I was not expecting that. We've seen 2 chicken dinners before from S2G, right? All that stuff, but the consistency and the way that team was able to do it. By the way, something to note too, they tied the best performance in one day that we have seen so far from a team. They tied Bigatron's performance with 82 points.
What a throwback. What a throwback. It's so crazy. I was looking at all my social medias and they're like, hey, Jukes, remember who you picked? Remember who you predicted? And I responded, I was like, nobody predicted that, all right? Nobody expected Four Thrives to go that crazy. But you know what, guys? We're about to get this show started. We happen to go check out the carnival outside. Let's go ahead and take it on over to a quick video.
Welcome back, everybody. It is Grand Finals, Day 2 of the 2026 PMGO Season 1 main event. I'm Hot Jukes alongside John Allen.
Yesterday was a masterclass in PUBG Mobile. It was a little tricky for some of our teams, but Four Thrives did so much work yesterday, and every squad knows what's on the line. They have to hunt them down.
Man, it's getting absolutely crazy out here.
There is just so much to do with this whole
What up?
Hey, dude. What's up? We've been checking out the carnival here at PMGO Season 1, and the energy is already intense. It opens up at 1 p.m., and the hype is already incredible.
The experience has been awesome so far, but the vibe is shifting. Everyone's getting ready for that final showdown.
That's right. The Smash Roll is active today. Once the points hit the threshold, it's a race to the final chicken dinner to crown our champion. The preparation is over. The 16 teams are in their seats, and the arena is ready to explode.
6 matches to decide it all. It's time to take our spots to witness history unfold.
So grab your gear and lock in and come here to witness history in the making.
The stage is set. Let's get this show on the road.
It's time. Flame on and go.
The time is now, guys. Oh my goodness. We saw Four Thrives. Perfect.
Ladies and gentlemen, PUBG Mobile fans around the world, hello Jakarta! The wait is finally over and we are here right now. And the second day of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 is about to start. Well, today is very special because we have Smash Roll, and the Smash point has been set at 92 points held by Four Thrives Esports, setting a bar way ahead from everyone to lift the trophy. But it's Smash Rolls, it's kind of different, everything can happen, and the championship might turn its tides. 1 trophy, 1 champion, 1 final day to prove who deserves the crown. So once again, welcome to the second day of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 main event. So I'm gonna check the hype around Indonesian live audiences here. Jadi halo teman-teman semuanya, para supporter, masih semangat? Coba kita kobarkan semangat kalian lagi ya. Oke, coba kita yel-yel bareng-bareng boleh? Boleh sebelah sini? Aku mau satu stadion, yel-yel bareng-bareng, oke? Ayo kita start dari yang paling simpel terlebih dahulu. Indonesia! Semuanya! This is it, the special TiVo presented by Indonesian supporter. everyone shines. Oke, tepuk tangan untuk kalian semuanya. Terima kasih supporter Indonesia. Thank you so much. That was the electrifying, passionate energy that we have here to start the day. So, let the final day of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 main event grand finals begin.
A wonderful introduction here in Indonesia. Everybody has been so incredibly welcome, but it's time to get busy, all right? It's time to up that aggression as we take a look at the most used weapons here so far, Max.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you're going to be having your typical outliers. You've got the AUG, you're going to have the M4 and also the S12K in that CQC range. But Focus in particular, what a standout back in EECA for Go and now doing it also on the global stage. This guy, short range, mid range, long range, you're never safe when Focus is fighting you.
I wonder, are we going to see some CQC mini action today, Seven?
I'm hoping that it does happen. But I don't know if it's actually going to happen if I think about it, because I'm expecting the day to be over in 4 games.
4 games?
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah, same for me. I think 4 games, no Miramar, no S2G comeback.
And I think it's done in 2, all right? I think that we're going to be out of here really quickly because we got Rondo coming up immediately. And 4 Thrives are so far ahead, Max. To get 10 points off the rip shouldn't be too difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's even a bad Rondo. You can say 10 points only, but so far, 4 Thrives and Rondo, it's been a bit shaky.
Let's go ahead and throw it onto an interview with 4 Thrives and see what they have to say.
I'm here with the pride of Pakistan in first place, 4 Thrives, after an amazing day. 3 chicken dinners. How were you guys able to achieve such an amazing performance?
If you have players like Falak, T24, Zephyr, everything is possible.
Well, it definitely showcased. Now, there's only going to be one question. With the lead that you guys currently have, teams are going to be hunting you down. Are you ready for teams to hunt you down tomorrow?
Of course, man. We are ready for tomorrow. We will fight them.
Can you win via Smash?
Yeah, man, 100%.
Let's see if 4 Thrives got what it takes to become the champion of PMGO Season 1.
Let the hunt begin. And one team that's definitely going to be hunting him down is going to be Aurora 7.
That's right. And one thing I wanted to just stand out is Husaifa's performance. This is his first global finals, and that man is currently living up to expectation from what all the Pakistan audience told us. Now, as they mentioned in that interview, I was wondering if they're going to be ready, and it looks like they are going to be ready because a lot of teams, Max, I feel like they're going to be hunting them down.
I wonder if they're just going to drop somewhere different on Rondo just to avoid the early skirmish of Yulin or the side of Neox Factory. It would be a strat that you don't need to go 20 eliminations, you know, in a chicken dinner. 10 points here, 7. That is all you need to enter that Smash zone.
Well, I did get a chance to talk to them, and they did say they're going to be hunting down that hot drop. You know, they're going to be able to try to get some of those eliminations off the rip, and Rondo is definitely the place to do it. But at the end of the day, Aurora's going to be chasing him down. Let's go ahead and take it to a quick interview with Reefus to hear what he had to say as well.
Everyone, Maxman here, joined by Reefus, the savior of Aurora Gaming. Of course, day 1 was looking a little bit rough at the start, but at the end, you guys had a good finish. But Rondo in particular, you guys got hot dropped on by Boom Esports, and I really want to know, any changes will be happening on Rondo being such an important map?
За, Reefus танайбагийн өнөөдөр Рондо дээр хамт багтаа буусан болов маргааш танай зүгээс ямар нэг өөрчлөлт оруулалт төлөвлөгөө байгаа юу?
За, өнөөдрийн хамгийн ихний матч Рондо дээр Скал дээр тэгээд манай Бостон дээр 2 газар тэрсэн байгаа. Тэгээд маргааш үед ямар нэг өөрчлөлт авахгүй бид нэг дахиад буугаад ирээ.
For us in the first game of the day, we were hot dropped on the both spots that we usually do. And for tomorrow, we're not going to change. We're just going to keep our drop spot. And I will say, like, guys, come to us again.
Oh, okay, that's going to get real spicy on Rondo. Thank you very much, Reefers, for joining me on the interview, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you, guys.
Woo! That's what I like to hear. They said, bring it, Max.
Oh, yeah, and actually, very interesting piece of insight because we know they got hot dropped on by the side of Boom, and I was able to talk to actually Yummy from Boom,
Yummy!
and I was like, are you guys going to hot drop again on that 3-1 split next to Yulin of Aurora? And he said, oh, hell yeah. So we might be having Boom versus Aurora, round 2 Electric Boogaloo 7.
But is Top going to be there with them, or what is Top going to be doing? Because remember, Top got hunt down yesterday
on the recall.
And they threw off their whole strategy. They wanted to be aggressive, but you can't be aggressive when that recall player gets eliminated.
That's the issue, right? You lose your recall player, they had to run away. Zero just saved the day for them. They can't afford the same mistake this time around.
Well, let's take a look at the overall rankings. This is where all our eyes are focused on. All these players have been studying here, and the chase for 4 Thrives begins right here, 7.
I'm going to be looking at some of those teams that are chasing them. You're looking at GOAT right now in 2nd place. This squad needs to start getting more eliminations. Their best matches came in Miramar, and as I just said, I really don't see today going to Miramar. So if they want to even have a chance, a slight chance, Max, of catching up, those eliminations in Rondo, see if you can get 20, Go.
Hey, we'll see how it's going to be going for them. I'm going to go 1 slot lower for Furia. They were the team to win Rondo yesterday, right?
Yep.
And looking at 48 points, they're going to be, what is that, 34 points away from the side of 4 Thrives. 1 massive Rondo, and they could be back in the race. This Rondo is going to dictate, really, Hot Jukes, the entirety of today if teams have a chance to play catch-up with the big boys of 4 Thrives.
You know, and speaking of catch-up, you know, Furia, it's not like this is a super unfamiliar situation for them to be in, right?
No, exactly. I mean, looking at their position, they've had also some big comebacks in the past, and they've been able to actually smash it. Well, no, I really smashed it. Actually outdo the side of Alpha 7 back in America, so they know how to play with the smash ruling in effect. But on the second page, Hope is an all-time low right now, 7 realistically.
It's just a lot of copium here for the Indonesian audience. You have BTR, you have Pandem 15, 6th place. You hate to see it, but if we know anything is that those squads are going to be looking to bounce back. Now, when I say bounce back, I'm not talking about them actually trying to go for that championship. They are going to be looking to save face and get good performances. So with all those other teams at the top that are trying to hunt down 4 Thrives, it's going to become even harder because 4 Thrives, I mean, even if you remove the placement points, I think they would still be in 1st place.
Third place, actually. Third place tied with Aurora. Yes.
Okay, I'll get a look at it. I talked to some of the teams, and I was like, guys, what are you going to do to stop 4 Thrives? And they were like, honestly, we hope they just don't show up tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Because if they do, it's going to be really dang tough.
Well, bad news for them. They're here.
They're here.
They look focused. And they already said plenty of times that they are prepared for teams to actually chase them, for teams to maybe get into the way of their rotations. And that's one thing I really want to kind of expand on for the viewers, because we always talk about hot drops. Not necessarily am I expecting that to happen. It's going to happen, obviously, in Rondo. It's just the name of the game. But when we go to Erangel, we're going to be looking for teams setting themselves up to just stop their rotations. One team that might actually surprise us is going to be Aurora, because they do end up landing very close when it comes down to military.
Almost definitely. They're going to be trying to chase them down if possible on that western bridge on Erangel. They're looking at the overall race to the finals. MVP Focus really came out of nowhere. We didn't expect him to be number 1 after such a dominating performance, but all the members of 4 Thrives are here. And of course, 24, IQ, Ayala, and Falak Desert. But I do want to say, I checked out the stats. In 7th place is Doc, actually, right? So he's actually a little bit low this time around, and he got MVP last year out of nowhere. So keep an eye out if he gets some good amount of points today. Doc could snatch it away from himself once again.
Yeah, this was a complete surprise, right? I mean, you saw 82 points on the side of 4 Thrives. How could it be anybody else's MVP? But GOAT showed up big. They're pretty much the closest team that could possibly catch him here. They're going to be going into Rondo. And 7, when it comes to GOAT, we know what they're going to do, right? They're going to go crazy right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, I just got done talking about GOAT, so I actually want to talk about a different team. I'm going to be talking about 7-1, and I'm going to just double down on Aurora. Aurora's performance yesterday, especially when we ended up going to Miramar, which is usually not a good game for them, they ended up getting 12 eliminations. After that, they got a 4th place finish with 6 eliminations. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because the momentum is currently on their side. And if I had to pick a team out of all the ones that are currently in range to actually catch up to 4 Thrives, it would have to be Aurora. but it has to happen in Rondo Max, and I'm really scared to see what's going to happen in regards to those hot drops.
It's definitely going to get a bit spicy going onto those hot drop locations. I'm actually going to be paying attention to the Turkey team of Ulf Esports. One of their best, if not their single best finish yesterday on the island just outside of Boatyard, having the 4 players all alive and actually able to claim that chicken dinner for themselves. Hunting impact finally, as the Wolves should be trying to do. And they got second place in PMGC. They know how to remain near that podium until the very bitter end on this global stage. I think Ulf has a lot of opportunities to make that ascent. And first place is really tough, but second place maybe for Ulf is possible.
Yeah, talking about squads that were looking to save face, I mean, I was talking about the Indonesian teams. Another one that performed really well at the start yesterday was Hora Esports.
Yes.
I mean, this squad has not been at a global event in quite a minute, and I'm glad they started off the day like that, but they ended up disappearing. The only reason why I want to bring them up is because they did end up getting 17 eliminations. Please keep in mind, some of these squads need to be careful, especially the squads that are currently in the top 5. Not necessarily 4 Thrives in the first game, but the other squads, because Rondo is such an important game that you can sponge up so many points when it comes down to eliminations.
Oh, most definitely. But actually, I'm going to go on another team. We're just talking about some
Okay,
squads
yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
go down the
I'm
list.
loving
Go
it.
down
Just
the
speed
list.
fire. TT Project, 14th position. Keep in mind, when it comes to the ECA region, they're competing for one of the slots to make into PMWC at the Esports World Cup in Paris. Then 14th position, their goal here, Hot Jukes, is to make it in 11th position. If they do so successfully today, Vicious out of PMWC and TT Project will be snatching that spot for themselves.
That's brutal. So yeah, TT Project, you know, we're talking about teams that just want to save face. That's one team that does have a big goal right ahead of them, right? So they could definitely make that happen here. One thing that we don't normally see when it comes to PUBG Mobile Esports is wild adaptations towards the end. If you want to see some teams at the bottom save face after all, they're going to have to extend this tournament all the way, all 6 matches. Do you think we're going to see one of these bottom teams possibly go out of their way to take out 4 Thrives, Max?
Ooh, I mean, yeah, I think that especially Seven's already kind of talked about this. I think that teams might just try and get between the play zone and 4 Thrives because everyone, right, especially the viewers at home too, I'm sure, know where they drop on Arango, as you said, right, 7 Western Bridge. I think that not only Aurora could try and be a little bit of an issue, right? You could see some other teams like maybe Pandem. They're just at the bottom. If they see 4 Thrives, if they get a knock onto them, maybe they'll just full commit because they really don't have that much to lose.
Well, let's focus a little bit on 4 Thrives in regards to what this team needs to do to actually become a champion and become a champion via Smash Roll. They need to tighten up that gameplay in regards to something that I didn't quite enjoy yesterday that they did in their first win, and that was just unnecessary fights that led to just them losing players. Who's Sci-Fi going on Furia? I'm talking about the second Erangel. It was just one of those unnecessary fights that they didn't need to take. I'm hoping that they went back, even with such a big lead, and realized in that situation, you know what, let's play our numbers, let's play our strength, let's stick together and focus and see how we can get a chicken dinner.
It's going to be nice to see how that's going to be working out for 4 Thrives. But actually, I kind of want to ask you the question because I brought up the potential topic of Boom, hot dropping again the sign of Aurora. If you are Aurora, I mean, of course, they said they want to try and commit to it, but I feel like giving it up or going for another recall tower that's not far from Yulin, but not the exact specific one, would be such a good strat just to avoid that whole interaction we saw yesterday.
For Aurora, that will definitely set the tone, right? If we do see them hot drop, in a way, it's kind of like, it's a gray area. It's them waving the flag, but also sending a signal that they're going to continue to be aggressive. They're not going to change their gameplay to anybody. We saw them do that at PMGC when it came down to drop locations in Miramar. It was a whole thing all over social media. And for them, I genuinely just don't see them giving up that drop.
Yeah,
the smart play would be to give it up, though.
Yeah, just like Whitebeard, no scars on their backs. They never ran away from a foe. And I feel like that is exactly what we're going to be seeing happening on that hot drop. Unless maybe they regroup all onto top and then actually are ready to fight Boom and then engage into Yulin afterwards. That could be an idea.
What if they maybe end up setting some kind of trap for other teams that are going to want to get top?
Or like
they're
around
expecting the same thing. Yep, they could be expecting the same thing. Use him as bait. You do get that recall in Rondo, and if it ends up going their way, guess what? 4 eliminations.
So I have an idea. You do a 2-1-1 split. You send players inside Yulin, you leave that off-angle play if you want over there, and you get another recall tower under protection if you want. And you kind of, even if you do lose that one solo player and Boom hot drops you, you can still salvage it.
Now, for all the viewers, the main reason why we're focusing so much on Aurora, we have seen them win before in Rondo, and they can do it in a big fashion. They are one of those teams that can send a statement, get 30 points, close that gap, and make sure they also put in the contention to just reach the threshold for this match, because that's going to be a big play here, especially for 4 Thrives in the first match.
That's what we need to see, a crazy 30-point game. That strategy has to come out. The aggression has to be there. Even if you're in a safe spot in the center, you're going to have to go out and hunt down those eliminations. One team in particular that you saw some signs of life from, right? And they've been a little bit quiet here is Team Flash, Max. How do you feel about them?
I was going to say I saw no signs of life, actually, from Team Flash. They did so good back in the survival stage. Really massive step up from this team. And they just disappeared in the finals. I feel like we are seeing a bit of a repeat, right, 7-4, the PMGC Grand Finals of last year, where they are able to qualify through, and then they're at the bottom of the rankings. I feel like they still need a bit more experience and a bit more exposure to the international stage of PUBG Mobile Esports to get those results. But yesterday, I couldn't even tell you what was going wrong because I just didn't see them in those late game scenarios very often.
They weren't really giving us anything to talk about. I mean, their best game was at 5th place, 5 eliminations. When we're talking about some of the other squads that were just outperforming, fragging out players as well, I went up and talked to Ayala from Furia, and I asked him, what did you do this morning differently? He's like, I don't know. I don't know what happened today. And I looked at him straight in the eyes and told him, please, do that again. Let's see if you can at least try to go for that 2nd place.
I feel like if he knew what he did, he would do it every day. Try and make it work out.
You can take a look here at some of the map top performers as well in Rondo there. 10 eliminations, that's pretty good.
I mean, yeah, Sky is just a legend from Nepal. He's been doing so good. And yeah, currently looking at their position, 10th rank, but the one big outlier for them yesterday was that Rondo. 2nd place, right? Almost got ruined by Ketch of actually the side of Ulf that just came out of nowhere with a P90. But Hora, I feel like if we can see results outside of Rondo, top 5 would be in the cards. I would be very happy to see a top 5 finish coming out from Hora, but they're just too reliant on that Rondo that can go all great because they won that Yulin hot drop at the start, and then it can go terribly and you get a 0-pointer. So Hora is going to be good to see how they do on Rondo, but the other maps, they need to get some points on those rankings.
For Hora, you got to start thinking about that money, baby. How high can you climb up on that leaderboard? Because if they do end up finishing in 10th place, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be 11,000. Now, if you get into a top 3 situation, that's going to be 20,000. I don't know about you guys, but $20,000 sounds
good money.
A lot better.
That's good money. You got to be able to get as much cash as you can. This is opportunity here. I mean, we're not going to be able to see a global event for a good couple of months. So if you can put it all on the line, you have to. Now, we did see some map change rotation. You know what? Never mind. We are getting into match number 1. We are finally headed into Rondo. Teams need crazy eliminations in this game, Max. Let's see if they're going to get them.
They're going to send it. Oh, we're going to have the double plane. Is the plane path going to be good for the likes of Neox Factory or Yulin? It is going to be good for Yulin and Neox Factory.
Wow.
The hot drop's going to happen, but Boom and Aurora, what's going to go down on Rondo?
For some of these squads, if you ever wanted to change it, if you had complaints about the plane path depending on where it was going, those are all out of the window. This could have been one of the best plane paths they got in.
This is literally the hot drop plane path that we just got on our screens. We'll see how things are going to be going down for these squads, but of course, everything is going to be intense from the very get-go of Day 2 of these PMGO Season 1 finals.
You couldn't design it any better. 4 Thrives fans, stand up, get ready to see if they can hang on. Indonesian fans here locally are looking for their squads to make a crazy comeback. But we're getting into the action here off the rip. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to our casters.
The drops are hot, and it's going to get hotter. We are ready for Rondo, and Team Flash are getting stuck straight in. We are going to go 1 for 1 right now on the trades, on the knocks with 7-2-1. And they dropped out nice and early over towards that northwest side blank. We're not in board with Yulin and Neox Factory just yet. They're just about to touch ground, though.
Absolutely, and Yulin looks absolutely stacked in terms of players, and we are getting our circle over towards here. It favors 4 Thrives, but can they stick around in this location long enough? Huzaifa headed over towards Neox. They're their backup drop, and to be honest with you, where the circle currently lies actually isn't terrible if they do need to fully re-res on that side of things, but teams are going to be hunting them down today. I talked to Noki beforehand. He said that this team lives and dies by that momentum. When they're going strong, when they're going hard, then they can keep going harder. But if they slow down early on today, it could be detrimental to their performance. Now, the guys on the desk, they set it up very well, John. The top 5 essentially need a 30-point game. There's a lot of teams to take that here.
We'll see if anyone else can try and slip through the cracks as well. Oro were able to take down a player from 4 Thrives early in 7-2-1. Will lose most of their slate as well in the fight with Flash, who play on 3 Elim points now. BTR managing to rack up a point, or a knock certainly, to start things off. Gaming Stars will feel the brunt of the pressure coming through from Razak. A nice spray down for 2. BTR going to pick up the points.
Much needed points as well down at the bottom of the table. It's currently in 14th, just lapped TT Project. Furia finding Reefus. Horror continues to go crazy over towards GK Razy with a rundown. It's all popping off here at the 2026 PMGO.
They get a 3rd point to add to their tally. And they're going to roll on forwards now, moving towards that center of the circle. I saw 7-2-1 potentially get caught into a sticky spot over towards Hangshan, but it looks like that recall will be able to come through for 7-2-1. One of our teams really on last shot saloon right now. One of our top 5 contenders to potentially push all the way, so going down to 1 player this early, not great, but they have managed to get those recalls going on through now.
Aurora currently surrounded by Boom. Make the move in, top goes down, and Yumi will grab him. Straight 1v1-2, nice shots. Aura, no fear. Running up against the 2 players from 4 Thrives up top. 4 Thrives, remember, they need 10 points to get into the Smash zone. If they cannot reach that target this game, they'll have to go again in the next. And Smash won't be in effect until match 3. The 4 Thrives, a Rondo is always a great place to get those initial 10 points.
Fortunately, they lost a player earlier on in this fight, remember, Blank. That had to get recalled out all the way over in, I think, pretty
Neox.
close to in Neox, right?
Yeah.
So now they're sort of playing as 2, although there is a 3rd player regrouping onto it, trying to move in on the north side. So potentially Ora could be under threat.
There's a very smart strategy, right? What you do is Hazaifa sits over towards Neox Factory, right? He loots up whilst waiting for the team to conclude their fight. Once he's looted, then he reses Falak, and they rotate him in. Because now they have another looted member in the engagement. IQ opens up towards Kamikaze, and that is 1 point closer to the 92-point threshold.
Looking to keep that pressure going on towards the outside. Ora going fairly low as BTR gets stuck into another scrap on the south area. Looking to try and keep control of that one. Nice and early on the game. Hazaifa does get spotted and flushed away though. And that's going to potentially be that recall being necessary to bring him back into the fight.
Yep, then we rotate Falakin afterwards, but losing a player there is rough, but another point added to the tally of IQ. Apparently just trying to find eliminations wherever they can. They didn't say they'd be changing their playstyle all that much today. They said they were just going to keep it exactly what they were doing yesterday. Just push and push and push. And to be honest with you, yesterday was fantastic. Yesterday was an insanely good day. So if they can even recreate that a tiny bit, they should be fine. Boom. Jabrenki goes down.
Uber doing pretty well to kick things off. They're up some decent points total. Furia not so lucky. Caught out in the open. Down to 1 player now. Ulf, they had some real high points in yesterday's matches, Blank, but they didn't quite push all the way. They were in 1st place at one point. And they'd love to get back there, but the gap that sits between them and 4 Thrives is just so monumental, as it is for every single other team. Igor, over by Test Track, unlikely to be able to get the recall there with 4 Thrives having 2 players on spot.
There's
They have
another.
just added a 3rd point, Blank. 7 more points now needed.
Slowly gaining their way up there. Alaku moves out. BTR, Razy actually able to hold on, and very, very swiftly too. Will start to go down on the upstairs, and Alaku should be picked up here. BTR have a little bit of a last-ditch approach to that one on 7-2-1 as the rest of the team did move their way in. Octa will run down Sleepy. Aura, it's not a bad start to their game, 4 eliminations, but now we'll need to get a move on, get some more players back up again. BTR trying to confirm over towards a strong position in the center. 4 Thrives will need to regroup eventually. Currently playing 2-2 over towards Neox Factory and then further down towards that southwest edge.
Rolling in Yulin right now. We saw Sky be so dominant in these early game engagements yesterday. It was really quite terrifying. Couldn't quite move through the rest of the day with such fearsome bite behind his bark. Now they're looking to keep this pressure up. With 4 eliminations, you're right. I mean, it's not a terrible start. We'll see if they can keep this one moving, though. It was Furia who really gathered momentum into the later part of the game. And now they're back up as 4. They're playing on the northeast side, and actually, they're playing in between the 4 Thrives 2-2 split right now, potentially looking to put pressure on the Neox factory flank.
Grenade sent over the top by Scarface. Bashes the vehicle out of the way and actually gives him an open target over towards Doc. And this is a difficult position to be going down now for Aurora, because you're already centered up. The odds that you getting yourself another res beacon, quite limited. They're going to have to send out far, but that does mean they're giving up a central position on this one. Ulf quite happy with the way this game's going so far. 4 eliminations, nice central position. Seems that all players have some decent loot on board too.
Joel sending a little bit further out, so he will go for that recall tower on the other side of S2G. 4 Thrives. They found another out in the open, and that's against Furia. They're going to be wary of this enemy, though. They know that they can't give too much ground here, and they're playing as a duo. Another flush would be huge, though, for them. It would just, again, bring them closer to that mark. They'll add it to the tally, and on they go. They're going to have to move south with a circle shift blank.
I think there's a very stark difference from yesterday to today already in terms of where these players are going. Beforehand, it was very unlikely to see teams sending center so quickly. There was a lot of edge play, which allowed 4 Thrives to dominate towards the center of the map. This time, not the case. No fear, can't quite find the shots over towards the boys over on Boom, and Yummy having a good time of it the first match.
Tasty with the corner play there. Focus also getting knocked in the meantime for GOAT. Remember, such a powerhouse player to lose that at this point, not ideal. As we hop over to a very central position here, Ulf looking to take control of the west side of this compound with BTR sitting opposite them. BTR are playing as 3. Ulf do, I believe, have all 4 of their players alive. So it could potentially be difficult if BTR want to try and push through, but I don't imagine that they do. Not all the way, at least.
Unfortunate EMP zone over towards the northeast side, going to make rotating in a little bit more difficult for Furia. Might just have to wait this one out as they come in towards the southwest. You've got Ulf here playing in a decent position. Sadly for them, they don't have a huge amount of capability to get eliminations around this area because they're playing towards a small dip right now. It's fairly sloped around that area. And honestly, if Ulf want to make the big run, right, if they want to go the distance, they need those eliminations. So I might have to wait them out a little bit here. 4 Thrives now on their way in, but they're a little bit later than the rest of the teams. Again, a lot of squads tend to slow things down coming in on the second day when you are in contention for that match point, right?
Especially after having already got 4 eliminations. They are now 6 points away from breaking into that smash point area, which is so important. You can rack that up, looking to get in towards the top 5 and getting 2 more eliminations. Very, very possible for them to just try and play this one much slower or get the elims as they come, because that's what Yummy's doing for Boom. They have been pretty brutal on the bottom side, and that is Aura completely out. Eliminated there, 10th place locked in for them.
A very different start to their day than yesterday. Aura was dominating, looked like a demon within the lobby. Irina moves up, Tony K does go down, but not before. They do find a knockover towards Flash in the first place. Bose will finish off the player up front in Tony K. For the Flash, it was a little bit of an awkward regroup here for them, but they managed to get themselves all over. There was a couple of players over towards that northwest side, but they are now in position. We have quite a bit of water down towards that south side. Mormon's going to get the recall, but this is far out the zone, dude. This is a long journey in.
8 eliminations, by the way, Blank, leading the lobby by a margin of 3 at least. And a hard south shift. Ooh, that water gap is nasty. The rotates around this area. I don't think it's going to be pretty. I don't think a lot of teams are going to be happy with this. And a lot of area on that southwest side is completely unoccupied.
Well, it's hard, right? Because now you're forced in a situation where you sort of have to rotate over towards the southeast. If you want to make it round, you could make a late decision now to try and take the bridges on the west side. But if you are the likes of Ulf, if you are like the BTR, it is difficult to make that rotation. 4 Thrives might have just found an opening here. There is a small gap in the circle down towards the southwest. This is where I feel like 4 Thrives do their best work, where they could just make the send. But they're being a little bit cautious about this.
The reason I think they're being cautious is because they're only in one vehicle right now. All 4 of them were in the same vehicle, moving down on the eastern side. Grab another vehicle, try and split your bet, right? Hedge it a little bit and go in separately. I think that's what they've managed to find now, though, and they imagine that they're going to be trying to send in a little bit faster at this point.
Making the cross, making the rotate in. For 4thrive is going to keep an eye on them just because they are such an important team to take a look at. 7-2-1, we'll see if they take shots over towards 4thrive, but it seems they're just letting them pass calmly. Nades coming down from Boom. Boom's in an extremely good spot. S2G rotated towards that south side and have now found themselves in a fight with Boom for one of the most contested areas on the map.
And I don't think that they can push up the hill now, Blank, with TT Project pushing in the west, Aurora and 4thrive potentially crashing into this. It is such a difficult set of ridges to try and summit. Everybody's going to take shots at you as you try and go up, and Boom can just let you throw yourself across those rocks.
It's a good spot to play. I mean, down here on this side of the map is all right. Kind of isolate those angles because on the other side, the bank is kind of sloping upwards. So what that does is give you a little bit of isolation. You're going to need some cover off the back of this, though. Vehicles are going to have to go down. You might need some emergency cover flares. But for teams over towards your western side, it's not terrible. GameStar's finding Pandem right now, and Pandem just having a bad time of it. Yesterday, they were able to get themselves to 2nd place. But it really should have been a chicken dinner there versus 4thrive, but so slow to strike in those final moments.
1 player on the inside now with 2 players to try and mash up. He's doing a lot of work, though. A GOAT team are getting knocked for 6 by the team at the bottom of the tables. Dubrin does so much now, but his focus,
no.
And he can't find it either. Dubrin, was that a 1v4 against GOAT?
I mean, Jabrenki is a good player. He gets it done well. Getting the 1v4 is kind of crazy before he goes down. We'll dig the graves alongside with them. Furia now making their approach. 4thrive. They've got a split here. This is a nasty cross angle. Furia need to assault one of these positions and fast, but they don't know if it's 2 teams or just for 1. And Furia will lose 1. Obviously for 4thrive, this is a massive deal because this is the chasing team.
But the 2 players have been knocked over on 4thrive. IQ and Hazaifa have both been knocked here, Blank. With 6 elims, though, they are so close to that boundary. And T24 puts another on the tally.
3 away.
Furia fall. That's their 2 closest competitors now out of this game.
3 away. Falak needs to move over to the 2 players underneath. Boom is sending across with Yummy, though. Was looking for a little scout here. There's 3 eliminations, 3 flushes. But Boom doesn't want to assault. BTR, though, continue their stretch on the northeast side as the arena moves up. 1 goes down, and the second is good, too.
Axel with a chance, does manage to tag the arena on the back line, get the flush in as well. BTR up to 7, steps forwards with the shotgun, but the shots from up the top window there, just too powerful, and BTR are overwhelmed. In the meantime, teams have been trying to pick up their feet because the circle brings us back towards that water.
Very unlikely it's going to end on the northern side right now. If teams want to play a survival play, they can head over towards the bank over on the northern side of Boom, potentially be a really rough circle, a lot of unplayable. Right now, Aurora holding a very good compound down towards the southwest side, but the question is how long it's going to be in play for. 7-2-1 next up to the play. 4thrive can profit off this one as well. IQ sends some shots in. Malik, though, opens up through the smoke. Great shot. Alaku out. 8 eliminations now for 4thrive. Getting closer and closer to top 8. Can they get 92 this match?
This is looking gnarly, Blank. They might be able to throw that door open with such a small point difference as well. They just need to survive into the placements. That is such a huge focus that they can draw on now to just get themselves over that line. Get up into 6th place. Very, very possible in a circle like this with so many teams that still need to push their way in.
Boom is so unwilling to push this as well just because they're fending off S2G at the same time. So 4thrive's very much safe by the fact that S2G is looming off in the distance here, and Boom is desperate to hold on to this compound that sits atop the hill. Very, very interesting turn of events. 7-2-1 now making a quick run across, but there's a restabilization coming from 4thrive. Not sure they were ready to shoot in that moment. Masku gets up to a hard bit of cover.
Safe for the time being. You've still got the rest of the arena to come in from that eastern side, though, and 7-2-1 may feel it. Gaming Stars as well from the south. Four Thrives can chill out a little bit. The north side seemingly not willing to make a move just yet. Gaming Stars could push 7-2-1, and it's an unfavorable fight with Four Thrives that may just push them all the way over that boundary. IQ, he spots the arena moving off in the distance.
This is so funny to me that you're having this situation that anytime a team tries to aggress on Four Thrives, suddenly that team is getting third-partied or they're being held out. So Four Thrives is essentially guarded by 4 separate teams at the moment. No one can make their way over to them.
They have such a stronghold here. IQ picks up. Was that a knock? Was that a flush? I think it was just a knock so far, but they would love to find more. Another team goes down and one step closer to the placement points. 7-2-1 have Malik down out in the open. I think that was the knock that IQ was able to find for Four Thrives. The circle gives them the loop as well, and it's going to push it right over towards the Pakistani team. They are having the time of their lives right now.
This is 100% match point. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind at this point with Falak and the rest of Four Thrives just in this gorgeous position, protected by so many squads on the outside. And this is when you have to change up the game. You have to hunt down these teams, and they're just making it so hard for themselves to even gain more points on the day. Because now you open up a Four Thrives win at any point.
I'm looking up the question of the north side here, Blank. What are Team Flash and Ulf going to do? They could potentially try and ruin Four Thrives here out on that eastern side. I think for Ulf, it's probably more likely. Team Flash may be a little bit more of an outside chance, but there's another knock going over and through. That means another team is out, and we are into placements now. They have guaranteed at least one more. 2 more teams need to go down for them to jump up to 2 placements, or a single elimination is what they're looking for.
Just 1 point required now for Four Thrives. A very, very simple game for them, and they have information, general localization over towards GameStar as well. For Four Thrives, this could not have gone better for them on this game. And again, they're just a team that's willing to make these pushes.
Wolf finding a spot over towards Team Flash, who have sent 2 of their players across the water on the swim. Got their trunks on. Ulf trying to move in behind them now, though, and it may just be too difficult. There is still a little sliver of that northern side in play, which does make their life a little bit easier.
Getting a knock over towards Boom is nice, though. That's going to open things up because now they only have 2 guns to face here. Four Thrives might look over towards Ulf. It's an important team to take shots over towards. Solus is popped out the back of the vehicle, but they get underneath the bank.
9, they've got it. Blank, they've got it. They've got that extra elim now, and Four Thrives are into the match point with the placement that they'll earn off this game guaranteed. It's very likely that one of those teams on the north goes down soon as well, with Team Flash on the ropes. Top C goes down. We're on 7 teams now remaining, and they are starting to burn through these players.
Just no one's looking at this squad. I mean, it's the important squad to look at, and there feels like there's just been absolutely no attention paid to this team. It's mind-boggling, because it's the squad that needs to go out in this first match on Rondell the earliest. It's unfortunate, it really is. Ulf still doing well, though, as best as they can. Boom up to 8 points on this. They passed that 9th point barrier. Octa finding a shot over towards Falak, though.
It's super resable. They're just so safe on this eastern side. I think you're right, teams haven't pushed into them. I think their position, though, in this match, with these circle shifts specifically, has been pretty unassailable, right? With solid holds, it's been very, very difficult.
Yeah.
The only team that might have been able to do it was Furia earlier on.
Or 7-2-1. I think most of the time when it's come down to it, it's just been other teams third-partying the squad, going for Four Thrives, and realistically, they set themselves up well, where they have to play on this bank edge, right? Where they have the entirety of this circle over towards the eastern side. They know it's clear, so there's going to be no team shooting them from the back. So we do have to give them credit for that. They place themselves in a position where it's other teams that are going to get assaulted and not them. They're at the back of the queue when it comes to those engagements. Now the real test, Four Thrives versus Ulf, because with that hard shift over towards the northwest side, that look now seems to be dwindling away from the Pakistani team, but they've already found match point. So their job's technically already done here.
How much further can they go, though? Because even if you do get past match point, remember, you do have to then subsequently get a chicken dinner to get that smash victory, right? And that isn't as simple as just doing it. You have to take those spots, you have to take those knocks, take those fights. So points still very much could come into play here for Four Thrives. They would love to put more distance between them and Fury. As it sits, they're at least 42 points ahead. So
they're making the push.
Tasty. A big push, not coming through from Four Thrives though. It's coming through from Gaming Stars. The Turkish team now look at us slam straight on into the position. But Four Thrives have managed to heal it up. IQ goes for one. IQ looks for more, but has to fade back away. The rest of his team now to pick up the mantle, and they are mincing through Gaming Stars. They put themselves in. The red highlight on the kill feed comes through.
This is just so good from Four Thrives. An unbelievable performance from them. From yesterday, coming into today, Noki said, we're not going to change anything. We're just going to keep going. We don't want to stagnate. We want to stay on fire on these matches, and they certainly have here. There is a bonfire lit beneath the feet of the Pakistani squad. So cool to see here from Four Thrives. And no one else even takes a look in. Technically, their rotation in is not that terrible.
I mean, if you're Boom, I don't think you really need to be stepping out here. They are just holding down their compound. They've profited so much off this. 10 eliminations.
The thing is here, with the speed at which they're differentiating themselves from every single squad in the lobby, I think at this point in time, the only way another team wins this by the end of match 6, if we get there, is by Smash.
They're going to have such a lead. A knock comes through. Octa finally chiming in. A second will be found. More knocks raining down the hill. Falak and T24 could potentially be going down here, but the rest are going to come through as fast as they can pick them back up. Ulf have not been able to move all the way forwards. IQ will keep it together a little bit. There's that first nest and a huge nade from up on high. Boom! Blast away the tournament leaders. Ulf are there to pick up the scraps. And a huge nade comes in. What on earth was that? What on earth from IQ? He's able to blast them back. He says, no, you're not stepping to us today.
IQ taking the nade genius test, and he comes out on top with a double there on side. Fantastic work from him playing as a backstop. 16 points. Like I said, the only way Four Thrives lose this tournament is to a Smash.
And every other team that was chasing did do super well here. Ulf was the closest team. They've just got taken down. They are not going to be anywhere near them at the end of this match. You're absolutely right. The question is,
double their points.
90?
Exactly. Exactly double the second place team's points.
How solid is that 92 boundary?
The real question, I mean, again, this is the thing though, Rondo was that map to get the 30 points. It's not as available on other maps. You have to try so much harder, put in so much extra work because the res beacons aren't there. And with Four Thrives being so far ahead, it's the mental game now. These guys, they are having a leisurely day out here at PMGO. There's no pressure whatsoever. They know that even if they just get to match 6 and perform kind of well, they still win.
Boom take a knock from S2G. Blank, I think this is probably the most dominant points gap we've seen since 2019 in Malaysia with BTR, who I think like 100 points. Obviously the point scoring system was different back then, but it's the most crazily dominant points gap we've seen since 2019. And I would say it may be even crazier than that.
Big Four Thrives
be able to do it here.
Got something to prove. Boom though, similarly, trying to go for the same thing. The team yesterday, they didn't do horribly. And I don't think they performed up to expectation. Now looking to push themselves further up those tables. Through Rondo, Solke goes down, and honestly, this sort of was the winning position from the start of the match. Boom took it in both their hands and have not let go since.
Trying to keep it together though with their 3 players now remaining. Another nade over the top, Solke is low, and that's going to finish him off. Another point added to Boom's tally. Blank with a chicken dinner here, they would jump up in towards second place and be the closest competitor towards that Smash boundary. So for Boom, there's a lot on the line here. S2G and TT Project sit in their way. But this is also a big game for TT Project, remember, because they're trying to jump up and get in towards that 11th place.
Did Boom raid the armory? How are they coming into these final fights with 12 nades total? Good damage, good shots coming through from Neo. Sanju finally goes down and his reign of terror is over, but the nades keep pouring through. The airburst not quite finding the damage, but they've still got more to send, but Boom is down on their knees.
Getting the res now, they need to pick themselves back up. S2G still trying to put nades uphill, but it's not going to work. TT Project with 16 nades, but not quite in range of either team just yet, as Boom look to flex out. Get a little bit more of a foothold on the low ground as they rotate onto the north side, but TT Project have read this. They're going to drop through as well, and S2G seem to be eating the brunt of this rotational pressure.
TT Project, the Vicious's lives lie in their hands, and right now they're looking to put them down. Good shots over towards Octo, trying to create a forward position for the rest of the squad. El Beryl, as well as Sanju, though. Two players you cannot scoff at here. Sanju consistently having good nades, and there's another.
Looking for more as well. Boom, if they get into second place here, Blank, they will be able to jump up into second place, but Lost is still in the fight. And it's all down to the one player for Boom, and he's taken a lot of damage. There's more nades still coming. This first nade needs to be big, and he's just about survived it. One more nade and one more smoke may be all it takes, but Boom have run the cupboard dry. No more nades in pocket. TT Project is starting to go low as well, though.
El Beryl, it's a 1v3. Not to mention the two players behind move slightly forward, but into the purview of the nades. An unfortunate step up coming through from Boom, but they end their game on 14 eliminations in the third place. It's not terrible. S2G, it might be a little late to be stepping up now, guys.
A TT Project, this is their game to push up into 11th place with another nade over the top on towards Lost. It's just Hamdi now raining, and he is caught taking a dirt nap. The shots to the back will shut it down, and for TT Project, this could be their EWC spot on this game.
It's on the cards for them now. But the biggest story of all, 4 Thrives doubling the point scoring from second place, getting into match point. Game 1, how short is this day going to be?
I mean, that was an impressive display coming through from 4 Thrives. They put themselves in such a strong position. They did everything they needed to do, but now it's chicken dinners that really matter to them. That is the only thing that they should be aiming for. With the point buffer they have, they shouldn't be caring about eliminations. It is all about getting to those final circles in those strong positions. Sometimes eliminations will help you with that, sure, but it's the focus that they need to be going for the long game.
The rest of the squad's here inside the lobby. We've got to look all eyes on 4 Thrives now, right? This last game felt lackluster to me in terms of playing off the back of the smash roll. But going forward, 4 Thrives are going to have a big old bullseye landed right on their back.
And with that chicken dinner there from TT Project, that could have just sealed their trip to the Esports World Cup, Max.
Oh yeah, PMGO in the cards, taking it away from the side of Vicious. What a great chicken dinner entering from the western side, gatekeeping all of those teams on the bridge. Congratulations to them on that one. But, boys,
yeah,
we need to talk about the Pakistani squad. 4 Thrives 7, securing themselves a spot in the Smash Zone in Game 1 of Rondo.
Any chance that anybody thought that the pressure was going to be too much for them, that they weren't going to be able to handle it? I personally didn't have them hitting that smash roll in the first game.
Same.
Boy, did they blew that out of the water. The thing is that the way that they were able to actually play that was so well. The 2-2 splits that we saw out of this squad and the way that they were able to defend against other squads, what was so impressive to me, holding their composure and making sure they fix up mistakes that we saw yesterday as well.
Oh, exactly. Like yesterday, we saw sometimes some 2-1-1 splits or some even 3-1 splits that were just not working out. The 2-2 splits onto the eastern edge you just brought up here, Seven, were just the reason why they were able to survive for so damn long. Because one play goes down, you have a teammate ready to back you up, and like IQ apparently doesn't need a team because one nade onto Ulf, the entire squad goes down.
And even earlier on, they were surrounded by Aura players, by S2G, so they were expected to be hunted down.
Yes.
I can't wait to see. I know we're currently looking at the highlights for Ronda, but I can't wait to see what the next game is going to be like and how they're going to be able to react to more pressure.
S7 lewat circle. Ya, muncul. Muncul. Kita bisa nempel sini ya. Sabar lagi bawa ada yang dekat nih. Ya. Sabar, gua naikin genteng ya, gua naikin. Ini bantu mobil satu nih. Sabar, gua ada batu. Bom. Nice. Kasih gitu ya. Gua di kanan ya. Tuh ke mobil begitu. Bisa udah aja biar dia stick dulu biar kita ini satu lagi apa.
Great stuff there from TT Project. Put in some good numbers on the board. And I love the fact that we can hear the crowd roaring through their mics. That is how pumped up this arena is, Max. And especially, right, for the hometown squad of Boom. Man, you said they were going to do some hunting today, and they definitely did.
Oh, they definitely did. By the way, just at the end of that game, how the hell did they have that many grenades? I think Blank said they readied the artillery. I think even an artillery doesn't have that many grenades. Realistically, they were just making it rain down on a competition. But no, going back to your point, they did in fact chase down top of Aurora.
Immediately.
And it was not just a small chase. I think they went like 1,000 meters in his direction just to get rid of top. And you can see after that, they even lost, I believe it was Reefus. So it was down to Doc and also the side of Zol to get the full recall and Aurora back into the game.
And I'm sad, boys. I'm sad to see not only that, I'm actually not sad to see that Octa got that MVP with those 6 elements because they were just so aggressive, but I am sad to see that Aurora just couldn't readjust, man. It came down to them hopefully having to readjust with what they saw yesterday. And throughout the match, even though they didn't really end up losing a player because they did have the recall option, that was just, it didn't look like Aurora. It was so passive. They were waiting for the right time for a team that has a lot to catch up if they want to go into the championship. It almost felt, Max, to me like they were just waving a white flag.
Yeah, they're having a bit of a bad time. Yep. But it really strikes me that Aurora is a squad that if they cannot play their own game plan that they've set up at the very inception of the tournament, they're going to start to crumble piece by piece. Yep. And in this case, they were just, sure, they made it to the late game, but they feel like they weren't even there.
You and I were talking about something yesterday. When was the last time we saw an IGL win an MVP? And it came down to Doc, I believe, PMWC, right? Yes. One man, that's the IGL. IQ, 7 eliminations that last game. And I mean, TT Project, 20 points. That looks good, Juice.
That is enough. That should be putting them in a good position to get to the Esports World Cup. Max, they are trying to get top 11, correct?
Exactly. Top 11 right now. I mean, with a 20-pointer, it was so close at the bottom of the ranking. So I think this game actually will be their straight-up ticket to Paris for the PMWC at EWC. The second page, Furia, not taken down by anyone, taken down by 4 Thrives themselves. And they had initially a decent entry point. I thought it was going to work out because they had some significant angles on the positions of 4 Thrives. And just again to highlight what Blank was saying, it feels like they have a Guardian Angel where you crash that team and there's another team that decides to get involved.
Man,
and that gives just a little bit more space and time for 4 Thrives to reset and then take the fight the direction of 4 Thrives.
102 points, folks. They only needed 10. They doubled it with every single team spending all of last night studying them and only them.
They have double the points of second place. They have double the points of Ulf in second. I'm generally, I don't know if you guys agree, but I have never seen a point gap this significant in a global finals ever.
I've definitely seen one. We'll talk about that in a bit because John actually brought it up. It was PMCO history lesson real quick. PMCO 2019 False Play Global Finals. Bigatron was in first place with 303 points. In second place was 197 points. The difference, 106 points at the end. if for some reason 4 Thrives ends up making this a 6-day match, a 6-match day, they might break that record too.
How many day finals was it?
I believe it was 3.
So actually, in terms of a 2-day format for finals, it's still a record technically.
Honestly, that would be the craziest thing ever, considering the fact that if they win one more match here, this tournament's over. So they'd have to get a ton of eliminations and nothing but second places to actually break that record.
The thing now for this squad is, as you were saying earlier, Max, they really don't have to worry about the eliminations. The eliminations were coming to them. They just have to worry about their rotations, and the rotations was out perfectly. One thing that we actually noticed quite well in that last round from this squad is they could have just gone and split squads. They could have fully sended, but no, they were passive. They waited for the right time. They made sure they took their time, scout, see what Aurora was going to end up doing, because Aurora actually ended up doing that crazy splitting between those and then just go into the circle. I love what I'm seeing out of 4 Thrives here. The composure, the patience, and making sure they have everything, a perfect image of the map before they actually make their next move.
As we take a quick overview of the carnival area here in Jakarta, Indonesia, looking back at 4 Thrives, I'm actually really happy they did not qualify right away through their group. I feel like the survival stage saved them, gave them so much more experience and also exposure to this lobby. Now, all the fixes that we talked about, those 2-2 splits are beautiful, the rotations are on point, and if you guys were looking at the North American scene last year, we had a smash from Wolves, low eliminations. That's all you need. You don't even have to get a single elimination. All you need is that chicken dinner hot chicks to be crowned the PMGO Season 1 Grand Champions.
You can take a look at that trophy right there, folks. And as soon as you said that, that trophy shook a little bit right there, because I think 4 Thrives is it is calling their name. It is, I don't even know who's going to stop these guys at this point. I got to be realistic, folks. That is so many points they are ahead. And we saw in that last game, right, a team perfectly third-party, the squad that was crashing on them. Even fate seems to be going in the favor of 4 Thrives at this point.
We'll have to see a lot more aggression from some of these squads. You got to give props to like Bigatron, to Boom as well. This is the aggression that we kind of expected to see out of this squad, and I don't expect them to slow down, especially with how crazy the crowd got here. You can feel it vibrate. I know these players can't hear them, but you can feel the vibrations whenever they would get an elimination, whenever they would even start engaging, the crowd would just go absolutely nuts. I'm going to be looking to Boom and Bigatron to get even more elimination points.
Well, let's see who's going to get them as we go into Arid Gale. If 4 Thrives win this game, this tournament is over and they will be crowned your PMGO Season 1 champions.
This plane might have to stretch it, or actually you're going to have to stretch a decent amount to make it to that Western Bridge. Are we going to see some teams try and catch them off guard as they try and make that pivot? That is going to be a bit of a question mark into this game. Otherwise, I feel like, Seven, we've seen worse plane paths in PMGO Season 1. But the western side, next to Pachinki and Western Bridge, that's where really things are going to get dicey.
Or do they maybe want to just go for a second drop? They maybe want to end up going somewhere else because of just how, honestly, their drop location is so exposed. It's one of the most exposed drops that I think I've ever seen. And they've been landing. They're landing right now. Oh, I think they're just going to be going for it. One thing that you do have to watch out, though, for is Furia. We've seen Furia take teams out near farm.
Got to be careful. They don't have to fight over vehicles. Hopefully they can get another vehicle without having to fight. But there's a lot of teams around them, Hot Troops. It might get spicy in the phase 1.
Yeah, it's going to get spicy indeed as we take it on over to our casters. Boys, is this it? Is this the last game?
Well, if you remember yesterday, remember when 4 Thrives got their first chicken dinner, Blank? I think it was, what was it? Game 2? Yeah, well, we're into Game 2 of today. Let's see if they can go for the repeat. Looks like they might have some competition on spot, though.
Thing is, right now, is it's not that big of a deal for anyone in that top side of the lobby to go for a hot drop over towards 4 Thrives, because at worst, you lose the hot drop. At best, you take 1 or 2 players down, and you get another game on it. The circle is treacherous. Down towards the southwest side of the map here, towards Primorsk Quarry. And with the plane path being so far over towards the northeast, goodness me, it is a hard rotating for a lot of these teams. Funnily enough, though, 4 Thrives might just be at the start of the queue, right? They're all the way down towards yellows. They can make a quick pass over towards Ferry Pier, wherever they like.
Where do you go on this position then? If you're 4 Thrives, if I'm putting myself in the mind of 4 Thrives, I'm looking at the circle, I'm knowing we're going to have a really early position. Is it a North Quarry?
You could play Quarry Split around the warehouses easily. I mean, That wouldn't be a terrible place to play. You don't want to get stuck in too early there. But there is certainly compounds to work with here. You could even try and head over towards the kind of the God compound that sits north of the roads, just to the northwest side of Quarry. Also not a terrible place to play, but it looks like TT Project's already heading over there now.
I mean, I'm just so preoccupied with what Four Thrives are doing in this match. I mean, there is a lot of moving parts in the rest of this tournament as well, of course, with those qualification spots that mean so much on the road to EWC for a lot of teams. I mean, we talked, right, about TT Project, who now up in 8th place, 42 points. 11th place is 36 points. It's still very flexible there. For TT Project, they just want to hold on to that. They want to hold that spot. And funnily enough, they are the other team who is right at the front of the queue, getting into this next circle.
For some of our decent teams, right, yesterday, match 4 is around about when they hit that 40-point mark. So even that, for the likes of Ulf, for the likes of Furia, wouldn't be enough to put them above 92 points. So for these two squads, even 4 really, when you're looking at Ulf, Furia, Go, Boom, Aurora 721, because of this point sponge at the top, you need a massive match. You really need a massive match here. A 20-pointer, and then you need Four Thrives to go down. Like I said, I do not see this getting to match 6 without Four Thrives just winning off points alone. The only way they lose is via smash ruling.
It's, yeah, definitely their main threat is from that angle. I was taking a look at some of the point scorings as well in terms of EWC qualification numbers, and at this stage, with RRQ obviously not playing anymore, they got knocked out in a bit of an upset back in their group stage. If BTR get 11th place or higher, it's very likely that there's no way that they can fall down. There's chasers in the game, sure, but Team Flash already ahead of them, Arena already ahead of them. They're very likely also have locked in their spots for EWC. Pandem, kind of counting them out as well, but it is all up to how Boom do. Can they jump up high enough to jump past that boundary?
With the point sponge being in play as well for Boom, they just don't really need to go that much further. At this point in time, you're kind of expecting for Boom being in 5th place, it'd be like a 10 to 15 point margin, if not more, to get towards 3rd. Not only has Four Thrives made this look like one of the most dominant performances of all time, they've also made getting into PMWC rather easy.
It's an interesting
for other
one.
teams, that
it's
is.
It's an interesting one. I mean, yeah, that 3rd place spot for Boom is really what is on their minds right now. In terms of jumping up, that would put them over
Which is
RRQ.
1 point, by the way.
Exactly. Right, it's so close. 1 point is them into 2nd place, right? Potentially, depending on chicken dinner counts and tiebreakers and things like that. But yeah, it's so down to the wire, and these EWC points will really start to hit home for Boom. It would be such a huge result for them to jump up that far. And the reason that they don't need to go in towards that position necessarily is because of how BTR is doing. They're fairly low on the point scorings. There's a 90, well, currently Boom have 0 points in EWC. They're going to be needing to exceed Bigatron, and Bigatron are on 19 points right now.
And what with Ulf, our 2nd place team? A chaser of a pretty ridiculous margin right now. Fury and Pandem towards the east and the north of Four Thrives, who are playing it a little bit slower this time, playing outside on the edge. Gonna work out what their next move is. Really, if they give themselves another southwest shift on this, it's not terrible. They have a lot of space to rotate around, playing Quarry. A lot of Quarry's not picked up just yet. Like I said, going into Quarry a little bit early is not always advised. But if we do get southwest, they have the pick of the litter here.
Four Thrives had the pick of the litter, but they opted to go for Ferry Pier. I say but, maybe shouldn't put that as a prefix. They opted to go for Ferry Pier in this location. It's going to be fairly uncontested. They should be aware of that. They'll be aware that teams will have moved in on the west side of them as well. Seems fairly safe for the time being. The transition north, generally though, can be blocked off quite heavily by Quarry, by that location that is going to funnel you around either side, force you into some linear fights with some oversight that you might not be comfortable with.
It all depends on the next circle, right? Because a lot of teams on the southwest are going to massively benefit from a big southwest shift. There's already a lot of teams making their way in. Boom is trying to make the cross right now. Like I said, from that first game, a lot of way faster rotations all round. I mean, across the board, people are opting not to play on that edge right now. We have had a full flip-flop on how the lobby's been playing, from edge playstyle to suddenly this hugely central position. And again, that comes off the back of 4Thrives, just reading into this lobby very well going into that first day, and essentially just dominating from the center.
Started to find that center on this one, although it's not super central. It's sort of quite deceptive on a circle like this, right? Because you've got so much water, the center, quote-unquote center of the circle, sits actually a little bit further north than you might expect. It's actually closer towards Gatka than towards Quarry, where the geometric center of this circle is. The center of the playable land sits a lot further north, which is currently where teams like Gaming Stars sit in this zone, as well as Otter and Boom a little bit further north of that.
I mean, for the center of the circle, though, it is around 4Thrives, GameStar, and Quarry. It does come a little bit down towards that southwest side. So we have a lot of the fields of Gatka in play. Pandem going to pick up that compound that sits over towards the eastern side of Quarry. GameStar playing on those warehouses. 4Thrives a little bit further behind now. They do need to move forward on this one, but we know they have the chops on them to actually get the elims, to take those gunfights, to clear our area, to clear our space. It's what's making them such a terrifying team at the moment.
Project on that south side of Quarry. Close by to 4Thrives. It's 2G navigating their way on that farm coastline, moving in through the blue as well. Got a forward position on it. Aurora just about getting across the west side bridge from Sosnovka military base. Uncontested. No one's camping that one. No one's guarding it out. GK may be behind them in the queue, though, on that angle. Seems like they're going to go for a west bridge rotate as well. Biding their time for the time being. Just going to play it a little bit slower, closer towards the edge of the blue. Fury up further inland. And again, one of those teams just desperate to get as high up those tables as they can, because the match could end in a chicken dinner for 4Thrives, and our tournament could end with it. You have to make every single match count.
Any moment. I think that is the key phrase here. Any moment this tournament can end, and with 1 point splitting up the entirety of second place down to basically 6th. Yeah, or 7th even. It's 2 point splitting, second down towards 7th. You can change the state of the podium massively in just one match.
In a decent second place finish, right? And anywhere from basically 9th place could be in second place at the end of this game.
Yeah.
So volatile. We're guaranteed to have had at least 8 matches played. And on the south side, 4Thrives are on a 2-2 split. I will say, I don't think they're in the best place in this game. It might be a tricky one for them to win here. Obviously, never out of the realms of possibility, but given the lay of the circle, with Quarry being such a main feature on the west side, I think this might not be the one to do it.
Well, we just haven't really seen them have a bad game, honestly. Outside of that Ronda, everything else has been like fairly decent. Even the games where they weren't getting the chicken dinners, but just up towards that top 6, still good games. No real blunders either. I think that's one of my favorite things about watching 4Thrives this tournament, is that there's never been a moment when I've looked at them and thought to myself, that was a huge mistake. It's always felt like, well, that was a tough fight for them to go into, and they lost it rightfully.
102. Double the scoreline a second. 4Thrives taking everything that was thrown at them and more. It's straight back at the rest of this lobby. To a court lacking yesterday. It felt like Rondo was maybe a little bit more palatable in terms of the overall lobby performance. We're heading up towards the north side. Maybe this Erangel will be another much more solid overall performance than the rest of our rosters too, because they are trying to make their moves now, and boom. Ooh, they've lost 2 to Nox here. Should be Reservoir, but there's a bit of pressure coming through from Aura. They're trying to play this one close. No Fear has been knocked, and Okta wants to keep this one under control.
Oath now making their way over. They hear the shots. They hear and see the knocks coming through. Sky will find another, but Boom is down so quickly. And for Oath, this is upsetting for them because they were looking to make the move on this one. Sky is knocked, though. That's a good first knock. A very, very good first knock coming through from Eren. They can play off the back of that and maintain one of the stronger positions in the circle. 4Thrives, how? How have they done that? They move through Quarry. They get towards the ridge side on the top. I don't get it.
Where do they even go? How have they done this? Max is shouting, they teleported there somehow. Nobody knows how, but they are there. And that is quite incredible. Ulf are taking the fight and winning it with honor, by the way. They were able to leverage that opener nicely over on the northeast side of it. And honor are falling. They are falling pretty quickly. A 2-2 split in the center of the circle. And 4 drives. Goodness me. Like smoke moved through outstretched hands that everyone else is trying to clamber to grab them, to bring them back to mortal levels, but it's just not happening.
I do not understand it. I cannot comprehend it. For 4 Thrives, it is just magic right now. And we are not seeing behind the scenes. Some incredible calls from this squad. No longer doubting themselves as they did maybe in the past of this tournament. They are just clear-cut comms, and it seems to be working insanely well. Also, the goal to pull off a 2-2 split after that happens, these guys just have absolutely no qualms with taking it to the rest of the lobby at the moment.
This is straight aura farming right now from 4 Thrives. They are absolutely, if you'll forgive my Gen Z parlance here, Blank, they are mogging the lobby. It is really quite impressive what they've been able to pull off here. Furia, I mean, they've been pretty powerful too, right? And if you just forget about 4 Thrive for a second, this is an incredibly close tournament because everybody else is so neck and neck, and they are giving it a good go. Chief wants to step in for the fight as well. GOAT team, one of their most local challengers on the tables, are looking to try and put pressure on, but 4 Thrives have a challenge. It's Aurora who try to move in from military, up and into the fight. Headzypher with the weapon swap, and Aurora fall. Balak needs to get back to his feet now. They drop the smoke. They rally around it, and all of them are alive. Aurora cannot do it.
There is no one close by either to this. 4 Thrives, just an easy pickup. Pandem finally making a move. The circle moves down towards where 4 Thrives are playing. Pandem need to act fast here, but they are slow on this push-up. 4 Thrives are getting the reset in the meantime.
Goodness me. Nade over the top. T24 wants to get picked up. There's a little assist.
Not again.
From TT Project. They want to lock in their position on the tables as well. And with Pandem going down early, S2G will go. And in they go. And Cypher will fall. There are casualties. Thick and fast. 4 Thrives are falling. Falak now on the backlines is the last player to stand up against it. The nades need to be big. 3 players from S2G and 2 of them roll forwards. 4 Thrives fall. It is not Smash, not now, maybe next time, but they are denied.
John, 4 Thrives, it took 4 bloody teams to take them down.
1 team per Thrive.
Has to happen here. Finally, they're showing a little bit of what this lobby can do, but that's not before blasting Aurora out of this match. Just incredible stuff all round. GameStar will find shots over towards Ulf. Eren goes down. This is the team that was chasing. And they are losing players by the second as they attempted to go for a central push on this one. Ketch is going to send over towards Scarface. See if he can pick him up.
Ulf wanting to try and maintain the central position now.
They will have seen that 4 Thrives has gone down. You can breathe a little clearer now as well.
I mean, remember the Smash boundary too, Blank. That 92 points, whilst maybe not achievable here, is something that they will set their sights on. With this game, they can push for it. Furia with the player numbers here, but Ulf with 3 in a much better position, could potentially look to try and jump up and join them in that match point
I mean,
zone.
for Ulf, this is the first time in quite a while that I've seen a decisive push like this. There was one yesterday over on Erangel when they headed over towards Middle Island. A very good push from them, but I think they need more of that. And look, yes, they lose a player on the entry, but they realize that they've got to take risks right now. If they want a chance of getting towards that 92 points, they have to make some moves in the lobby. Pandem moving their way up in the similar fashion as Ulf immediately looks to re-bolster that location of the map.
Solidify. Sail off there, moving out towards the west edge. Again, remember those moving parts in terms of those EWC qualification spots going into this one. Would very much like to put themselves closer. They've gone all the way out west and actually gonna send Solus into this compound here with Norman from E-Arena. An interesting decision to go for this one, I think it's safe to say. And now the backups here for E-Arena. Ulf maybe overcommit Solus onto this location.
Yeah, it's a curious spot that Ulf sends towards. Understanding it's a priority compound, but Schwepp's taking now Solus. I don't know what he was doing out there in the first place. They had central zone. But why?
Very odd feeling there from Ulf. That's going to severely hamper their chances of jumping up towards that smash boundary. Fury are on the south side. They're kind of penned in, and they have to move. Imagine if they were 3 players for Ulf on a circle like this.
It would have been a great game. It really would have been a great game. Getting yourself a high elim chicken dinner as 2 players, very difficult. Getting a chicken dinner as 2 players, that's a different story. But I do think it looks unlikely in a global lobby like this. Flash losing players to BTR. Currently down in 15 for 29 points. A big nade goes through the back, does a fair chunk of damage towards them. Wards them off away from the flash.
Oh, but there's a heavy hit dealt back towards them. Bozy finds Federalis, but there's a rundown. They're trading back and forth, and BTR seemingly in charge of this fight right now. Zeus cannot get towards Bozy. Axel with the split off. Razy and Razak with nades. Looking to be primed here. Pulled out towards Team Flash on the off angle. Gaming Stars at 7-2-1 clashing in the meantime on our picture-in-picture, but this north side yet to conclude a long-range position for Team Flash, and they are playing as 2.
BTR currently sending out. It's a very obvious position coming through from the guys over on Flash usually, but BTR is going to opt to get further in towards the circle here. E-Arena currently playing off on that southwest side. Have a good chance on this game too. S2G currently isolating sightlines over towards the northeast side. Kamikaze opens up towards Maniac.
Opportunity for Furia to try and punch through the defense on the south side, and TT Project aren't going to slow them down on the first. Maybe look for Ayala and Chief on the second as Effect moves forwards, trying to scout this one out. Ephius is there. Pandem could try and slam into it, but they're closer to the center. You've got to think they don't really want to get too stuck in. Furia going over their way. Chief back down the hill, back behind the tree. Furia losing one. And the momentum for the chasing teams here, Blank, is really being curtailed. This is great news for our back page, because there is a real chance for them to start to mount the pressure. Silence now the last to stand for Furia, and I don't imagine that he's going to have a great time getting out of this compound. With the surround the TT Project have, with Geeke on the west, with Pandem on the north side, I don't think there's an opening for him. And Furia may fall short here.
Oh, Furia down to 1 player. All our chasing teams getting nowhere closer to the top here. It's looking more and more solid for 4 Thrives as time goes on. They may have just done enough already.
Grenades, the roll downs. Team Flash go down, and BTR stay up as 4 on the northern side. Fairly alone right now, and everyone on the south has much more difficult time to go for. S2G are trying to navigate the east edge in the meantime, and Silence isn't done just yet. Now he is. Zerich puts him back.
Goes from Geeke over towards Pandem, playing up around this valley at the moment. Trying to make it work as best as they can. Geeke will send Kevin as a forward scout for the squad. Oof, it's close. It's close from Neos. But we'll just pick up the hovercraft, try and get it forward here.
Up on towards, sorry, the flush coming through over onto Solke. Adding to the tally. Wouldn't it be so great if Wolf had 3 players? Anyway, E-Arena have 4 players on the west side on a pretty mega compound for a circle shift like this. It's going to play quite well for them.
It's an indecision, right? And I think for Kedge, as well as Aaron, maybe if they back Solus upon that one, they would have a better position on this one. But how can you know it's going to be a hard southwest shift? S2G make the play-in over towards E-Arena, trying to do what Solus failed to do before.
Playing up into the ridge. Geeke yet to really step forwards towards this position, but I think as soon as they do, S2G may just have bitten off more than they could chew. Tony K has the off angle there as well, but Hamzy has his number. Tony K goes down, a lovely little spray down at range. Nades now pouring out towards the backline as Hamzy goes down. E-Arena are handling their business right now though, Blank, and this west side seems a little bit more difficult to navigate than perhaps S2G realized.
And for S2G, it's a good call from them, but a weak assault over towards E-Arena. Obviously coming in from very far away, so the smokes were popped late on this one to deny the sightlines. I think they've done a decent job of trying to set up this engagement. But now Arena has all players back up again. Lost takes a really, really big, hefty amount of damage. And with GK having sights on, this should be easy.
I mean, it's a shooting gallery. S2G just can't move into their locations. The nades are going to force them out into the open, and Lost gets flushed away. It's only a matter of time, I think, before S2G lose their final player. Kamikaze with the nades. Oh, okay. Goes the other side of the burnt-out vehicle. In the meantime, BTR trying to find their way in on the north side. We've also got that duo from Ulf and TT Project out on that east edge. With 6 elims already blank, they're looking to go further than 11th place. They could go much further.
And with just how close the scorings are, we keep saying it, but anyone could be anywhere on this table. As GK makes their way up towards 37 points, I think the Pandem's the only team that's really struggling to remove themselves from that 16th place right now. Need a shovel and a pickaxe to do that.
Ooh, okay, TT Project find Pandem, looking for a little bit more as well. There is some traded damage, and TT Project are on the ropes. GK are trying to roll on in, but that is Pandem going down. 8 eliminations now. TT Project up and at least into 2nd place with the placements guaranteed from the 6th place finish. They will be jumping up to be fairly neck and neck with Furia, and maybe a little bit further over that as well. Nades over the top, and TT Project are piecing themselves back together. GK stalled their engines on the roller.
Ulf in trouble, BTR looking for revenge. A nade goes up, but it's not the knock, it's not the flush, and we are in deja vu. It's Eren versus BTR, but this time he cannot stand tall versus the Indonesian squad.
They find the full knockout, and our 2nd place is locked in at 56. Blank. The angle of this points table is just so flat. It is absolutely incredible stuff. GK are going to be into this one late. BTR could potentially jump up into the 40-point bracket with this match. I think TT Project is the only team that, if they win, could keep things a little bit more sloped. But on the east side, they're cut out of this next circle.
BTR going to make this work. It's tough ground to play off the back of, and Neos with some fantastic shots. He has been a real blessing to this squad so far. An Effect finally finding some of that insane fragging power that we maybe lost from him in the past.
They're going in. They're going to look for the crash over towards BTR. They know they soften them up. Racy needs to pull one out, does so, but the forward pin cannot find it. Sticks it on the back line, and that is TT Project down. They jump up the tables a little bit, but now the back page has a battle on their hands. Who's going to jump up and be neck and neck with literally everybody else?
2 T's, sad crying face there coming through from Project. 4 teams left alive. S2G, E-Arena currently on 45 points, a team that could jump up towards 2nd place on this game. But a dominant hold over towards this compound for the longest time now.
E-Arena have not let it slip. GK are going to go for the descent, though. Kamikaze could be in the way as well. They'll clear it out very, very quickly. S2G not providing any more boundary, no more buffer for them. 3 players already in, 4 players now for GK. They fully regroup. BTR willing to let this happen. And they are, to be fair, not in a terrible spot. The shack that they have, they can start to move out. With GK gone from that high ground position, they can start to extend a lot more effectively.
For E-Arena, I was just about to bring this up, but the amount of teams that they've had to rebuff from this spot means that utility is low. GK on the other hand, 15 nades, the 2 from E-Arena. All they have to do right now is weather the storm.
Arena 5 eliminations, BTR with 7, EK with 4. Anyone with a chicken dinner would push themselves up towards that 40, 50 point boundary. BTR the furthest from it. This is exactly what I wanted from BTR with GK off of that high ground. They have spread out flank. They have put a wall against this fight, and this circle helps them out with that pursuit.
BTR moving forward, seeking no trepidation in these final moments of the match. Looking to take control. Out of the 2 nades that they have left, one is a double, and they open up strongly over towards GK. They may have no more explosive left in hand, but they can get the job done with just the weaponry.
Joker goes down though for E-Arena. Can BTR pull one out the back? No, they're getting flexed on by GK as well. Razy keeps them alive. On the outside, E-Arena cannot go through. That is GK down. BTR need to pull this res back fast. They need to get this healing done. E-Arena are on 3, and Razy's hiding in the grass. The ghillie suit's there, spots one on the roll around, needs to keep his team safe. Foreman steps out, and there's the knock, but there's no teammates left.
We're back to back here from the bushes in the ghillie. BTR looking to do it again on the main stage.
Another nade over the top, and Razy goes low, goes lower. 6 first aids in pocket, but there's another nade. Razak falls, and the last nade from E-Arena will be able to close it down. BTR gave them a good challenge there, but it was the compound on the southwest side that E-Arena held their nerve, and put themselves in the full lobby tiebreaker that sits beneath 4 Thrives.
Ryzen's reincarnation, Razy, not quite able to do it at the end there. But for E-Arena, what a fantastic game from them. Schweppes tasting a little bit of that glory from the past. With a very, very nice match. And E-Arena up to around about 60 points there at the end of this one. But it's still a far cry away from the 92.
This lobby is just so close. If you completely forget about 4 Thrives. Second place, EWC points, money, all of these can change at the drop of a hat, at the drop of a pin, maybe. Everybody has got a challenge. Everybody has a goal set in their eyes. For E-Arena, they're 1 step closer, but everybody else, they need to step up to match it. 4 Thrives could take it all home now, and every match counts.
And in match number 2, it's the White Rabbits to hop away with a chicken dinner in this match.
Yeah, I mean, they started off today in 7th position, 37 points, and because it's so close in the middle of the pack, right, the only lead you have is between 1st and 2nd place. In the middle of the pack, this game is massive for E-Arena, putting Thailand back up there, and actually could be encroaching on the top 5. We could see them make it off the back of that win.
And for E-Arena, they didn't really have to do much throughout this map because they just had they were blessed by the circle and the compound that they were, but good defense out of them. But now we gotta switch it up. One team that really impressed me in this match, and I'm not going to talk about 4 Thrives right now. We'll talk about them later on. But it's actually TT Project. This squad, the way that they were actually pushing, the way that they were being aggressive, you and I were talking about, is this going to be the stamp that they actually go to PMWC? And honestly, with that performance and the amount of points and how everything's truly playing out, I think that was the stamp. That team's more than likely going to be going to PMWC.
But for me, that last chicken dinner on Rondo, it opened up the conversation, and I would say this Game 7 closed the conversation. For me, slipping below top 11 with these kind of results is just not happening.
Yeah, TT Project's looking so good, but let's take a look here at the final blow to just listen in on what these players were thinking right at the end.
Go. Ready sih. Nabrak dia. Roll semua. Satu lagi. Nice. Sabar lagi. Jangan. Sabaran. Kenok dia kan. Kena aja yang kiri tuh, dia ngokang satu ya. Berapa orang? 2 lagi ya.
And the crowd was going nuts there at the end because Razy from BTR was making some plays here, 7.
He really was. And for BTR, once again, continuing on the trend that I expect out of them throughout this whole game, throughout this whole day. Pure aggression, but I gotta take a second to give some props there to Schweppes. I mean, this man has been doing it for quite a minute, still putting up the numbers, even here with the different team of the arena. 5 eliminations.
I mean, I've heard people say since PMWI, Vampire fell off, except for Schweppes.
That's right.
The guy is still in the convo to this day and still doing it, putting up big numbers.
And he's not doing it with Tony K. Now he's doing it with Turney K.
That's right.
Oh, an imposter.
Schweppes is out here gaming. And, you know, speaking of gaming, boys, we're going into match number 3 because 4 Thrives were taken out. And I think with that match, after they just took out Aurora, I think S2G was like, we got to take this team out now.
Yeah, they just sent it around their position, but it took so many teams.
That's what I was going to say.
4 Thrives. Well, initially you had the side of Aurora sending it, then you had Pandem. I feel like they felt the aura and were like, oh, we're not going to fully commit to it. And then S2G send it, TT Project third partying from a distance. It took 4 Squad 7 to eliminate 4 Thrives.
I think
it's unbelievable.
I think we're going to be expecting that pretty much throughout the whole day. And if that is going to be happening, it's going to open the door to some of the other squads. It might be, in a way, unlikely that we see 4 Thrives get past in regards to those points, but something that our amazing casters, they bring up is that Smash Zone is just 92 points. A team is able to achieve that within the next 4 matches, and then it will come down to, can a team actually take the trophy away from 4 Thrives' hand and win it via Smash Roll?
Exactly, and which was the team that made it relatively fine this game? It was Ulf. They made it so far, got some placements, a few eliminations here and there on that Eastern Shed, and you know what? That's going to put them definitely in contention. 5 points, it's looking good to get closer to the Smash Zone. I would say they don't want to catch up to the points of 4 Thrives. The Smash Zone is the goal.
I agree. I think that's the only way that we're going to see another champion here at this point. 4 Thrives are just so dang ahead, but that Smash Zone is so dangerous. And the way after I saw that last game, boys, I think we're going to continue to see every single team try to just take this team out no matter what, because it is pretty close as far as for second place on up.
I actually disagree. No one did it here. And you mentioned it, Seven, right, before this last game, how their drop location on the Western Bridge is so open. They had a looting stage as a 2-1-1 split. It is one of the weakest early setups you could have. It's easy to breach, and yet no one did it.
Yeah, I don't think as we take a look here at the leaderboards, hot dropping 4 Thrives is going to be tough, but if you see them in the elimination feed, maybe you hunt them down. But as you take a look at the leaderboards, look at the rest of the teams here, Seven. That is not a huge point grab. Yeah.
TT Project, honestly, I am so impressed by this squad. They started off the day in 14th place. Guess what? They said, we'll make up 10 points in just 2 matches. Boy, don't worry about it. They're now up in 4th place. The Vicious, I know you're currently watching this and you're hating it. Oh, well. TT Project is currently showing up. In E-Arena, putting up those numbers. This is what I'm talking about. Like, the points might be crazy if 4 Thrives continues to get some points here and there, but somebody can catch up in regards to just achieving that Smash Zone.
Our top 5 could be completely different by the end of today, except for first place, because of course. But otherwise, the 4 slots are completely open for the taking. But massive jump up. E-Arena, again, to reiterate my point, we're in 7th position. Now in 2nd place over Ulf. It's just to see, can they maintain that position until the end? Because now with the Smash rolling into effect, this tournament is just a ticking time bomb. When PUBG sense it is a C4, you never know when it's going to detonate.
That's right. As you look at E-Arena, they are 30 points away from the Smash Zone. Going into this next game here, Max, do you think E-Arena try to hunt down those 30 points off the rip, or do you think they just try to put some points on the board and get it done a little later on?
St. Rondo.
Yeah.
There's no recall. I would say if you have an opportunity to get free eliminations, send it. If you see a team doing a clear mistake, capitalize on that mistake to create a bit of an advantage for yourself. But committing from the get-go, hot dropping a team, I feel like, especially with the point gap being so close as we mentioned, that's a massive risk that's just not worth it at this point.
None of these teams, unless you're maybe one of the bottom teams, are going to end up going for some type of hot drop. And to be honest, even early in the match too, I don't think any team is going to try to chase or hunt down 4 Thrives. That is not a priority anymore. What we will continue to see throughout the day is what we saw perfectly in this last match. If you do see 4 Thrives engaging, if you do see them in the elimination feed, if you even have a slight chance, a slight hope that that might be 4 Thrives, teams are going to capitalize on that.
I mean, if you can catch them, you and me, Seven, we turned our back for a second away from the screen. We turned back, they literally teleported in the center of the circle. How did they get there? They just
Teleportation jutsu.
Yeah.
Making the moves really quickly here. As we take a look here at the top 4 teams, hey, BTR making some moves. I love to see it here in their hometown. The crowd's so pumped up for them. They are trying to definitely put on a show here.
Especially Razy. They send 3 players into the shed. TT Product tried to go for the push, but the off angle really of Razy saves the day for them to get that silver medal in that match on the Wrangle. Without Razy, that game falls apart and BTR just don't begin that ascent in the rankings.
For BTR, I love the extra aggressiveness. Even with those 3 players, they just full spread out. Whenever E-Arena and GK were engaging, they were about to maybe overextend and push too early, and they realized that. They decided to back off, and it worked out wonders for that team.
Worked out wonders as we go into this wonderful match. Number 3 again. We got one team in the Smash Zone. It is 4 Thrives. That is the squad everybody needs to hunt down, because if they win this one here, this tournament's over.
Yeah, exactly. Ticking time bomb. This is what's happening at PMGO Season 1 here in Jakarta, Indonesia. And it's plain, they can easily reach the Western Bridge, but Boom maybe can do something similar to what they did to Top on that Rondo.
And you gotta be careful with some of the other teams that might be going to military base at some point. Please, Aurora, make something happen. Especially because 4 Thrives just eliminated you in that game, in that last game. You wanna get some revenge?
It wasn't even a fight, in my opinion.
Yeah,
you blink
really
and you missed the entire skirmish.
You got to be able to make plays when you can as we get into this match here. Let's see if another team from the mid-pack is going to rocket launch themselves on the leaderboards. As we take it on over to John Allen and Blake. Boys, what do you think is the next team to do it?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. I mean, we have had some pretty close calls from 2 of our Indo teams so far. Boom getting very deep in towards that first map on Rondo. Obviously, BTR just getting pipped to the post in that second. So that means it's definitely time for Team Panda. Let's go!
It's time for Panda to rise. Finally, I mean, they've been gaining momentum, but Aurora looking to drop on top of 4 Thrives here. Directly down towards the south side of the map. It's a typical location that 4 Thrives would try and pick up on a plane path like this. We don't know if it's intentional, but it's certainly necessary in this moment.
I mean, Aurora normally go to that military base, right? And with the plane path as it is, there's no other vehicle drops that they could really go for reasonably to get there. I think that they may have extricated themselves. I don't think they want to get stuck in. Taking a look at our top 5 eliminators, I mean, 3 of them being at 4 Thrives definitely makes sense. And of course, we highlighted at the start of the day, over on the desk, Focus, such a real powerhouse on the side for GOAT. We also had Sky from Horror being that 5th place. A lot of that power probably came from the Rondo that we saw earlier from them, but still up in 5th place, which is pretty impressive on its own.
S2G making their run out over towards Farm/Milter. Furious still playing dangerously close over towards 4 Thrives, and 4 Thrives will split in 2 here to allow Aurora to pass. It might come to blows later on, though, potentially. You never know. But E-Arena now securely in 2nd place with a 6-point lead over Ulf, who are far on the eastern side of this one. Again, it's another decent circle for 4 Thrives. Heads over towards that western edge of the map, and again, they can make a very similar rotation to last game and know that it's probably free.
Real big chance of that. Circle, a lot more north leaning though, so it does give areas like Everest, like Hospital, some credence, right? So for E-Arena, they can be playing that sort of area. Rotating in from the north side also going to be a little bit easier for teams like BTR, for teams like GOAT Team, who are all the way out in Kameshki and Stalba right now. So a lot more opportunity for them to get in a bit safer, I think it's safe to say, than that last match. Certainly with less competition. But the center of this map is quite full, with Aura, Gaming Stars, and Boom all taking positions around Boatyard, School, and Roshok.
Like you say, over towards this area. Decent rotational path for them. Boom might need to wait a while before they make that rotate. Yeah, a lot of teams yet to hit this circle right now. A lot of teams stretch on their drops here to try and get a better location to play with. It has delayed quite a lot of teams. GOAT significantly. over towards Komeshki right now. They'll need to make a late rotate in and likely pass by BTR, who are going to make a very similar rotation from Severny. Yeah, 4Thrives having a good time of it because they can run this back and know where they went wrong as well.
The ability to download that information quickly, though, is really, really important, especially at this sort of level, right? Adjusting accurately and quickly is such a difficult task. I mean, that's what coaching staff, that's what analyst staff is there for, right? And that is the backbone of any team at this level. How can they bring their team together? How can they impact change? Small adjustments, whilst keeping their team feeling confident. Often, it can be quite demoralizing if you go into your intermatch break and your coach is, you know, trying to change this, trying to change that, and it's happening every game. It can be fairly demoralizing. Sometimes, it can be a better option just to say, you know what? Go again. You guys are really good at this game. I believe in you.
Yeah, well, I mean, for a lot of teams, it is just getting that point of just run it back at this point in time. Eventually, from what past data suggests, it should work at some point. Furia still making their way over towards farm. A significant slowdown from this squad. Hesitant on some of their pushes. Is a squad that has that incredible aggression available to them, but right now the rage is suppressed during these matches. Horror rotating on a very, very close angle to Boom. With no fear getting ahead here, might just be able to set up the barricade for Boom.
But you do run the risk, of course, of getting cut off from the rest of your team, and it looks like that might be coming through. Boom, if they're snappy with it, if they've got their heads on the swivel, might spot this one, as well as Team Flash on the north side and Gaming Stars on the west side of this. Potential to really isolate No Fear in this location for Aura, but he's on the move and will be able to move nice and quickly. Looks like Sanju's not quite on the spin. Sleepy is able to give him the 360. Rolling over and makes him do a trick. Boom not able to get the point.
Yeah, some instant backup there coming through. Over towards Boom. They know they need to do so much here. And they know they're so close at that 50-point margin towards the top side of the lobby. It's been a long, long time since we've had 7 points between the likes of 10th place to 3rd.
I mean, at this point with a chicken dinner, everyone from, I mean, even realistically, 14th with Aura, with a chicken dinner, could be in 2nd place at the end of this game. It could be literally everybody in this lobby, except for maybe Pandem and Flash. But it could be almost literally everybody in this lobby that could be in 2nd place at the end of this one. There's only 3 teams, as I said before, Pandem and Team Flash, that wouldn't end up in 2nd place at the end of this game. And that's Pandem, Team Flash, and 4Thrives. Because, of course, they're just so far ahead. It's absolutely brutal. This late in the day, this late in this tournament, to have such a volatile standing. We talk so much about how having 6 games in a day could be difficult, and it might be made. But we guarantee a 4th here if Falak goes down. Who's that getting spotted them out? I think, is it TT Project on the north side?
Yeah, it's from the God compound. They currently have a nice little angle over towards Falak. Really good eyes on coming through from Effect. Knock him inside of the hovercraft and get gone. A good vehicle to keep your player up. But Ephius moves up, puts a bunch of damage in. TT Project, they will have seen who dropped down the elimination feed there and might be a little bit hungrier for this one, because remember, TT Project trying to push themselves as far up as possible.
One step too far forwards, because that'll happen. Ephius goes down. Cypher keeping them safe, and Anchor on that southwest side. This fight is very isolated. The circle goes back to where we were before. Blank goes a lot further south, helps out 4Thrives on the southwest side. If they can get themselves back together and back off TT Project, they could line the north side of Quarry. They don't need to teleport this time.
There's no teams on the south either, so 4Thrives just have a whole buffet of locations to work with. Begin to move out through Swamp. The rest of the squads are sending inwards now. Ulf trying to play on the eastern side. Another team looking fairly good so far, but they're rotating in with Aura. Eren looks for a spray on the drive-by. quite find it there, but does back them off at least. But they need to be quick on this next rotate, figure out where they're going to play next.
It is not easy as well with the west shift followed by that south hard shift towards Quarry. Teams are going to start to be moving very, very quickly, and you're going to have a lot of traffic in the way. 7-2-1. They did very well yesterday, but blank today. Not been their day. Certainly not in the same fashion. And the nades pouring in from Furia. They're going to make their day a little bit worse. Another one over the top, and it will find the second knock. 7-2-1 now, playing as two players. Aliku could potentially crawl back in, and this is potentially resable, but there are too many teams around the area to feel that that's entirely safe. Random are starting to crest that ridgeline. Ulf are just on the doorstep too.
We're waiting to strike on this. I mean, for Furia, it would be a good team to take down because they are incredibly close to them on the leaderboards. Aliku tries to make the crawl in. The door is shut behind him. Too little, too late. Horror also taking a knock here coming through from Furia. That's over towards that south side, playing on top of the hill. So good awareness from Furia here.
Holding their nerve, holding their ground as well, which some would say is more important. In a central location would be a great result for them. The north side of Quarry does indeed get occupied by 4 Thrives, with BTR on their west flank, TT Project up towards the north side as well. They have a little bit of a buffer zone, but I feel like their south is potentially their weaker point, right? Teams who can wrap around, like BTR are currently looking to do, and maybe S2G, that could be where 4 Thrives are weakest.
Aurora moving up over towards Aura right now, gets the player in the vehicle. The nade just a bit too far. Won't quite pop him out the back, but he is bleeding out fairly quickly, realizes he needs to get him out, crawl back round. Ooh, right in the nick of time, but not before. It's Ulf actually coming through, as Jiggle will get knocked next by Furia at distance.
No fear now, the last to stand for Horror, and their performance in the group stages has just not been echoed here in the finals. That's the way this cookie's crumbled. Circle goes, and it's up towards the northwest side here, Blank. So, we get a little bit more of those open fields. The swamp on the north edge, and E-Arena, again, in a pretty solid spot for this one.
Yeah, E-Arena maybe looking for another good game. Coming off the back of the last one there. For Aurora, Ulf needs to get a move on. For Ulf, I was a bit disappointed there because realistically, as that shift comes through, you know there's a lot of field in play. You know there's not many compounds to work with. Realistically, you need to be in vehicles as the circle descends, right? And I think for Ulf, they were too preoccupied with trying to take shots at teams around them. So now Ulf do need to get a move on, and I think that this is where they struggle the most. When a circle moves away from them, right now on the map, you can't see it, but they are delaying. They take a long time to make any decisions.
We have seen them make some mad dashes successfully previously, so hopefully this will be another repeat of that, but there's so many teams around them. We're on board with Boom, who sit on their northern flank, looking to make a similar approach. They're kind of locked in, though, is the difficulty for Ulf, right? That south side over towards Quarry. I mean, where do you go if you're trying to go that way? I just don't see it happening. So for Ulf, they need to clear pretty much straight forwards or straight to the side in towards Boom. It's really limited in terms of their options.
4 Thrives, they do have Hazifa on their northern edge. They can regroup on. Definitely a playable position. I think they would have rather held on to the north side of Quarry, though, because that's a very nice setup where you've got Hazifa as the initial stop checkpoint for teams, but then you've also got these high ground position providing him cover fire. I wonder how long the rest of 4 Thrives is going to be playing around this spot. Goat's going to wrap round on the southwest side, and Solus will be knocked on a vehicle explosion that's coming through from Furia as he attempts to make a mad dash in towards their location.
Aurora do take shots over towards Furia, though, so the attention will be split somewhat. Potential to get Solus back up if Ulf can sneak through the gaps here. But Aurora have got the high ground over both of these two teams. And Ulf may look to backfill, actually. Towards Aurora's position, potentially be an option there. S2G, they've been wrapping around the south side, but so are Goat team now, trying to wrap in behind them. S2G, I feel like this should be a solid position to hold for it, but Soul K's gone down, and Force is out to show. S2G just how to handle business. Force hits the deck, and now it's just Hamzy on the off angle, and GOAT team able to push S2G aside.
Really clean plays there coming through from Force, keeping GOAT in. 4thrives were potentially looking to ride over towards that location, but end up stopping short. The flash finding shots over towards Boom. They try and make their way off from Radio Tower. Really tough spot to be here for Boom. And the circle comes south. I mean, 4thrives have played fantastically well, but I think we have to admit at this point in time, there's been a lot of circles given to them.
Oh, this one least, no less than the others there. Aurora, potential threat though to their high ground position on the south flank. IQ will be first to face that one. See if they can divert it. They've also got Ulf, who did go for that full wrap. Could potentially look to try and embalm them on the angle. But there's a big opener onto Tjol. He will fall and get flushed by her Cypher on the forefront. Ulf, though, yet to step fully into it as Boom take nades from Flash on the screen.
Next one's pretty close. Will deal a little bit of damage. Yumi's able to just about crawl away. Octa desperately moving back, but this is out in the zone. Flash is looking to finish them off right now. Aurora completely disengaged, leaving now just Ulf to deal with 4thrives as they make their move out. Eren will find her Cypher though. That's an initial pick-off. That is their anchor position as well, which is a little bit scary.
Flushed out too. They're going to leave that high ground blank. 4thrives are dashing to the compound that Irina played in that last match. And it looks like they're going to try and consolidate on that angle, allow Ulf that high ground that they have just vacated. All things considered, probably a good spot for them. But the loss of her Cypher is a heavy blow.
The Flash just desperately trying to clear out this spot as quickly as possible. Sanju will go down to GameStar from that eastern side. But TT Project looking to secure their position up towards the top side of the tables once again. And that is an insane compound to do it from as well, by the way. A very, very strong spot. Hard to aggress upon from the fields on that south side, as well as the vision it gives you around that position too.
Shots from Yummy though, steps up and chows down. Zeus goes to his knees, and the red health bar is all too ominous. Yummy very, very low though. The pickup, the blue zone, it's all too much. Zeus may just be able to get away with this one. Out of the zone, you need the res, and Gaming Stars will be right on the doorstep to take that knock if you give it to them.
We get ourselves a bit of a bird's eye on this location. You can see for Ulf, it doesn't look pretty. They have this full surround on this one, but where do they play into? 4thrives can happily play this spot for quite a while. Aurora looks to peek their nose back in alongside with Fury on that eastern side, but TT Project, with this compound being so central, it is such a good spot to play. GOAT will find a shot over towards Ketch. Remember, they're playing a 3-man split at the moment, so unlikely the Scarface picks Ketch back up again.
That's going to be really nasty for Ulf. Nice little pick up there for Gaming Stars over towards Team Flash. On the first knock, the second is there as well from Rolex. Zeus will fall down. I don't see Flash getting into this one any deeper. Swash scraping up there with the blue zone, looking for those flushes. Gaming Stars adding to their tally. 4 eliminations now on the north side. They're going to have to push a little bit further south with the circle crunching them in. Win solo now, surviving. But maybe not for much longer, under the pressure from Irina, who have been hiding in this location for quite a while, Blank, despite being in a great spot earlier on.
Yeah, we're just delaying things out again with the way that the circle has gone north, south, and then hard south again. I think for Irina, it's been a bit of a tough decision to make on where they want to play this from, and I think for them, it is the best thing to do to hold out on this northern side, try and clear out as much as possible. For TT Project, how do they lose this game? It will have to be a massive fumble from them.
And the meeting nades from Geeky. There's a lot of damage coming through. I think TT Project might have angles on it as well. This south edge is just going to brutalize Pandem down on the roadside. He's rolling around, but Leon's just not able to get anything done. Steps forwards and immediately peppered with more and more bullets, but they said they're going full on in, and it's just not going to work out. Leon goes down, gets flushed almost immediately, and Geeky will hold on this eastern side. They will have to go further west, but they're more than happy to add these points to their tally. Why not?
TT Project also have angles over towards this one. Like I said, it just has the full surround sound system on the angles for every player inside of this lobby. Very difficult to deal with them on this. Scarface will find a shot. Somehow, Ulf has managed to get back up to 3. That is a tricky rollout for them.
Wow.
They have made it happen. 4 Thrives, importantly, will have to move. The circle completely cuts out that compound now. But for a lot of our teams, they are slowly getting up towards that 80-point mark now.
Furia trying to roll on in, will get rid of the last player from Team Flash at the cost of Ayala. I'm thinking, Blank, TT Project is one of the teams that can win this short. I feel like the only outside chance here is BTR on the western side. With the 4 players that they've got, they can be very flexible. They can use those roadsides to potentially cover themselves off from TT Project. Everybody else is playing TT's game. BTR are waiting for this opportunity to play their own.
I get the lineup. 4 Thrives, a little bit of a slow push out from this one. You start to wonder, is the pressure getting to them, or are they just comfortable knowing that they are so far ahead that they don't need all that much to succeed, as Aura sends in, but it's a missed spray. Finally, they find the player, but it looked messy.
Pop on a sliver of HP, will stay alive, pops the first aids there, a resupply on the crate as well, will pick them back up. The southwest side looks good, but BTR might have angles. Maybe not anymore though, because Reefus with the refrag onto Razak, and BTR should look for this revive as well. Axel moving down towards the south side to just bolster that position, go the assist. Meanwhile on the north, the arena potentially getting flexed out on by Gaming Stars as 4 Thrives make their push. This is their chance to take down Ulf. They're at the open field and IQ goes down first. Catch, will catch him. And now Falak and T24. A 2-point needed to punch all the way through. Going the distance may just be too much for them. But they can certainly put more points on the board if they get this done.
Ketch spotted, the nade goes long, it's off towards the side, and he's spotted. 4 Thrives falling here for Ulf. They spot them in the elimination feed, and they will force this engagement. They know they have to do it to stay in contention, but in comes Aurora from that northwest edge, and suddenly Ulf's in a tricky position.
They may have slowed 4 Thrives, but Aurora look to mount the summit here. Seven's been looking for their ascension for a long, long time, but with 3 players in their position, I mean, it's possible this game. It's still going to be difficult with the circle.
T24 steps up, long nade over towards Aaron's side, but it bounces awkwardly. Aaron lives on the tiniest portion of HP. Second nade might just do the trick here, but goes short on this one. They have an idea where these lobs are coming from now as he moves up through the field. Ulf should know the 4 Thrives isn't done yet, but they're worried about Aurora on their northwest side.
Well, they should be. T24 crawling forwards, I liked it. I don't imagine there's too many more nades that that Ulf either have or want to use in this location. They're really trapped. They can't afford to be dropping too much. BTR, they've been trying to play on this edge though for a while, and Aurora are going to have their attention diverted. Fury also managed to get up to the roadside a lot earlier on. They've denied themselves a lot of vision, but they've allowed themselves to survive. The same cannot be said for 4 Thrives though, as they go down. No smash yet again. We're going to match 10.
Ulf dashing outside of the circle here. They know that they need supplies. They need pickups over towards 4 Thrives as much as possible. They may even take a little bit of damage from the blue here just to secure that. Irina also suffering over towards the western edge. This is 2 BTR, but luckily Schweppes has a position to play here. But it's all down to Mormon with the AUG and Joker on this off angle.
We're starting to see the top side of this lobby.
Oh, Scarface.
The points pressure. Scarface with a knock.
A
over
double.
towards Aurora. Another over onto Doc, and now it's just top for Ulf. They can look to roll this down, and indeed they will. BTR are going to handle the arena in the meantime. They're happy to divide and conquer as Ulf careen their way into that Aurora position, but it hasn't popped up on the Elim feed just yet, Blank. I'm surprised the top is held on this long, as Ketch is now fully wrapped around them. There they go, as Scarface gets that final point added to his tally. Ketch takes top down, but the arena, they're still on 4-2.
This is a great sweep from Ulf at the moment. 2 teams ahead of them, and a beautiful backstab potentially in play.
Ooh.
As both teams go low, this could be a lot of points for Ulf right now. They're on 8 eliminations, but they need to start sweeping these. Get the initial nade over towards Razy. One player still up for BTR.
still a chance. Federalis could get his teammates back up and in, but Ulf are moving. Ulf are stepping forwards. Ketch and Scarface are not going to make this easy. Down on the low ground, that's where the nades need to find to get rid of BTR entirely. And Razak bleeding out in the meantime. Federalis only one chance now and can't line up Arena, who have put themselves back up to 3 players. Ulf could challenge.
Instantaneously, they're going to go for a repeat on this one. TT Project, they wrapped out of their compound looking over towards this side. They know that they can sweep, they know they can clear, and they desperately need to do it right now because Ulf is gaining momentum on this game.
Arena penned in with that TT Project flex out coming through. A 2-2 split now as they've moved Zerich and Effect into position here. Arena are going to really struggle to get over this next ridgeline blank with Ulf on their bead with this duo from TT Project. The nades, do they connect? Doesn't look like they're going long enough, but that one looks on the money. Foreman super low, Joker low as well, dropping another one towards the back lines. Foreman falls first, Effect has the spray down, and Arena are getting shut out by this beautiful flex out from TT Project.
Really good stuff from TT Project. You've got to understand that this compound is good, but you have to make a play at some point, and they absolutely will. Arena now 71 points here, 23 behind the marker. But I like this from Ulf. They opt not to get involved on that fight on the northern side. They know that there could be a wrap coming through from the south at some point. The nades start to head over, and it looks like Ulf has a general idea of where Geek is currently playing.
I did not think that Furia would still be alive at this juncture, Blank, but on their roadside, they're looking pretty powerful. TT Project, though, they just need to move south on their compound, start putting nades in. That is where Furia are going to start to crumble. You can see they've already looked to move up here. Furia not moving and trying to take the compound, potentially, during that flex out from TT Project. Could have been a misplay, but you're worried about teams on the south.
You can't be sure either, right? You can't be sure whether TT Project went out on foot or not, because if they heard the vehicles, potentially then Furia makes a play off the back of it. Also, if they crest this ridge side, there's angles from the south side of the map that become a problem. But Furia, they've been holding on to a lot of nades at this point in time for this exact scenario. Eren will find a shot over towards Neos in the backline somehow, some way.
All the way up and in the back. Ulf now on the western flank. An Effect has been knocked as well. TT Project, it looked all but thrown up for them, but they're starting to lose players. Ephius, though, not out just yet. And nades from up on high are going to make Furia's life a living hell. As Ephius wants that flush. Looks like he's going to claim it. No, not quite. Not this time around. But there's still more in the pocket. This last nade. Oh, this could be big. It's right on top of them, but it just cooked too long. It doesn't go the distance. That is so unfortunate.
He's now last left alive here. The circle moved them out. TT Project played very well up until this point, but Furia stayed patient. Ulf, you can see off the distance, it looks like they just don't have the stims either. They've been waiting a long, long while for Geek to have to push out from this building. They know that these are secured eliminations. That's what they're going to go for. They've got Ketch looking over towards Furia this entire time. Next circle will now push them out. Furia still has 9 grenades, 7 on the side of Ulf, but only 1 smoke.
Ulf has been putting so much pressure onto this circle. It's been a real blinder of the game from them. The west side is definitely a viable win position as well. EK are hunkered down in a shack on the south side, and then look at a flex out now. They've moved Easy for Bad Boy out into the open, but it is open field. Only those hay bales to try and keep them safe. And Ulf, much better terrain cover.
This is such a hard control for Ulf as well. They are pulled taut like an elastic band between both engagements. Ketch is doing an incredible job. We haven't seen too much of it right now, but he keeps stepping up and peeking over the roadside, taking shots over towards Fury, consistently keeping them low, forcing them to use meds off the back of this one. It's a long nade, but not quite long enough. But a shot from Ephius will take the shot over towards him. Now looking to try and confirm, but he's enveloped by the blue.
He's going to deny this point. I mean, he steps back. He's trying to play for those positions in EWC. There's no way that he doesn't deny it. He will fall down. Nice to be able to find that opener over towards Geek. Couldn't quite get the flush for an extra point, but okay, Ketch. He's challenging.
Ketch has a difficult position to play here. Ulf's made a very big amount of noise as well, so Geek would love to stab them in the back if they can. You can see here, they're desperate for those death crates, looking for anything. Eren's gonna have to make the jump on this one. It's a long nade. It's going not quite near enough. Clearing out the wrong hay bales at the moment.
I mean, EK, it's only a matter of time before this team goes down, and neither Furia nor Ulf want to see them go out in third. Don't see them peeking too far over. Potentially, Finds Scarface, though. If he steps a little bit too bold with it.
That's great.
There's what he's looking for.
15 eliminations, John, at this stage of the game. For Ulf, this could be a massive match. The nades start to pour over the top right now. 4 nades down here for them.
Oh.
Scarface steps up. Great player at long range. Now looks to sling a nade over to try and save this position.
Saw a lot of bodies there. Scarface launches a nade to try and follow them up. 2 nades in hand for Ulf. 3 nades in hand for Furia. Not a lot of smokes, but there's always those launchers that could potentially be in the back pocket to obscure those numbers. Cover may be still there. Vehicles on fire, but still will move. And Ayala will hop into the hot seat to navigate it around. Moving forwards, there's a crate. This is a beautiful resupply. Look at his armor. Blank, that's a really big pickup if he can get towards it.
Ketch sends a nade over towards Egon. It's on target. We're into a 3v3. Ulf looking for a ginormous game to even the tide versus 4 Thrives.
And a potential here, a 2 versus 3 now. Furia, Ayala and Chief now, the last 2 to stand. They find Scarface. They even the numbers once more. Brazil and Turkey. They've been at war for a while, Blank, over PUBG Mobile over the years. But here we see pitch battle, and it is all up to the man of the hour. For Turkey, for Ulf, it's Eren in a 1v2. Chief in the backline is low. Ayala stepping up to the crate, wants the resupply. And Brazil bounced them away from the chicken dinner.
And despite everything, Ulf's not able to finish on that one. Furia, though, will get themselves a 10-pointer. But more importantly, 2 teams that were very close to that boundary. For Ulf, they're happy. They're very happy with the back of that game. A huge amount of eliminations. It's around about a 20-pointer, and they are getting closer.
Goodness me, we've got one more Erangel to play. If 4 Thrives don't win that, we're going to Miramar. And there are so many teams now who are on the cusp of jumping up with a chicken dinner here. Let me remind you how Furia won their region, Blank. They got back-to-back chicken dinners and won via smash ruling. Furia know how to do it, and they are on the cusp of it. It might need a triple back-to-back.
It's a good game from Furia, though. I love the control from Ulf. I think that's the most important part of this game, the way they were controlling both the north and the south side. But at the end of the day, it's Furia who suppressed their rage earlier on, but unleashed the beast in the final moments.
Uh-oh, with 4 Thrives going down early and second through 5th place up in the late game, we just might have a tournament on our hands here, buddies.
I can't wait to see that overall, because a lot of these teams that needed to close the gap to the Smash Zone have done so. Can they do even more to reach the threshold before match 6?
It's a race now. The race is on to become the PMGO Season 1 champion. This finish, insane stuff from every single player on Ulf. They don't want a repeat of PMGC 2025. A second place is just not good enough. And with these points, with those eliminations in particular, man oh man, they might just make it happen on Miramar.
Massive game, and it couldn't have happened at a better time, because just like you mentioned, Seven, if one of these teams wants to take away this tournament via Smash, that means they have to get 92 points by that 5th match. And with that game from Ulf, Furia as well, they're getting mighty close.
And I gotta give props to Ulf too, the way that they were able to kind of play that early on. They leapfrog 4 Thrives, and 4 Thrives on the negative side. I gotta call you out. You were just way too passive exiting that compound. They got way too comfortable in there. They allowed not only Ulf, they allowed Aurora push up, and by that time, man, it was just too much.
Well, let's hear the final blow and hear what these teams had to say at the end.
Tá na besta, pera. Deitar na besta. Levantou. Abrindo direita aqui, chefe. Direita abrindo, foi aberto. Selo. Dois chutes aí, não é você. Puxei pino. Tá vendo ele, vocês? Não. Ele já bateu em mim. Tem só um pino. Entrou aberto esquerda. Cruzaram vida. Sai, troca pro gás. Vem em direção da Ellen. Vou direita.
Oh man, you can hear the intensity in their voice, Max, as we get here to the winner chicken dinner team stats, and Silence leading the charge with 4.
Yeah, no, really good play from Silence. I feel like the DP28 is slowly making a resurgence. So many players, Silence in particular, loves playing with the DP28. One player of TT Project also was using that at the very end inside of God Compound. So that weapon looking really strong alongside the likes of the M4 and the Org, and of course the S12K. But everyone here doing great. And Ayala, again, putting up big numbers. 3 eliminations for himself.
This is what I've been wanting to see out of Furia for quite a minute, especially after that first game, the first couple of games yesterday. But for this squad, the way that they were able to play that circle, holding off TT Project, and making sure that they got some angles on GK as well, spreading out, it worked out wonders for them and ultimately gave them the win.
And take a look at the match MVP here. It's Catch with 10.
10 elimination. Oh, I am getting the Fireflux vibes right now. I'm loving what we're seeing, and it's good to see Aaron was doing a lot of heavy carrying at the very start. No, the team has stepped up alongside him. Now it's going to be Ketch. We also saw some good presence from Scarface in that game. So they're in full swing of things, and as I said earlier here, 2nd place, just like PMGC 2025, is just not cutting it for them.
It's not the first time Turkey would end up winning a championship in Indonesia.
Here, yes.
Especially in Jakarta. So for Thrives, you got to watch out. These teams are going to start catching up in regards to reaching that threshold for the Smash Zone.
Oh, for Thrives, indeed. Need to be careful here because things are getting dangerous. You got Scarface there getting 5 eliminations as well. And it's so crazy to just see so many teams right below for Thrives do so well in this match.
Yeah. That point threshold is going to close between the Smash Zone and those squads. By the way, a bit of a zoo here. You got a wolf, you've got a tiger, and a panther. And then the other one, you have a rabbit. So a little bit of a mix.
There you go, a lot of animals.
Yeah, but very Western. Looking at the rotations here, of course, TT Project didn't have to really move too much, but playing God Compound, it is called God Compound for a reason.
But the way that they were able to push up on E-Arena, especially early on, the 2-2 split that they had, make sure that they fully eliminated E-Arena. Sometimes you get to, if you're a team that gets blitzed by the circle like TT Project did, they get too used to it. You'll end up seeing it here at one point where TT just ends up splitting.
Yeah, no, you're going to see actually the way they push onto E-Arena, as you say, they're going to go there, 2-2 split, fully regroup to eliminate E-Arena, and then they instantly pivot right back. Sure, the circle does not favor them, but if they want to keep a hold on God Compound, that is exactly how you do it. So sure, it's not a TT Project chicken dinner, but still a very good attempt on a wrangle.
Ooh, you said earlier, Seven, that you thought Aurora was waving the white flag. Well, Ulf and Furia, they're waving a green one because it's just go, go, go. Especially when we saw that southern shift, right? For Thrives, everybody popped off because we thought that they were going to be pretty blessed, but they went out and these two teams crushed it.
Instead of a green one, they might be waving that red one because look at those eliminations. Ulf with the 17 elims, Furia with the 11. These squads are starting to perform. TT Project, the biggest surprise for me throughout today. Remember, they started off the day in 14th place. Where are they going to be now in the overall? How close are you going to be to that Smash Zone and making sure you become available to win via Smash? Aurora, sadly, as my pick for being the champions, it just doesn't look like it's going to be happening.
If they can't play their game from the get-go, they just crumble apart instantly. What a good push from Ulf again, but it wasn't even a fighting chance for them to get re-engaged in that conversation. So Aurora losing all of that steam.
Let's take a look here. Let's take a look here. Oh! 3 teams with 70 points. 92 is the goal, and they got 2 matches in order to do it.
I think for Ulf, they might be able to do that in the next match. All they would need is just 13 points. If you're looking at Furia, they're going to be looking along the lines of what John was saying. They need a back-to-back win if they want to achieve that Smash Zone by Game 5. In E-Arena, it's not far away. TT Project, too. There's so many options here. Just don't forget, for everybody posting online.
Yeah, I was checking out Instagram. Everyone is posting, congratulations, 4 Thrives, you're the champions. You don't want to celebrate too soon because right now, all you have to do is to get in the Smash Zone, which, as you said, Seven, Ulf could make it literally in this following game. And then Miramar is down to the wire to see who will be crowned the champions.
This is in the beginning of PUBG Mobile Esports. It's not back in the day when you could only just end up winning by being the first team in the overall. Now you can win via Smash Rule, and with this scenario, I know that 4 Thrives is going to start feeling that pressure.
Big time. Wolf, like you mentioned, 13 points away from Smash. I believe you got Furia as well, not that far behind here. This next game is going to be super critical for them, Max.
Yeah, but I do have to say, for all the teams in the middle pack, winning is out of the question, right? Unless you're in the top 5 position where you have a chance. But you can make a jump maybe towards top 3. That is still technically feasible. The win itself is just completely in a different realm. It's just not possible for you to execute whatsoever. So don't give up. Even Boom had a really good start today. And unfortunately, Seven, to be completely honest, they just fully fizzled out and disappeared on Erangel.
It's really hard to just carry on that type of aggressiveness throughout the day. And I know they're being just pretty much fueled by the audience here, by being at home, by feeling comfortable. But yeah, it's almost near damn impossible to just continue on that aggressiveness.
Yeah, in order to be able to make something like that happen, they'd have to win, I think, every single match here towards the end. And that is a tall task considering how urgent these teams are playing.
They need to pour 4 Thrives, really.
Yeah,
from
yesterday.
If you want to do it, but otherwise, yeah, it's going to start to be a little bit more unrealistic. But Erangel and then 2 Miramars. And the fact is, it's very scary because, of course, we saw yesterday the wins of 4 Thrives were on Erangel and also on Miramar. So we just don't know. It could end this game. It could not end with a Smash ruling and go down to top 12. No clue what's going to happen.
Oh, my goodness. My eyes are going to be locked on these leaderboards every single game as we go on. And, man, 4 Thrives, they're already feeling the pressure, right? Because it was crazy. We seen at the start of the day as though everything was going right. And in that last game, we definitely felt the shift downwards.
You guys want to know something?
What's up? Tell me.
Ulf, one of their wins during their group stages, actually the only win, was in Miramar. And right now, with the way things are looking, if for some reason 4 Thrives is not able to close it here, Ulf does just enough what they need to do. Ulf could try to challenge for that championship via Smash Roll on Game 5.
And that was especially when Eren was the man leading the charge for his team. But now we've seen everyone putting up some massive numbers. If they do get a similar situation where they do have 3-4 players alive, that chicken dinner is definitely in the cards. And a Turkish win here when it was S2G in the past 4 years ago, and now it is still another Turkish team in Ulf. That would be such an amazing storyline that they are the kings here.
Just a reminder for everybody posting on social media, 4 Thrives champions. Trust me, I would love to see that too, but don't jump the gun. Don't jinx it here. Slow it down, bring it down a notch.
Well, guys, let's bring things down a little notch as things are definitely starting to heat up. As we go to a break, we'll be right back in just a minute.
What a meaningless struggle.
I will still pray for you.
By the stars, this ends now.
Ground again and again and again. Every single time we see them on this stage, they deliver. But it doesn't stop there. It builds up. Anticipation keeps on going. Every team delivers chicken dinners. Smells delicious.
They're going to have a great shot here, but they're going for the wraparound.
And all it takes is one good connection. Another nade goes in. Is this going to be good? Is it going to be good? Yes, it is.
Drops begin to glow, flame on and go. The soul is enough from the draw to the last one standing show. A no-name kid in a high-risk drop, a street food vendor with a victory dream. A midnight warrior looting in the dark. The fuel is passion pushing through the blue. We scan the path at the edge of the gas. A million stories in a single squad. No royal blood, just a drive to our last. The skill, the nerve to on the final gas.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 live here in Jakarta, Indonesia. We've officially reached the halfway point of today. 3 more matches left to go, or maybe, right? And this tournament is over.
Don't know what's going to happen. Literally, we don't know.
We both have a prediction that it's going to end on this next match.
Yes.
Ooh!
And there's only one team that could win in this next match. I don't know after that. Game 5, Game 6, it might be more than just one team. So,
is it the time for 4 thrives? Well, I'll tell you what, guys, from PMGO to EWC at the Esports World Cup, every single match matters. Teams aren't just fighting for trophies, they're fighting for EWC Club Championship points, global prestige, and to be at the absolute top of PUBG Mobile Esports. With EWC set for August 6th to the 16th, mark your calendars, because we're going to Paris.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
We're going to be eating some croissants.
Croissant.
Maybe I'll make some.
Oh,
No,
okay,
I'm
you
joking.
heard it.
I can't make
I
any.
want it.
I made some. They were burnt. It was terrible. Go to a proper bakery if you want to be safe, okay?
You should have just bought them for the bakery and then gave them to me. Look what I've done. You know what I'm saying?
I ain't
Just
gonna
change
fake
the
it.
box.
Nah, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna be like 4th Rise. I'm gonna do it legit.
Legit, right?
They're having to fight for it too.
Yeah.
Oh,
man.
It's gonna continue like that the whole day.
It's crazy because, we're seeing as soon as they come up in the elimination feed, it's just like a magnet goes in that direction to try and shut them down. But you know what? We got some insane news for you guys. That's right. If you haven't checked out the PUBG Mobile social media today, this summer, these legendary crossovers hit the battleground. We have Ferrari, Spider-Man, Brand New Day, and
Naruto!
That is right. This is not a Genjutsu. This is real life, okay? Naruto is coming to PUBG Mobile, Max.
I can't wait to drop some Razengans in the game. 1,000 years of pain. Whoa, that's an illegal move. You can't.
Man.
That's not in game, I think. Hopefully not.
Oh, man, hey, I'll tell you what. If it is, though, I'm getting it immediately. Well, I'll tell you guys, make sure you guys check out that version 4.5 update. This is a massive collab. I can't wait to check it out.
I'm so excited. We have so many great collabs, but this one gets me just so pumped. And can't wait to see what the skins are going to be.
I wonder if you're going to be able to just build a resin.
Rasengan!
Oh, well, guess
Why
what?
hot
Hey, since that hit me tomorrow, June 8th, by the way, we're going to see the return of the Dino Ground, all right?
Oh.
That is right. So the Dino Ground will be back. Max, man, what kind of sound does a dinosaur make? That's good, and hopefully we see.
No edits, please.
Man, hey, let's put it this way. I got goosebumps. All right, I got scared
From my roll.
Yeah, it was strong.
Very scary.
I felt it. I felt it here for sure. And we're seeing these teams feel the pressure here, guys. You know what I'm saying? It is still possible we see a team a little bit lower be able to make it to that smash ruling. They would need a win right here in this next game. I'd go like 2 places down from them.
Just 3rd place?
Yeah, I would go to 4th and 5th. I think 4th and 5th need a massive win this game to have a chance at reaching that zone.
I thought you were going to be like 10th place. Still
No. He said I will go down 2 places, then you thought about his I will go down even more. Yeah, I think with the way that everything's going on right now, there is a chance in the next 2 matches for even more teams to just get within that smash zone. It's just going to come down to 4th drives. How are they going to be playing this match? That last match, honestly, they played it in a way that you can see is starting to get into their head. They took a little bit too long. Usually that team will rotate out a little bit faster from what we saw earlier in the game, in the day. It's starting, they're having to do adjustments that they might not be used to, and it's not looking good for 4th drives.
I feel like that last game in particular, or you just commit to the push onto Earth and you go aggressive to try and claim that position as your own, or you just send it to the eastern side after some good scouting. That would have been such a good option, but here they were just a bit indecisive, which it's giving me a glimpse of group stage where they were actually feigning a lot of times in those games.
And the thing is with that squad is that they had so much time that I'm surprised they didn't actually scout towards the east side. This is what I'm talking about. Like, they were just too tunnel vision in just crashing onto Ulf. With all the time, you would have known Aurora would have been gone by then. They would have been able to find some kind of spot because you don't really want to push towards that side where Ulf was because the terrain is just awful.
That's what I'm talking about. Is any adaptation in the last 3 matches makes things so difficult. What they were talking about a little bit earlier than Max, right, was on the side of Furia, okay? Furia, they have done this before. Something similar. Where they
Alpha 7.
That's right. With Alpha 7, they were 30 points down, were able to pass that threshold and still get the smash ruling. Now, this is a little bit more. What do you think their chances are going in here in the last 3 matches?
I would say it's based on this next game. If they do not perform well, if we don't see a strong podium finish with a bunch of eliminations for me, Furia, top 1 is not going to be possible. It's going to be down to, in terms of points, can they be in 2nd place? But Furia, especially with the fragging power, Silent's been doing great, Ayala's been doing great. I would say there is definitely a chance Furia can make that jump.
They're just 18 points away.
Yeah.
We have 3 games left.
They could get smashed in game 5.
Okay, well, let's rewind it, right? Because you're saying after this game, where do you think would be the expected results for Furia for you to kind of, okay, they still have a chance?
Double digits.
Double digits?
Double digits.
I agree. Yeah, I think if they hit 12, that should be enough for them to put in a little bit of work in the next game and hit that smash zone. I know we're doing a lot of hypotheticals, folks, but there's one certainty. if 4 Thrives again win this game, it's all over. And this is the final Aerogale here in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Look at that plane path.
Someone heard that we were enjoying the planes today and like, not anymore. Very Western.
4 Thrives is going to be happy. By the way, in the last match, we saw 4 Thrives readjust because they knew that Aurora was going to be coming. And something to point out, too, for a lot of the viewers is that 4 Thrives is used to playing with Aurora. They played the past 2 years in CSA.
Yeah, exactly. 2024, 2025, they played with them, with the likes of Horror too. They are very experienced. They know how Aurora like to play, even when they were full MV really a long time ago, it feels like. So they are definitely going to be known how to play around.
Back.
Yeah.
Look,
hey, what if I say stole?
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Hey, throwing it back. Well, you know what? From back then, we still have the most incredible casters on the cast right now. Let's go ahead and throw it on over to John Allen and Blank for the last Erangel of this tournament.
Oh, it's
where's
right
my analysis? Where's my analyst at right now?
Yeah, you were pointing at you were furiously pointing with a furrowed brow at the map, Blank. And
My analysts are throwing it back for some reason.
Yeah, they're
but Ulf is dropping Sosnovka, so
well,
what I want to talk about.
Yeah, okay, go on then. Let's go.
I mean, for them, obviously, they just want to get around towards Mansion Way. We do get another Western circle once again. So 4 Thrives. Round 3 here on Erangel once again. See if they get it done this time. I think Ulf were able to successfully get all the vehicles on this north side. And they realistically don't need a lot because they're not sticking around. They will just be sending through, but they're probably going to be one of the last teams to enter, right? So many teams already on this western side of Erangel anyway, just because of the plane path into this circle. 7-2-1 in a good position, as are E-Arena. TT Project split between Quarry as well as Primorsk. IQ is going to already begin his scout out, though, over towards the northern edge.
Something I think that, I mean, the desk was also always talking about those hypotheticals, right? And frankly, this tournament specifically does put the hype in hypothetical because it is quite exciting, right? For TT Project, this was a team that was looking to exceed that 11th place boundary in order to take the spot from the Vicious in terms of qualifying for PMWC, which, by all rights, it looks like they may have done enough to do that right now. They have 65 points in 5th place. 11th place is 46 points. That sits 19 points behind. That's a pretty solid buffer moving forwards into the last 3 games of the day and indeed of their tournament. They have got a good potential on this circle as well. These western circles have been favored on every map today so far on Erangel.
S2G, 4 players. Ulf, 4 players also, both going towards Milter. Ulf might just make it sooner than them, but they careen off. Okay, goodness me. Both going about 100 kilometers an hour there. They managed to get themselves past, but for Ulf, it's not such a big deal. They already have a looting spot over towards this eastern side anyway. I think they wanted to check over towards Milter in the first place. Good shot from Hamzy over towards Pandem.
Earlier on, this is a replay of getting that knock just as he touches the floor. That is unfortunate stuff. I wonder if S2G and Ulf knew who the other team was, right? Because they both didn't drop anywhere near there. Likely probably know about the drop spots of their opponent teams, sure, but coming off from Milter, that's an unexpected position for Ulf to be coming from.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, again, for Ulf, they might have wanted to stretch further over towards that eastern side. But the question is, where are the best vehicle spawns? It's a good adaptation coming through from Ulf to go towards topside Sosnovka. And I think Aurora sort of lets it happen too, as they see the shoots and they don't go for the north side vehicle. For Aurora, well, for everyone, it sort of changes the pace of the game a lot in the early game, at least, where these current points lie, where for Aurora, it's not worth it to get stuck into an early engagement, go out early, because this could be the last match. And any points they get extras to get them further up the tables could be monumental, right? That could be a 5th place, a 4th place potentially on this game. So you're going to see a lot less early fighting overall on this Erangel and then on the last 2 Miramars.
Really start to get timid with it. But I think that for the top, well, 2nd, 3rd, 4th place right now, a chicken dinner is sort of a guarantee of breaking that match point here. With Irina sat on 71 points, that's 21 points behind the bubble. That would be an 11 elimination chicken dinner. Very, very doable. We have seen less though, but I feel like that would be such a kick in the teeth. Can you imagine if Irina got a 10 elimination chicken dinner on this game? How dismal they would feel. Although they'd feel probably pretty good about being able to get only 1 point to break that in the next match. It would still be pretty annoying to be moving forwards into our Miramars in such a fashion.
Yeah, to break it down, for Furia, they need 18 points, and for Ulf, they're going to need 14, I believe.
13.
13, yeah,
Draw
13.
Level.
Draw level on match point. So for both teams, it's not terrible. For Fury, it's definitely a bit more of a game that they need here. For Ulf, they sort of just need a strong match. They don't need something like a top 2. They could get away with a top 4 with some good eliminations on this game.
Obviously, do what they did last match.
Yeah, if they do what they did last match. I mean, that's difficult to replicate, especially from where they're coming from on the circle. But still, they don't have the added benefit that Fourth Rise had at the start of the day today, which is where eliminations come thick and fast over on Rondo. They're easy to pick up, generally are out in force. Here on Arongo, you really do have to work for every single elimination. So even if you get top 4, right, 4 points on top of that, you need 13. Yeah, you're asking for another 9 eliminations that game. So no matter what we say here, it is difficult. It is difficult to hit 13 points on a game.
It is always difficult to earn a single point in any of these matches, really. I think it's safe to say, Blank. That cannot be understated. Every team who has made it here, top of the tables to the bottom, has put in one hell of a shift over the course of their qualifying journey to make it here to Jakarta. Finals of the PUBG Mobile Global Open for Season 1. It has been a monumental journey. I mean, even for Panda, right? They have done so much. They have done really very, very well. Despite falling a bit flat on their face here in the finals, I will still sing their praises. A qualifying team here is better than almost every other team in the world.
100%. I mean, they drop FaZe flat into a puddle coming through to the grand finals, but...
And the puddle has spikes in it.
And the puddle does have spikes in it. It was a nasty trick that
there's a man who sets the puddle on fire after you've fallen in it.
Yeah, because it's actually oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for Pandem here. Their Group A, though, was phenomenal. And that was stated to be the group of death for Pandem. I think they play it really well there. And I will consistently say, you have bad tournaments, you have bad grand finals. Alpha 7 is the absolute best analogy you can give for that sense, because that team in the future, if not now, will definitely find some massive success. Fury coming up behind Fourth Thrives right now. Definitely a scary prospect for them as they try and shut themselves further over towards the north side. Getting close towards Geekay. They just have left Gatka. Trying to find this southwest compound on Everest, which is actually a very nice spot, and it's a good read coming through from Fourth Thrives. But this really benefits BTR, Aura, as well as the Flash. Orford gonna still enter on the southeast side, though I think that's dangerous personally.
They're just trying to move fast here, Blank. I mean, the circle goes all the way up north. It doesn't guarantee a north side finish, but you're right, nobody is on Everest. That might be changing fairly soon, though. And Furia, as soon as they spot a knock, a name, anything in that Elim feed, they'll know that this is Fourth Rise. But as of yet, they haven't got that information. And Fourth Rise are going to get north of Everest here. Instead of going up towards the top of it, they're going to get closer to the river. They're going into crates with IQ. Is this just an outpost for them?
I mean, no team's taken any shots at them so far. TT Project's not looked at this, E-Arena's not looked at this, and they're just in, right? This is a good spot to play the Fourth Rise. Good rotation through. The fact no one was playing Everest is somewhat surprising. Good nade down towards Joker. Don't know how he lived that one. Grenade-proof boots on, but no helmet.
Might be able to outsmart the nade, but I've yet to meet a man who can outsmart a bullet. Will get taken down, and the Arena will play on as 3, diminishing their chance of pushing higher on these tables, Blank, and pushing past that match point in this game. With a hard north shift, we've been helped out by the western circles on Erangel in these last 2 matches, but this time around, not so lucky. And now they're in the western part of South George. Not quite jumping in towards those crate areas yet, with TT Project on the south as well, around that hospital area. Their routes out are starting to get a bit few and far between.
Anyone that went crates as well as South George Apartments, though, you are locked in, right? You are trying to hope for a northwest shift on the circle with this one. This could easily head over towards that northeast side, and for 4th Rise 721 E-Arena, it gets tricky, right? It does get tricky. But if they do get the northwest shift on this one, oh my god, 4th Rise looks in a really good spot here.
Well, this is the thing, right, for 4th Rise. As I said before, right, they should be looking at playing for wins. If you step up towards Everest, you're playing for, you know, 2nd, 3rd place, maybe a couple of elims, a good points game. Getting into crates, if it goes there, is such a good chance of winning. Maybe that's what they're trying to take the gamble on. They don't fear teams because there's nobody else in the match point position right now. I think if that changes, they wouldn't necessarily have gone all the way for this.
But that's always how you have to play once you're in match point. If no one underneath you anywhere close, you have to start taking big risks. If you go down on a rotate, you lose all 4 players, it doesn't look great. Still commend you for going for that rotate because it might have ended up in the chicken dinner. Right now, it feels like over the last few matches, outside, outside of the Rondo, it felt like they were playing for placements, which I just don't think was the vibe. Ulf is going to make an instant rotate, but this is dangerous because they're moving over towards Aura on the box compound. They could easily get shot at here. They're going to try and go underneath the bridge. Not a bad play from them.
I like the underneath the bridge position. We saw them do well from a bridge position before. 4th Rise are going to crash up as well. This is the only one player, though, for BTR, and he has to be careful, getting shunted all the way back into the drink. The rest of 4th Rise, they're not going to hang around. Falak, does he stay and try and save IQ, or is he just going to turn tail and get away with 3? They're more concerned, Blank, with their position on the north side. They will give up on IQ and play on as 3 because the rest of BTR look to descend on their position. It is dangerous. It could be deadly. Falak is a little bit of a straggler on this rotate, but he makes it past, maybe makes it to the shack, and stays safe for just a moment longer.
Getting toward the shack here is really big news for them. In the meantime, Ulf has opened up. They are very low, though, as Fury gets underneath them alongside. Scarface having to go for the heal, but they do get those 2 elims on board. IQ, the screen goes dark as he does fall asleep on this side of the map. Silence incredibly low here, might just drown this one out. Furia takes Chief down to extremely low too, and Ulf is looking to put up those points, John.
This is the 2nd time that Furia and Ulf have clashed over a bridge position on Erangel, Blank. Yesterday, Ulf were able to do so much and did so well to go all the way. They took that chicken dinner from that map. They won that bridge fight. Furia thought, you know what? We didn't make a decisive enough decision, didn't clear them out earlier on enough. But this
Good
time,
name from Ayala.
They're looking to gain that momentum and keep Ulf trapped under the bridge, if nothing else.
Another nade over the top here. Difficult to get him back up again as well. Good spray through the water, ducks underneath. Trying to get across towards Eren here, but Ulf's in a tricky spot. Good shots from Solus, very much needed at this point in time. Nade drops in towards the water, and in fact takes out Silence.
Finds Silence at the last moment. Scarface there. Look at her stand up and will get the flush.
Oh, it's recoverable. It is recoverable.
Just Ayala for Ulf. There's so many low health bars. It looks like they're not even in the game, Blank, but they are. They're here, and hopefully, well, if you're an Ulf fan, hopefully they can stay, because they are chasing for that match point, and they are not too far off. 9 points to go.
Keep on slugging here. 4th Rise are spotted on the western edge. But Ulf managing to recover with how low their HPs were. I was very surprised they were able to do that. And 4 eliminations as well to grab. Under the bridge is not bad as well, because a lot of teams are going to break themselves upon you as they head over towards this position. A lot of teams are going to start taking casualties, especially with shifts like this one. And they remain in off the back of this.
That is a shift up to the northeast side. 4th Rise potentially looking to push in towards Team Flash or just go hell for leather across the zone. Let's see what they opt to go for here as Aura still holding the box. Both holding that bridge. 4th Rise are spotted in the sightlines of Aura, going low but not going down just yet. Rolling back, and actually Ulf draws some attention. It might allow 4th Rise to keep this one going, to keep it alive on 3. for just a bit longer. Out in the open, though. I don't think that vehicle's going anywhere anytime soon.
Black attempting to get out from here, but the sightlines are good from Aura. Really difficult proposition to make here for Fourth Rise. How do they lead? They've got BTR as well as Aurora at their back.
But that fight is going on its own right. This western side does need to be paid attention to by all of these teams. Razak's lining them up though, and Aurora has started to crumble under his sightlines. Sure, Razy has been knocked, but he is recoverable. Ooh, maybe not anymore. Ulf chimes in. Ulf gets a knock onto Falak, and he is a little bit isolated. Gonna find it difficult to get that one back up. I think that might be the flush.
A really good pick off there coming through from Ulf onto an important team. More shots over towards Geek at the moment. Ulf looking to steal those away. It's Fourth Rise to find one of them, but he goes down next. Geek, oh my goodness me, somehow living this one out. E-Arena is scouting this location too. Fourth Rise hanging on by a thread in this game. 111 points, T24 on his belly.
Blank Ulf are on 85 points right now. They are 7 points behind the bubble. They are slowly marching their way to give that threat to Fourth Rise, to make them a little bit more nervous than they're probably already feeling. And on their bridge position, they're going to be safe for a little while longer. The teams to their south, the teams to their west could be a massive point scoring opportunity for them too.
Definitely a difficult position to play, though. If Aura is all four inside box compound, that is a strong spot to play up against them. So they're just trying to steal as many points they can from around their map. They know that the more eliminations they're able to get right now means the less they have to push on the placement. Nade with the top, it's great from Sam. This guy has been phenomenal with an ace today, by the way. He is pulling pins on things that just have not been seen in the past, but finally will get shut down.
E-Project. BTR in the fight now. Axel close range finds effect. The long range from Ephius needs to anchor for them. And it's only Federalis now. No, hang on a minute. Axel was still alive there. And Federalis will try potentially to get Razak back. This is crawlable. This is doable.
8 eliminations now for Ulf. They are right at the boundary, and another knock comes through. They are doing incredibly good work right now to make the numbers happen. Just 5 points away. T24 will step up, though. Gets the Molotov over towards top. Any points are good for T24, because although this might not end in a smash, they might still just win by points alone. So anything they can grab is good news. 9 eliminations for Ulf. They keep it going.
They have 4 more points to grab. Federalis steps up for BTR. More damage pouring on over towards TT Project, but this ridgeline may just be too tough to cross. Next circle comes in. It keeps in Aura, but it pushes a lot of the bridge positions for Ulf out, and now they have a massive challenge on their hands. Where do they go?
T24 might just backstab onto BTR, finds the first, and another point is added to their tally. T24, 1 first aid kit, looks to take shots over towards Axel, and it's good damage.
I don't think you're allowed to do that. T24 falls down. No smash yet again. We're moving to Miramar. We will see the deserts. Guaranteed, but 10 eliminations for Ulf. They are on 89. 3 points shy. Placements would do it.
They can work it. For Ulf to get a second double elimination tally game is incredible coming through from this squad. Pandem's trying to make their way across. Ulf picks up another 11 eliminations now. They are so close to the boundary. Just a couple of placements required.
And teams are starting to fall. Ephius goes down. They're on 12 blank with 8 teams.
They're up there!
They're up. They're through. They get another point. And now Ulf join Fourth Rise. The threat has been levied. The targets at the back of Fourth Rise has been realized. And they need to hold their nerve into Miramar. 2 teams will go to the desert with a chance to take it all home. And Fourth Rise could be toppled.
We started the day at a 43-point difference on the match point for Ulf towards Fourth Rise. They drop that difference down to 20.
A chance to not only take it on a smash, but take it on pure, raw point-scoring ability as well. Ulf, they do still have more left in the tank, and they can't keep closing this gap, Blank. The closer they get, the more that Fourth Rise will sweat.
Laid over the top here. Flash. A little bit of damage over towards E Arena. How does Ulf exit this position, though? I think, honestly, they've done enough this game. They know they've got themselves the match point. They can comfortably bow this one out.
But you go as far as you can, right? And nade over onto Ayala takes Fury, their closest competitor out of the running. You just want as much as you can get here. They are 4 players alive. Horror, they do have 4 players, but they are locked into this compound now. Potential to move along the riverbank here for Ulf. They can shimmy along this one and get everybody back to their feet yet again. As 4 players, they've got a lot of runway.
The really big issue right now for Ulf, though, is supplies. Where do they get that resupply from? I can imagine these guys are so low on meds, so low on utility. It's going to be bandages, anything they can use here to get their HP counts back up again. They got a little resupply from the guys on Furia, but 15 eliminations. This is an unbelievable step up from Ulf right in the closing hours of PMGO.
Ulf moving up towards the other compound. We know that they're over that boundary. They should know too, but both teams have to leave. It's not worth pushing this compound at this stage, I don't think, Blank. It's maybe a better idea to look along this coastline, to navigate through, potentially try and get a back foot underneath GOAT team. If you could sweep through Game Stars, get rid of the rest of Boom, it might be a better approach. They might just want to try and blast Otter out of the way, though. Style points, if nothing else.
Well, they sort of have to get rid of this team. They're always going to be a threat to them, and this is an isolated fight for them too. Good smokes to get the run up over towards here. This team is feeling hot, but it's a nice Molotov that comes through from Aura. Another nade, they get around the side. It's a big explosion. Now just down to 2 players.
Scarface and Solus on the back lines. There is an answer. There's a nade into the window. No Fear trying to get those flushes. They do confirm it. A second knock comes through. That's from Boom out to the east side. So it is now a 2v2. Ulf has a little bit more. And now No Fear's the last alive. Scarface has 2 nades. Looking for these flushes. More points to add to the tally. And Ulf aren't done yet. Solus hops in. A little bit too overexposed. But Boom
One nade from
still
Scarface.
have the angle. Nade in from Scarface. He's spotted. And the bounce isn't there.
Just trying to look for some more eliminations right now for Ulf. Anything extra this and Scarface can get here is fantastic. Up to 95 here, not counting placements.
Guaranteed at least 2 placements. 97 is the minimum. As we see, they will go low. They will go down on that southwest side, leaving Scarface alone. Horror with 1 player as well. Boom have flexed all the way out to that west side as Horror do fall to a 3rd party from Team Flash, who at the moment look like they might be in command of this game.
I mean, Boom came in thick and fast there, but Scarface is running as quick as he can. He's got the trainers on right now to get out of the way. There's a shack he can move up to. He's trying to bank on having a top 4 because those placements are starting to flow on through now for Ulf, creeping his way through the lobby.
And they're 17 points behind right now. They can put a massive dent in that gap here. Team Flash with the remnants of GOAT team. 3 players alive for GOAT team. Scarface isn't done yet. He wants more on the tally. He's got 6 of the 16 elims that the team's found. He's done the lion's share of the work, but Boom want a challenge. He's going to step out to it. Knows he's covered off on the angle. Corner challenge. And Ulf draws short. They go down in 4th place though, Blank. That is 4 more points to put that dent in. I think, what's that, a 13-point differential?
20-point game. 20-point game from Ulf once again. Incredible stuff. These are some scrappy matches coming through from the guys on Ulf. For 4 Thrives, now things start to get a little shaky. How do they play out these next matches? They had fantastic games on Miramar. We need to see those again.
Right now, we've got to finish this game out, though. Team Flash with 4 players on the north side, a 2-2 split. This is where they found their feet in the survival stage, this exact sort of scenario, playing this harrying, hampering force on the edges.
But Flash have been slow before. Will they be slow again? Boom, looking to push further and further up the tables. You called them out earlier this match, John. And they look to be playing well.
Hoping to push as far as they can go. They need to get a lot of points on board, get high up in those rankings in order to secure a place at PMWC. That is what is on their minds right now. grabbing those points. With BTR in 12th place, it's unlikely that they're going to be able to surpass them. So they're going to look towards RRQ, and to surpass RRQ on those PMWC points that RRQ have already earned, they need a 3rd place in this tournament.
It's a big jump up required for them with how well Fury is currently doing as well. But on this game, 6 eliminations, there's plenty more points to be had here. In an open ground finish, Flash currently gets the circle, and they have a ridge line to play around with. Goat moves up. They look to remove Boom off this corner.
Nade supplies looking pretty even across these two teams. Team Flash with a little bit of an advantage as well as 20 smokes. They could get stuck in though. We know they love the 3rd party, but Force wins the challenge against Yummy. It's very, very close, but it is no cigar. Moxie now with a nade cooking. Tries to find the forward position, but it splits the difference. Again, huge damage coming on in, and Goat Team even the numbers. Octa rolls out wildly with the buggy. Will not find him, but hops out. The spray down is huge, and Goat Team are gone.
Incredibly low HP. Octa holds strong right to the end, dips back out into the blue to grab the buggy after a quick first aid kit. But where is Flash?
They are not engaged in this fight. They're playing as 4, but they were really reluctant to get stuck in. They should have this under control. Team Boom trying to move through the middle and actually doing pretty well to get around the side of this. And Team Flash just giving them sells the slip. El Barrow on the backlines though, and it may just be a little bit too much. Bozy is spotted, and Octa's still going.
Octa looking for a little bit more, dissecting like a doctor in this game. El Beryl, one of the most clutch players we've seen on this squad, now playing off the backside of a great year, but spotted by Zeus.
Will very unlikely be able to get out from behind this one with the blue zone closing. He's got to find a big pick. El Beryl does put some damage down range, but the reses have come through now for Team Flash, and they will close it down. A magnificent performance in the final moments from Boom, but Flash take it away from them.
The real story in this game, though, is Ulf now on match point, chasing down the lobby leaders of 4 Thrives when they looked so safe today. We talked about how the points gap was incredibly large. That points gap just got squished.
It is next to nothing when you consider the points that these teams have been earning over these matches. A 13-point difference at the top of the tables. That is not enough to feel safe from a points victory, let alone a smash victory. They are far and away the only 2 teams who can smash this one though now. I think at this stage, okay, sure, it's possible. It's possible. It's just very, very unlikely.
But this is promising, though. And we always talk about the human element in this game. You see Ulf, they look happy, right? The same cannot be said for 4 Thrives when you come off games like that. Ulf is gaining momentum here. 4 Thrives need to get it back.
And we know the 4 Thrives are a momentum-based team, according to their own reports anyway. They will not be able to smash this time around. Ulf will challenge them in the next. But Team Flash take a chicken dinner to push themselves off the tables.
Yeah, gotta aim for the top like, hold up. You could be a friend of me, an enemy, keep that same old energy, cause I know I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. I'm in my element, ooh, yeah. Keep that same energy, I'm in my element. Never switch up, never switch up.
We see there from Team Flash, and hey, shout out to them for getting the win. We were this close though to getting our first Indonesian win, Max, but it just came short.
Could have been it for Team Boom, but unfortunately no. Flash had a different idea in mind, and they were in 50th position. So you know, any extra ranking at this point is going to give you some extra money on the board for Team Flash. But now we do have to talk here. Ulf reaching the smash zone.
I was about to say, who cares about Team Flash? Let's talk about Ulf, because boy, if 4 Thrives felt the pressure before, it just intensified times 1,000. Because now there's another team that can win it in. Something that you were pointing out to me. It's not just via Smash Roll.
Yeah, actually, the point gap, I'm really intrigued to see what the leaderboards are going to look like, but the point gap is actually getting so slimmer every single game, they could technically win without the Smash ruling taking effect. Ulf could make the unthinkable happen on day 2.
I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. That gap was so large, I didn't think anybody was going to... I know. And then just like that, Ulf caught him.
Then sit down right away. I'm taking it home, looking so good, but every single player is going to be actually looking at the players of Flash. Zeus doing really well, so again, respect to them, but there is the bigger storyline happening here. Ulf versus 4 Thrives, it's going down.
Congratulations, Team Flash.
Anyway.
For Ulf, something that they were able to fix here and something that you've been really harping them on is them losing players. This was one of their best performances. Even though Ulf didn't end up winning, they were able to always recover the down players and make sure most of them stayed alive.
I think all 4 players at one point combined were below 50 HP.
Yep.
And they got the full reset against Furia below the bridge. And actually, those crates gave them a lot of ammo to work with. So everyone doing so well. And the savior was Scarface Dad at the end, but Scarface able to get himself the MVP of the game. And they could have almost got the win onto Hora if Solus didn't get too aggro at that moment, but I can't be too critical because this is literally the game that gives hope back in the hands of Ulf.
I actually thought it was a good push there from Ulf, but it was a much better defense from Hora because they ended up throwing Molotovs to the smokes of Ulf, and they obviously can't see that. They were just running into it and it just backfired, and then we saw what happened with the grenade there. But overall, this is what we wanted to see. A squad being able to step up, and boy, do we have one now. And we have one with a lot of experience too. They have been to global events before. It's not just like it's a new squad, it's some new blood. No, they have the maturity to probably take this away from 4 Thrives.
I mean, they won their local tournament. They got 2nd place at PMGC 2025 in Thailand for the grand finals. This is a team that has that driving force behind them to make the unthinkable happen, and they're doing it today. It's just been so exciting. The improvement on Ulf has been paramount, and 20 point on board, and short for placement points, but 16 in limbs? 7, they turned up the heat to 11.
They were taking the fight with anybody. First, we saw them fight Furia, and that's the one you were talking about, where all the players, there were already some knocked, there were already some with way below 50% HP, and they were able to come back from that one. For this squad, remember, as we end up going into Miramar, they do have a chicken dinner in Miramar.
Yeah, but we do have to talk about, of course, their rivals in PMGO Season 1 here is going to be 4 Thrives. Only a 3-pointer. I was really happy throughout the entirety of this tournament. They are fixing their weird splits. But here, they were willing to at least sacrifice one player, which you're already happy about, 7. It's a small positive.
Yes, congratulations, 4 Thrives. You were able to finally sacrifice a player, but boy, do you guys piss me off whenever you end up doing one of the weirdest splits that I've ever seen you guys do. And the reason why I'm bringing this up and the reason why I'm being so harsh is because this is always happening with this squad. They just start getting into their mind. I don't know if it comes down to just one player, whatever the case might be, but just look at that gap that Ulf has been able to close up. 13 points. For 4 Thrives, if you do want to win the championship, you need to lock in. You need to make sure you go back to your basics of what you were able to do yesterday. Don't start changing stuff up with this weird 2-1 splits, sending Husaifa by himself in the middle of the zone. What are we doing here?
Yeah, I mean, Miramar is their home turf. They got 100% win ratio on Miramar yesterday, so there's definitely a bit of a positive leading into these 2 following games. But I fully agree, 7. I couldn't put it any better. They are definitely shaking in their own boots. They're feeling the pressure. And now also in the Smash Zone, the pressure is at all-time high.
To emphasize even more on that push, if you're not sure about actually committing with Husaifa when you send him to the center of the circle, have him fall back. You were already down a player. Remember, they had to sacrifice IQ. You have to make sure you are decisive. And if we go back to group stages with 4 Thrives performance, one of the big things that actually upset me from then in group stages was that they were just not able to be decisive. And it's starting to showcase again.
This is group stage 4 Thrives this year. In that game, unfortunately, that's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, speaking of decisive, you know, we were talking about a little bit of an engagement earlier on when we saw Ulf and Furia get into it. If 4 Thrives would have been able to third-party that situation, that could have stopped this whole situation, but instead, They decided to play a little bit slower.
Look, would it be risky? Yes, but the potential upturn off of that fight, if you do come out on top, would have been just incredible. So indecision, indecisiveness, and yeah, group stage is just back in the bloodstream for Four Thrives, and they are really having a bad time.
Well, we're going into Miramar, guys. So, Seven, if you can, one more time, remind which team you feel is going to be the strongest going into Miramar.
Ulf. They got the momentum. They've had a win. Yes, I know Four Thrives was able to get 2 wins yesterday, but the body language, luckily for us, we're in the arena. We're able to look at the players. I'm looking at the body language of these players of Four Thrives, and it's completely the opposite that it was after Rondo. Remember, earlier in the day in Rondo, they had an amazing match. Right now, just a lot of question marks.
Yeah. I mean, Blank was talking about it. He was like, the players are smiling on the side of Ulf. And the thing is, they've been given hope for the first time in these finals. Hope is coming their way, and they're stripping the hope away of Four Thrives that are getting just sadder and sadder by the minutes, it feels like. So, Miramar, man, this one is going to be intense.
You can take a look there at the top performers, and one of them is going to be a Four Thrives player in T24. And
I want to see those performances. Hopefully he's gonna have to pull some kind of performances here. If anything, I'm gonna put some extra pressure on some of those players. And the one player I'm actually gonna be looking at is Falak, the main star of that squad, the one that everybody looks after. He has to set the tone. He has to make sure he leads by example. Even if he might be the IGL, he is the owner of Four Thrives, and he needs to make sure he starts putting up good numbers.
Got to perform.
Where was Top going?
Yeah, I saw him and Doc take off there for a second. Maybe they're going to go.
Is East going to play? Well, we don't know.
Maybe get a little hydration here because we're headed to the desert here, guys. And now we have a show. I mean, it's so crazy to me, again, the fact that we have Ulf not only in the Smash Zone, which we were talking about as a possibility, but could possibly win it with just points.
I think it's going to happen. As Seven just stated, they are a very momentum-based team. It's time to make it happen on the Dusty Junes.
Let's get into it as we go into the last 2 matches of this Grand Finals. We're headed into Miramar. Arigel, Rondo, done. And let's take a look here at this playing path.
Call it playing path, too. Should be able to just kind of spread everybody out. If you're Ulf, now you're in the same situation where you're going to have not only just the lobby against you, you're going to have the crowd against you, because every single time somebody from Four Thrives got eliminated, boy, this crowd was going absolutely nuts. And this is what I was talking in regards to Ulf. They got that maturity. They got that experience. I don't think they're going to let that kind of stuff face them.
I don't feel like they're going to crumble under the pressure of being in the Smash. And I feel like, if anything, this is going to boost them even more, that they could be the champions, claiming for all of these players their first international trophy. And who knows, maybe the MVP award too, because those players have been putting up insane numbers today, Hot Juice.
Well, we just saw Four Thrives exit the plane. Time to heat things up just a little bit more as we head on over to the desert and to our casters.
Oh, it's getting toasty here on Miramar. It is hot indeed. Four Thrives and Ulf both with a chance to clash and to find one another, lacking here on the desert. 100% win rate for Four Thrives in Miramar final games, but Ulf on a massive momentum streak.
Huge momentum streak here for them. 7-2-1 getting taken out by the knife from Swash to begin things off. The circle is towards Ulf to start things off. Down towards Porto Paraiso. A lot of water in with the island still in play. Four Thrives do not have to go far, but Ulf, more importantly, can set the barricade between themselves and Four Thrives if they so wish.
Let's think back to the last time we had an East Island finish, Blank. In the finals of London, we found ourselves going all the way out there. It was I think it was Regnum Kaya at that time who were chasing towards that top spot. Countrymen of Ulf, obviously both Turkish teams. They were able to do so much, but in the end, it was D plus Kira able to win out from the islands on the offside. Will we see a repeat of that? So unlikely that these islands get played in, but it's always possible. And with Four Thrives being a lot further from the coastline, you've got to imagine that they'd have to play late through this one.
The big thing for Ulf right now is they took a massive split at the start of the game. They have a huge amount of awareness of what's going on inside the circle, where players are. Right now, they control pretty much La Bandita and everything that sits over towards the north side of it, including Minas Generales. So for Ulf, they start this game off really strong in terms of the information game. Is the momentum still going to be there? Because we have got hyped up about teams like this in the past, and then they have fallen flat as soon as they hit the match point. The same can happen to Ulf here.
7-2-1 on our screens right now. Blank, this was a team we were talking about doing so well from yesterday, capitalizing on what I think was a lot of mistakes, I think it's safe to say, from a lot of other teams, allowing them into the gaps, allowing them to survive where perhaps they shouldn't have done. It's just been a big fall off for them today, and I think that coming into this, a lot of people would have probably put them on the back page. It seems to be where they're going to be closing their day. They're still in the scrap, though, with Gaming Stars, and could potentially find something that they're not quite finding its way all the way in. Gaming Stars find the hot drop on Miramar. I wonder if it will repeat next game. Earn some more points as Maniac able to close one down. Does get shut out with the DBS to the kneecaps. A nice little leg sweeper there. Potentially a little bit more, but there's just challenges back and forth between them and GameStar. The Arena want to take a slice of the pie, add it to their tally, and up towards the top of the table, it is all too welcome.
Decent pushing coming through from GameStar over towards 7-2-1. A lot of teams seem to be getting cut out quite early here on Miramar as well, and another challenger will step up to the plate. Two teams going down really early here, John. Does open up the circle in a big way.
Assist coming through from Tourniquet for E-Arena to stay alive as much as they can. Taking down more and more players. Rolex the last to roll. 4 Gaming Stars. Unlikely that E-Arena are going to let them get away with this one. His position is known. They should have the full encirclement here, but Rolex might just be able to wend his way through the hills and get to safety. Nobody else really getting stuck in at this point. And 4 points snaffled away from the lobby by Gaming Stars, and no one's really going to blink twice about that. The Arena on 3, though, and they draw level with Furia.
Again, as we say, though, all that, with 2 teams going down, that is a total of 8 players out of the lobby. Miramar is a big place. 2 teams being out opens up so much space to play around with. 4 Thrives, they don't have to deal with many teams coming in from that western side. They can start to play this out a little bit more comfortably. They are moving over towards Ulf right now, though, as well as the Flash. Very close to Ulf.
Thrives potentially in danger. I mean, the map can sometimes be a little bit deceptive in terms of closeness, in terms of proximity, but yeah, Team Flash definitely have had shots over towards 4 Thrives here, and they continue to ring out. The boot pinging the lead away, but will take a little bit of damage to the vehicle. Still looking pretty healthy, though. Should be fine for the time being. 4 Thrives yet to get tagged.
4 Thrives do make it through. A good rotation from them. Actually, a very nice rotation from Picardo. Not much competition. Able to find a decent spot to play in from. Ulf is playing a 2-2 split right now on the southeast side of Labandita, and then just a little bit further towards the south. They're trying to confirm the best spot over towards that fielded area, just in case we head there. In which case we do, they have a really awesome springboard at the start of their game. Most likely just waiting for this stage to shift, and then very, very big decisions will have to happen shortly after that.
Lead over from S2G versus Pandem. S2G were able to have a miracle run on Miramar in their group stage to make the top 6 here. And they'd love to go as far as they can on this one as well, I'm sure. They're in a solid spot here. West of Impala, near Minas Generalis as well. Nades not quite connecting, and Pandem hiding behind these corners. Just a little bit too much terrain in the way for the flak to catch them, to take them down on the knock. On the north side, we'll have threat potentially from Otter and BTR in maybe about a minute's time, but this fight can be pretty slow.
It's going to definitely slow down a fair amount right now. For S2G, currently battling out for that eastern edge of Minas Generalis versus Pandem at the moment. But we are, I think most players, most teams are waiting for this second shift. There's a lot of potential of what it can do on this next circle. We can head far over towards the eastern side, play around Impala, which would be interesting, especially for Boom in terms of trying to get up towards that top side of the table.
Making it into 3rd place for Boom would pretty much lock in their spot over on PMWC as well. And depending on where Bigatron finish, they could leapfrog them with a 4th place, but they do need to get at least 4th place, no matter what, to be able to jump up and pass, because Bigatron are currently in 4th on their regional points with 19 on the PMWC points scoring tables. And you need to get at least 4th on this table to score more than that, and likely more, because BTR won't finish last.
Both Wolf and 4Thrives taking splits right now, trying to confirm as best they can into this next circle, which will be popping in just 10 seconds time. This is probably one of the most pivotal circles during this entire tournament of who it favors and where it goes. Both Ulf and 4Thrives towards the center, heads north. 4Thrives do need to get a move on, but Ulf have open space in front of them to make the dash.
Do they have the speed? It looks like they're already on the bike. 4Thrives split 2 and 2 around Team Flash, behind a lot of teams on the queue. BTR happy to move up towards that hill to the east of Truck Stop, maybe falling short there. I don't imagine they want to step too much closer. E-Arena happy on the north side. I think they've lost a player though earlier on in their fights with Gaming Stars. Nope, they are as 4. I think that's every team. Yeah, every team is playing as 4 here. The East Coast by Impala, however, Blank, is going to be a bloodbath. 4Thrives, are they going to get stuck in near Impala?
They are trapped right now. 4Thrives are in a really quite difficult situation to be in between GOAT as well as TT Project. TT Project will hear these shots ringing out, and they're bringing up the rear at the moment. None of these teams are in, so they do need to move further forward, but 4Thrives got a big task in front of them. Luckily, Hazaifa opens up well over towards Force.
Gives position away, though. Teams are going to know that this is where 4Thrives are playing. Could potentially be a little bit more of a motive to get stuck in. But you know that Ulf is also in that smash point boundary, so it's not just the one team you need to worry about. Do you throw a game away to stop them from scoring points at this stage with Ulf still in the game? I'm not entirely sure, especially when they're a full 4. GOAT team looking to try and keep ahead of them, and boom, beyond that.
Really important pick-off for 4Thrives there. It means that GOAT is now on the run, and they can just follow them in. Basically ride their tailwind off the back of this one. Get further in towards the circle, but they are stuck on the edge of Impala. Must remember that.
Managed to get past it, though, fairly convincingly. GOAT team have gone along the coastline behind Boom, who are taking position on these mountains, but the terrain covers it off. Where GOAT team decide to pull up is where 4Thrives are going to have to set their challenge and maybe stake their claim. Falak draws it short because now Yummy is starting to get involved. So is Octa from this massive high ground that they hold.
Gorgeous bit of high ground to work with. The big thing right now is that Yumi's also holding Longhouse, which is a hard prospect for 4Thrives because this would be a great checkpoint for them as they just swing by on this coastal edge. Hazaifa getting close to focus at the moment. Moxie providing cover.
And through all of this, Blank, Ulf are very clearly in the center, fairly safe next to Pandem. No one's pushing them at all. So it is 4Thrives in the most danger right now of our 2 hotspot teams. They've already managed to find a point, but GOAT team.
Oh, Falak!
And Aurora, they're pushing him from behind. Oh, it's a pincer. This is dangerous. Falak is down. Will potentially get flushed away here. Indeed, he will. And 4Thrives are on 3, going very low. Octa can't quite clip. IQ on the approach. Looks for more. Looks for that spray down. But maybe Aurora in for the assist.
The circle heads over towards Ulf, Pandem, Aura. 4Thrives have further to go, and they might just fall down again.
Oh.
T24 out, leaving IQ as well as Hazaifa, the last 2 players alive.
The foundations for 4Thrives built on sand and will crumble in the desert wind right now. 2 players alive and a massive chance for Ulf to sneak this one away at the 11th hour. It's unlikely the 4Thrives finish anywhere below 2nd, but it would be an ashen 2nd place.
Trying to find any purchase on this circle. Aura just beneath them. Shots are taken. There's another angle along the way. You can see how low these players are going. IQ making the mad dash, but the vehicle starts to smoke.
Hazaifa and IQ. I mean, if they can pull this one out the bag, they're a stronger man than many. And they get to a shack for Hazaifa. IQ, does he commit to it as well? This is fairly central, and they will be able to outlast. And remember, points are also very important with how close Ulf are now, especially given their position in the map.
Well, for Four Thrives, points are now king, because it doesn't matter if we get to the last match, because that will be the final match anyway. For Four Thrives, there is no smash outside of that 6th game. There's no smash possibility here in my eyes, with only 2 players left remaining and still under pressure.
Points for Four Thrives. 2 players are alive, but they are under a lot of pressure. Up on the hilltop. Looks like Aurora are potentially getting stuck in. Shots over towards Horror. Goat team as well with their players that remain. The 3 of them. Look at a plan from the northeastern side. West Edge is just so free, Blank.
Yeah.
And it's Ulf and Team Flash, the only players who are there.
Pretty much, if we get a western shift on the circle, Ulf is in such a good spot because it's so barren around this area, you can see, and Ulf has this lovely position to play from. Very hard to inject yourself over towards that spot, but they still need to get a western shift on this one. It's not done just yet, because if this pushes away from Ulf, they have to leave, and that's hard.
Certainly is. Real tough stuff. Come on through, nades traded, no knock found, but Moxie takes the brunt of the damage. Safji backed off the angle by the rear guard from Goat Team, but they've both taken a heavy hit and have to get some healing done. We'll be able to find some, but Focus has fallen. Boom are also out in the wings waiting for it. Goat Team starting to falter now, starting to stumble. Just these 2 players on the angle, and Safji looks for Moxie. More nades are pouring in, and Furia will get stuck in as well on the north side. BTR are there, and it's a south shift. It's not the best for Ulf, but it's still pretty bloody good.
It works well for them. They have so much control over the circle now, and they can take a lot of shots. So even if they don't get the chicken dinner off this game, there's a high potential for eliminations coming through from Ulf in the near future.
Otter rip through Furia on the approach, getting 1 knock and flush. There is an answer from Ayala, but Furia just faltering a couple of times so far today and will not be able to jump up and be in competition for the top spot. Otter will want revenge, and they descend for 1 and another. The first Miramar sees Brazil out. They'll have to go to the last.
Furia not able to get over the match point, and not close enough, but looking to try and hold on to their 3rd place spot. E-Arena is on the chase. BTR moves up, and Aura getting swept aside a little bit here.
Aurora with S2G challenging them. Top goes down. Aurora now on 2 players. It's Doc and Tjol. Kamikaze lost, and Solke up and into the fight for S2G. They've still got a backstop coming through, and Hamzy G, who's fending off TT Project, could be dangerous if they're found.
Zypher down.
Zypher is down as well. You're right, for Four Thrives, they are just the 1 player remaining. IQ, the last to stand. It's not a chicken dinner. It's not even going to be survival points at this stage. Goodness me, they are starting to limp through this one.
Good shots from Bozy over towards Aura here as they try and careen their way into the circle. Over towards that south side, Flash in a good spot. Also, you can see right here on your screen, they have the full 360.
Wow. Full control. Nowhere to hide. Otter still trying to pelt the circle with players and moving 1 in. Aurora still struggling against S2G, and TT Project not pushing past the backstop. Zyol falls next. S2G, they're on 4 eliminations now. Look at her try and climb as high as they can on the tables.
So many teams injured here, though, at this point in time. The Flash is up with 4 right now. Boom does get eliminated. S2G down on 3 players, Aura on 1. Pandem's still alive, but what can they do at this point? They have been struggling through this tournament so far. See if they can have a step up right now at the end. Next circle shift, so important for this team. They need it towards the north side for Ulf. But again, there are so many injured squad here, and they are one of the few 4-mans left remaining out of this lobby that has just been torn apart by the 17-minute mark.
I think they take a west shift as well, Blank, here. I mean, all the teams out to the east, your main threat then is E-Arena, but you can hold out all these teams to the east, play off of Team Flash's position as well, and just cut this circle in half. Limit the number of enemies that can take you down, and potentially earn a heck of a lot of points for it as well.
IQ keeping it calm inside the shack right now. There is a burning vehicle outside, so anyone that pops over this ridge should realistically know there might be a player in here and potentially look to clear. Pandem certainly knows what's going on. They've been taking shots towards these players for quite some time now. Okay, next circle shift. Let's see where it heads. What it will spell for the rest of the teams in the lobby.
South. Away from Ulf. They do not get the shift and they have to move now, but the teams on the east will have to move first, Blank. That's Pandem, that's BTR, that's IQ as well for Thrives. So it may not be a chicken dinner here for Ulf, but E-Arena have to move as well. That might open up a Western rotate for them.
But the Flash is a very classic position to take a chicken dinner from. One of the most classic on Miramar as well, considering just how open it is around this area. So for Ulf, a difficult task, I would absolutely say. But you're right, there's a lot of teams on the outer edge. How they play this off for the rest of the game is definitely going to be important because they essentially need to start sweeping and thinking more about points gain towards match 6, trying to get above Thrives.
Some opportunities hopefully going to present themselves for S2G. They would love to get higher on the tables. We saw, again, that back-to-back chicken dinner in their group stage. They do know Miramar. These are some storied players. BTR, though, wants to take them out of the mix, out of the running. On the north side, they're looking to poke their noses in. With the remnants of Horror, one player left standing. No Fear is alive for Horror. BTR may well be aware of that. IQ is going to have to crawl into further up to the north.
All quietens down a little bit now. Everyone knows how difficult this next circle is to play. Big benefit for our team on the north side and Ulf is that they've got all 4 vehicles still up because they're able to hide them away inside that compound, which is going to be a massive benefit for them into the future. Scarface starts to walk forward now for the team, tentatively placing his first steps into the circle.
And the good thing for Ulf is that they do have the roadside cover in play as well. They can get a little bit closer to the zone. They don't need to fully commit just yet. It would put them in danger, though, if they fully go for that roadside cover. E-Arena's position on the west, I think, is so important in this next zone, Blank, as well as, obviously, Team Flash. But E-Arena just stop anyone from crossing the road as IQ goes down. The last player from Thrives falls, and again, denied the opportunity to smash.
Not a single placement point gathered either, John. As Ketch looks over towards Pandem, and potentially that might be an opportunity for them to open up on this eastern side. Flash also spots them and will begin to take shots.
Team Flash have such brilliant angles over towards Pandem. So do S2G, so do Ulf. I don't think Pandem can make this one. I don't think anyone can make this rotate, Blank. A player out in the open, maybe just dipping into the blue. Leon tries to save his bacon, but it is cooking, it is sizzling, and I don't think it's going to stay unburnt too much longer.
Flash continuing to open up from this incredible spot of the map to play in. E-Arena down towards the southwest side. Nora finding more, but shots sent over this way, and Eren at least steals away one.
They do manage to heap on the damage. One player now left for Pandem. Next circle coming on through. Will it push all further? It goes central. This should be Team Flash's game. All things considered, they are coming off of a chicken dinner. They're looking to keep that momentum going and maybe jump up the tables nice and high, but it's E-Arena, TT Project on the southwest that really haven't stepped towards one another yet.
Ulf has to make a decision soon. How do they want to play this one out? They're looking for spots to play. They're not necessarily looking for players. Points would be perfect for them going forward. I really don't know how they play this one out. Do they make the big wrap over towards the eastern side potentially? S2G now coming up against Aura inside the building.
And the spray down for Kamikaze is good. Will be able to find the first one. BTR struggling with the burn, with the fire at his feet. Hamzy able to weather it, and there's only one player left. BTR are out. The circle is on the middle of this one, and they have to move. But Ulf make that dash, and they lose two. A big hit coming through from the last player of Aura, from Team Flash as well. And Ulf are down to one. Just Ketch remains.
A disgustingly difficult push for them. They tried to set themselves up. If they got the north shift on this, they potentially win. But now Ketch is the last left alive. He's looking for placement points now, putting themselves ever closer to 4 Thrives to potentially leapfrog them in the final match of the day.
Ketch is in the zone though here, and S2G have to move now. Their opportunity to make their way forwards, and Ketch is not going to make S2G's life easy. He's not going to go down without a fight. Lost is down behind. The Tractor doesn't have a lot of cover to play around, and he's tagging the shots. Needs one more would do it. The healing's coming. You need to land it, Ketch. What's happening? His teammates now up in play, and no smash. We're going all the way. 12 matches here. The opportunity's been there since the start of the day. But we will see our final terminal, Miramar.
But high placing, decent spot to be in, get themselves ever closer, and the sights are there now for 4 Thrives at the end of the day. There is still a capability to come out swinging for 4 Thrives in those final moments.
Same could be said for Ulf, though. I don't think there's anyone. I mean, E-Arena, could they potentially jump up and break that smash boundary with every single Elim left in this game? I mean, they might be able to if they get a chicken dinner here. On the western side, they do have some ridge cover. I mean, in theory, they could. In theory, E-Arena could break the smash boundary in this match. I think potentially so could TT Project as well. As much of an outside chance as it is, it's still possible. It's still possible.
We will have just to wait for the leaderboards after this game comes through and can determine just exactly how close it is towards the top side of the lobby. But deserted ground in front of them. And this is last desserts for a lot of squads right now when it comes to those eliminations to potentially try and leap up towards the top side of the lobby. I'm pretty sure at one point, Ulf actually controlled the compound that Flash is currently playing. But you gotta take a gamble.
Ought to be galling. The Arena flexing out, moving Schweppes into the open, as is Tony K, although he's got a little bit of cover from the hay shed. Project, they've been playing on this roadside for a long time. They're not really peeking up and over. They need to stay covered off from Team Flash. S2G, very close by towards Team Flash, and this has got to be worrisome, especially when you're not able to get the knock like that. Kamikaze drifts in behind the Tractor. Manages to hit the deck. A lot of damage being poured back their way. I think now is where Team Flash should start to worry.
Team Flash inside their building, like you say, eventually they'll have to leave. E-Arena makes the swing up. They aren't looking their way either. They were looking over towards S2G. A great moment to pick here for E-Arena to try and get themselves further into this game. TT Project meandering up the road, looking for something, but now marooned, sadly, on the south side.
S2G will move to the east edge. Taking damage though, the vehicle goes up. I think they should be able to heal this one through. I wonder how much ammo Team Flash have left overall. It's looking like it might be pretty bare here, Blank. This could be a pretty important factor coming through for Team Flash in terms of their efficacy into these final stages.
Too bad. I mean, it's not a huge amount of ammo, but again, we're towards the end game right now. But for the Flash, they just haven't made enough casualties around the map. That's the big issue. S2G coming into this with 14 nades will be critical to push through the mire that sits in front of them. 40 seconds until we get to zone 9. S2G has to make their breakout. They're using smokes to cover their tracks. Loss is just going to hold the angle, but DS finds the first.
Steps in, gets the spray down. One Elim denied now to our chasing teams, the Arena and TT Project. Kamikaze peeks out the side. Win looks for more, but there's a lot of damage being poured on in as well. That may be from TT Project. Team Flash have to leave the safety of the buildings that have kept them safe for so long, and their ammo supplies will be running fairly dry. Hamzy is spotted though. That does go over towards Zeus. Will he be able to confirm that flush, or will it be pinged away by E-Arena, by someone from TT Project? As Flash lose one on the approach, FES finds it.
Final circle now, stage 9. It's really come down to this. TT Project desperately trying to hold out their position. E-Arena gets into nade range. Like we said before, they had a ton of nades to work with. First one heads over towards Effect, and it is good. And one goes far from TT Project, will not find the knock that they were desperately looking for, and the damage is coming through very thick.
Hamzy trying to suppress the angle as well. Effect is down and will be flushed most likely, but S2G can get involved in this fight. Foreman flushes it out. Where are S2G? Will they take the points? Will E-Arena be able to keep it going? S2G now looking to marshal the roadside, and they are fumbling. For E-Arena, they cannot find it. And S2G and Flash will close down this game. We go into our final Miramar with only 2 options of a smash, but Team Flash want the back-to-back.
Good nades from S2G over the top, a team that is very well versed on Miramar, as you may know from their group. The shots are coming through. Hamzy G weathering the storm on the eastern side, and S2G, the kings of the desert, ride once again.
S2G, it will be a Turkish win, despite it not being all. But this is what we waited for them, and these final last-minute blast-outs coming from a couple of these teams are good to see.
Oh, ever so close on that boundary. 2 teams to smash on this last game, but it's most likely going to come down to those points. We will see what happens going forward. No matter what happens here, though, both teams are going to be feeling mighty nervous into this last game.
Absolutely. S2G claimed that chicken dinner. Team Flash did a lot of work, though, in that game to be able to put more points on the board. It is a big ascendancy from their performance over in day 1. Team Flash have done more. This game, they were helped by the circle, sure. Last game, they felt very proactive, and I enjoyed their game there. It was just so unfortunate that they took that compound away from Ulf. Assuming you're an Ulf fan, it's unfortunate that is. Because it was so close to them being on with a chance to take it, potentially. But it's not going to happen here. It may happen in the next one. S2G take the chicken dinner to see us into a final map of Mirror.
Are you kidding me, S2G? These guys in Miramar are just like peanut butter and jelly. They just go together. But the big story here, folks, is we have 1 match left. It is 4 Thrives versus Ulf. And this one is way too close for comfort.
Boy, it was a 13-point difference, and now it's down to single digits. Ladies and gentlemen, 9 points separate the Turkish team to the Pakistani squad. And it will be down to the last game. We will be going every single game today here, Seven. I was hoping for a smash, but man, this is absolute cinema now.
This is insane for a team to be able to close up a 50-point gap and now have a chance to win it via points. At one point, I was just saying, if any team's going to challenge them, it will be via smash roll. Some people were on social media crowning a champion. That is not the case, and it's not going to be just via smash roll. It could be via points as well.
Look, if Ulf do win, I've got the receipts. I got a lot of screenshots of everyone that posted prematurely before celebrating that win of 4 Thrives. But still, actually looking at TT Project, what a comeback from them.
Yep. Crazy win here. Let's take a look at the comms and hear what these players had to say.
Hai trong cái móc này, trong cái móc. Coi mình vô trong được á, mình vô phía trong này nè. Qua trái luôn. Rồi còn ngoài trái kìa. Ngoài trái nữa. Bắt qua trái, bắt qua trái. Đầu người đó hả? Xong rồi anh em mình áp bên đây, Cho nó chơi trái. Này à. Rồi vô trong móc qua, đứt trong móc. Đó mà. Sao không người móc. Mình bo. Đặt tâm đó. Phải nó buồn. Đặt tâm mình đi. Chết chơi. Rồi bắn đâu kìa. Hai bên. Máy rồi trên này nó nét kìa. Còn bắn mình phải chạm được một cái thôi, phải một thôi. Má được bốc chết luôn. Rồi sẽ nó quýt với. Thế rồi. Không còn gì hết á. Còn xuống gì á. Rồi như ba rồi.
So to be able to hear their thoughts going into this last game, and look at that, 9 eliminations here at the end.
PMGO with the 9 bomb. All right, 1,100 damage too from this squad. I mean, we've seen SCG do this in the past, and the question becomes, if S2G is trying to do what they did in their group stage, they're going to be taking points away from those two top teams. But it's just so close, man. It's so insanely close.
It's not like you have to be top 6 to be champions, you know?
Yeah.
You have to be number 1, so realistically it's not going to happen. But good to see PMGO, as you said, do well. 9 eliminations, almost 1.2k damage. He's been a champion here before with S2G in Jakarta, and he also will be crowned your game MVP. Not really surprising. I just wish we saw S2G get these kind of results earlier in the tournament if they wanted to have a chance, but they are a late bloomer, and in a short format like this, that is not going to be rewarded.
No, not at all, especially with the consistency that we've seen in these 2 days, right? Day number 1, obviously, 4Thrives having a lead that was unfathomable. And with us thinking, and everybody thinking that, hey, no one's going to catch him. And then all of a sudden, Ulf said, hello.
It's not a little hello, it's a big hello.
Hello.
Yeah, right now. But you know what? You were saying you were angry at 4Thrives earlier, Seven. And I'm joining the gang. I am angry. Why the hell is Falak on the front line scouting almost 200, 300 meters away from his team? The moment he encounters some players, I think it was Aurora at one point, he goes down right away. What is going on? This team is just not ready to be a Smash champion.
Yeah, for all the 4Thrives fans, me including myself, if you want to see the definition of just tunnel vision, go back and see how 4Thrives was just hunting down GOAT. They were just bloodlust straight after them, and it put them in such a bad situation. Now, on the opposite side, I already know that it is getting, the pressure is getting to 4Thrives. I saw Ulf, even though they do end up with 5 points, do something a little bit different. This squad took way too long to reach into the actual circle. And when the decision-making came about, this is the second time now that we see Ulf not being able to execute a way inside a circle late in the game. Earlier, we saw it happen against Hora. Here again, it happens in a bad way.
Look, this one, I can kind of give them a little bit of respite because it was such a hard transition. You're on the northern side, the circle does not favor you, and every team that's pretty much in the circle will have or a compound or a really good dip on the road in the sense of TT Project. I feel like there were maybe better ways they could approach it, but the circle is literally one of the toughest they could have ever had in that scenario. So it doesn't work out, but they're still single digits away, so it's going to be down to the wire.
Yeah, for them, I was hoping they would go either to the east or the west. Mostly just the east. Try to maybe take a fight there with Pandem. And as you can tell, right here, it's so close between these two teams.
That is right. It is a two-pony show here as we got 4Thrives versus Ulf. 9-point difference. I wish you guys at home so bad could just hear Max and Seven's thoughts during the game, because almost all day it's like 4Thrives, what are you doing? Ratson, why don't we start moving? Yeah, and then all of a sudden in this last game, it's like, why are you pushing? Calm down! You know, it's just so crazy that they've had such a shift in play and it's just not working towards the end of the day.
Look, me the entire time is just like, no, what are you doing? And I repeat that throughout the entire game until they eventually get eliminated.
Oh boy, it's it. It's just going to be 2 teams, folks. Everybody else is going to be hunting to add to their prize pool.
Yeah, actually, TT Project, I wanted to talk about them real quick there. They got a really strong finish, top 4. They just needed top 11. They're like, actually, podium is maybe not out of the question for them, right? So if they can do what they did on Orangle this time around on Miramar, hey, TT Project could have one of the biggest comebacks of PMGO Season 1.
I'm going to post a question, boys.
Okay.
If you're 4Thrives, You maybe try to find a way that you can make Ulf's life a little bit more difficult. Not early in the match.
Yeah.
But just try to do what some of the other teams were doing to them throughout this whole day. Remember, that is the only team that can genuinely pass them. If you can just eliminate just one player of Ulf, that makes their life so much more difficult to actually try to get a chicken dinner and to get even more points.
I feel like if you know 100%, no doubt in your mind, you have an opportunity to wound a player or multiple even of Ulf, send it, because even if you go down, no one else outside of top 2 can really compete for the championship. So if you just get rid of that team, the win is sure to go your way.
I'm not talking about a full crash, though. I'm not talking a full-on 4v4.
Just one player or two.
Just one player, just 1-2 players, because it's so close that if you do end up committing and it backfires, guess what? That's going to cost you the championship. Just take one player away.
Agreed.
Take 2 players away from far away. Don't over-risk it.
And that is absolutely, I think, the best advice going into this last game. Every part of me wants that not to happen, though. I want to see these two battle it out to see who wins this championship. The crowd will go absolutely nuts. But at the end of the day, you got to pull out every trick in your book if you want to become champions. So let's see. Let's see how 4Thrives are going to do. They got a lead, but is that lead going to get to their head and they're going to decide to play passive again? Yeah, I mean, that's
been
true.
happening all of today.
It happened in the 3rd match. It's been happening for a long time for this squad. How can they get themselves out of their head is the big question mark.
Okay, guys. Well, it's 4Thrives versus Ulf. Both of these teams need every single ounce of help they can possibly get. So, Maxman, I'm going to ask you the question. Which team are you going to predict to win the final match and become PMGO champions?
Oh, you really put me on the spot, but you know what? I think 4Thrives need all the help they can get. I'm picking Ulf for the win.
Oh, the Ulf pick is out. What will happen? What about you, Seven?
I'm going to be picking 4Thrives. The reason is because now the pressure has been ongoing for so many games that this squad knows exactly what they need to do. They've seen the leaderboard, they've seen the 9 points, they know just exactly what you need to do. I saw their body language. Trust me, it is much better than earlier. This squad looks like it's locked in. All they have to do is just make sure either Ulf doesn't win or there's some extra points in that board.
Well, here we go, folks. It's the last match of the 2026 PMGO Season 1. Who is going to become your champions? Which team has that ice water in their veins? Will it be 4Thrives or will it be Ulf?
The biggest question of them all. The plane really favoring all of these squads. 4Thrives going, of course, dead center in Picardo. No excuses on Miramar.
None whatsoever. This squad, I don't want to see any bloodlust. I don't want to see any tunnel vision. I want them to just be focused towards the end of the match. How can you make sure you do enough to stay at the top? You have a 9-point lead. You have given up a lot of points, Max. Can you actually do just enough to get your first championship and win it for Pakistan?
I got a bit scared. I saw Ulf drop at the same time as 4Thrives. Like, no, please don't drop Ulf and Picardo. But no, they will be going to the eastern side near La Bandita. We are safe for the early game.
Well, the crowd is on their feet. The stadium is making some noise. I hope you guys at home are doing the same as we send it on over to our casters for the last time.
The race for the top spots begins. Their final chance to smash. 9 points separates the two teams at the top, and we're going all the way west on the circle. A lot of unplayable terrain. We saw the East Coast before. We're going away from Impala this time around.
This is 4Thrives' time to shine. Down towards the southwest side, they've had some good games off the back of this one. For Max, he predicts 4Thrives. Predicts Ulf, sorry.
Whoa.
He's the anti-curse.
That's powerful tonic you're throwing out.
He's dropped the anti-curse. He's given it to 4Thrives. Potentially, without that ailment, they can get the win here. 9 points sit between the two of them. A tie, most likely, would go in 4Thrives' direction. They have more placement points right now.
Picking dinners first, though. I don't think Ulf have. I think they've only got one.
Yeah, they've only got one.
Even if they got a chicken in, they'd win anyway, so it doesn't matter. We don't even need to think about that. A tie would go the way of 4 Thrives. And blocked in with GK in what is very likely an uneventful fight in the grand scheme of things over towards Hacienda. Easy for Bad Boy on the rooftops, jumping about like he's some sort of ninja from some sort of village blank. Don't know where that could be, but Easy for Bad Boy will be shut down. Left, right, good night.
It wasn't a very hidden village, put it that way. Ragnarok now off in the distance. Leo pulls out the nade, throws it forward. He's waiting in the mids, gets the shots off, but nothing happens, and Pandem will find yet another. The crowd giving them all the support they can. It's always really lovely to be in Jakarta. The crowd is always phenomenal.
Where did Boom lose all their players? On the east side. Is that accurate? Not entirely sure. It may well be. Who's picked up points for it?
BTR. Yeah.
BTR have taken down 2 players from Boom. Oh, this might be really bad for Boom's chances to jump up towards the... Well, it is really bad for Boom's chances to jump up and get that EWC spot.
RQ maybe just thrown a lifeline there by BTR of all people. The team that hot dropped them in Zaki and kind of ruined the mental for the rest of the day. Doing a favor right at the end of things. Here's 4 Thrives making their rotation out. Again, as always, 4 Thrives rotation Picardo has been so clear and free. This is their big opportunity now to make something big happen right in these final moments. 9 points, it seems like a slim margin, but that usually is enough right at the final match. For Ulf, they could go out real early here.
Absolutely, they're coming through from La Bendita. EK continue their fight. After he's got the Tommy gun, see, he's going to take you down on the staircase too. Oh dear, he's bit the dust.
Not meant to be now finally. Your GK Kevin coming across. No Tommy gun in hand. But does have the micro Uzi, which is kind of a poor man's Tommy gun.
Certainly a more modern version of the handheld. The GK will only play on with Kevin. He is very much home alone in this scenario. Will have to carry on for GK on his lonesome there. GK, not too much mobility on the tables right now for them with that 1 player left alive, but everybody else that's kind of near this is still in this really very closely fought battle for money, for placements up and down these tables.
Yeah, there's tons on the line here. I mean, 54 points. Still can jump ahead of Aura. But Aura, they're 1 good game away from even a 5th place at this stage of the game. Cool to see. 4 Thrives do get stuck in over towards the western side of La Tirera. There is an outpost here from Furia, though, who could potentially cause some problems as they are rotating around, so they will be going loud. Furia, it seems, Igor is just going to wrap back towards the rest of the team, or at least recall them. Request some reinforcements. They're going for a 2-2 split here, John.
The desk has criticized them a little bit for going for these 2-2 splits, but maybe this one will pay off for 4 Thrives. They are...
The problem is, though, this is a difficult 2-2 split to regroup.
Yeah, it's such a big gulf that sits, that valley between the 2 legs of the La Tirera Hills. It's such a difficult gap to cross.
Also making their way on over right now as Balak, as well as IQ, holding out inside this spot. Force has already got MG3, apparently, as CT Project do take a knock and a flush off the back of that one.
Max saying there's a podium potential for this team, for TT Project. They needed 11th or higher to see their way into the PMWC and push the Vicious out of PMWC. And it seems like that is very, very likely.
Reefer spots over towards Ulf there. Aaron immediately pulling the pin on a grenade. Do you want to delay this? Aurora is a terrifying team to go up against, no matter the scenario. It goes long, there's a little bit of damage towards the monster truck. But Ulf, they need to make a quick exit on this one. They know they need to get further into the game. They do not want to scupper their chances right now, and it's likely they know which team they're coming up against. I don't think you can ever underestimate Aurora.
story from those players. Tale as old as time. Cannot deny them their prestige, but it will be a chance to open points potentially. GOAT team, another team that has been in contest for some of these top spots. Force those struggling around the corner will start to go low, has to back off the angle, traded off with Iato, and Force falls down. Zerich is down as well though. FES nearly there, and the top rope from GOAT team will collapse and start to strangle TT out of this game.
TT Project looks like their run might be done right now. Mid-air will go down. And they are left up in the air here at 5th place, 77 points. S2G somehow, some way, made a very, very miraculous performance today to get up towards 74.
And there is a podium potential for S2G as well, as the arena start to crumble. No chance of pushing further. Horror have a little bit of revenge here as the nades start to pour on in. 2 players alive, and Mormon's very low already. Tony K on the ground floor has a little bit too much to handle, but he's gonna go for it. Give it a good go. There's a nade, and it's all up to Mormons. 1 player now on the inside for the arena. 3 players on the downstairs floor. 2 of them are active. And Mormons has some third-party angles chiming in.
3rd place still up for grabs here with Furia still in the game. 4th Thrives finally make their regroup as well as the circle goes dead central on the Antidera Valley. A really good chance here for 4th Thrives. Mormon opens up onto 1 over towards Sleepy. Any extra points is good. There's another, but it's over.
They will not go further in this match. They may yet still hold on to 3rd place though, as Furia are not out of the woods on the north side just yet.
Furia need to go further on this one. There's Masku from 7-2-1, last player alive there for Aura as he gets the rest of the reses up. 2 players were knocked in that engagement. 4th Thrives trying to clear out more space inside the lobby, but overall strong positions just abound for 4th Thrives right now. They've got the pick of the litter on this one. Ulf's trapped on the northeast edge.
Aurora peeking over. Age on that fight just yet. More willing to stick it on the outside. Boom. Remember their challenge. They would love a 3rd place finish. It would see them over RRQ. Put them in one of those top 4 spots guaranteed. The question then would be, would BTR join them?
We'll wait and see. Sure, we'll get an update on that at the end of the day. Time being, a lot of focus over towards Furia right now. Trying to hold off against the remaining players from Aura, northwest side. Ulf starts to make their way in. They pick up a couple of compounds on that northeast edge. They're basically hoping for a hard shift because right now, the way things are going, 4th Thrives are massively set up for this endgame.
They're having a pretty good time of it right now. They have got 2 players out. They are still on a 2-2 split at this stage. A regroup is a lot more possible in their location right now than it was previously, though, Blank. They'll play very, very central on this one. Next circle displays in 30 seconds. We'll see our stage 3. Both of our 2 Smash Point teams already in this one. There's no hugely pivotal rotates to come on through. I feel like S2G is quite an interesting one. They had a massive game in the last match as well, Blank, looking to try and push further this time around, but they're going to enter from the south side and potentially even in towards Bayadamar.
It's one of the few options started remaining. No fear opening up towards Furia, though, is bad news, and that's as the circle's pushing in. Circle moves down towards Bayadamar. 4th Thrives instantly moving off the back of this one. They're in vehicles, they're heading towards Bayadamar proper. In the meantime, Furia taking more and more knocks.
This is, I mean, good news for Arena, right? If Furia go down, Aura will challenge them. Sky is there, but they will not find it. There's the money earned as 3rd place jumped for Furia. They are up there, and very few teams can challenge them now. 4th Thrives in a fight against 7-2-1. IQ holds, but a big nade from the back line takes both of them out, and 4th Thrives are cut in half. Hazaifa and Falak. 2 players for Pakistan. They need more. They are not safe.
Both down, they profit 1 point at least. 4th Thrives down to 2 is bad news for them as GOAT rocks up to the party now. Ulf looking to make their push down towards the south side, but so many teams in their path.
Ulf are moving on this eastern side, trying to stay safe. They'll have seen these pop up in the Elim feed blank. They know what their task is. They know what job they have to do. The question is, do they have the ability to do it? Can they make their way to the top and do the unthinkable? Something thought impossible at the start today is but 10 points away.
Thrives down to 2, under pressure right now, still taking shots out, trying to create themselves a little bit of a position with backbone, preventing teams from thinking they're too weak. But losing 2 players is a desperately bad thing to happen at this stage of the day. Versus 7-2-1, the upstarts here in PMGO Season 1.
Thrives had so many opportunities, and it seems like this one may be going the way of all the others now. Sure, they're central. Sure, they've got Falak and Hazaifa, but it may just not be enough. They are bleeding, and Ulf still have 4. They're only 10 points behind.
10 points though. It is an absolute canyon at this stage of the game. It feels very, very hard to hit those points. They also know that they're attempting to hit a moving target, but they should have seen in the elimination feed at least 2 going down here. But again, their rotate in is so difficult. Thrives through the rocky, tumultuous day might just still win it out off the back of points alone.
Furia, they want to go further. They've already pretty much locked in 3rd place if they can survive a little bit longer. And on the western side, they have to move further in. The circle doesn't cut either Thrives or Ulf out of this one just yet. We weren't expecting it to. They were both very, very central. It does have a little bit of water in, but we're not getting any crazy bridge shenanigans like we saw previously on Miramar. Well, not yet. I'll caveat it with that.
No one looking to assault towards Thrives' position just yet. They know that it's honestly, at this stage of the game, it's not massively valuable to anyone just yet. We'll have to wait and see. Is Pandem actually making a mad dash over towards the south side? Thrives will take shots over towards them. I don't know if that's ill-advised, though, exposing a position like that.
I mean, you've got to at least pretend you've got 4 players, if nothing else. Pandem are only a duo also. Just severely diminish their capabilities. Furia taking up a position with only Silence for now on the high ground of the bridge, which has so much oversight onto the rest of Valladamar. Rest of Furia likely to look to regroup onto this and play on that crossroad.
Incredibly tense game right now for everybody involved. With the circle where it lies currently, not likely to cut Thrives out in this next one. We'd have to go hard over towards that eastern side, so they can still stick around here a little bit longer, try and place a bit higher in this game, eat into those placement points and see if that'll take them higher up the tables. They can also take shots over towards Pandem, maybe find a couple of eliminations there. Still see the shots start to ring back over towards Thrives now.
Ooh, a knock onto Pandem. Leon does go down. Hopefully looking to flush that one away, but Falak, I mean, he may be over-peaking on this angle. Pandem, to be fair, maybe not Pandem, but a team should be looking to line up, return fire onto this spot and make this harder than it is. They should be able to find that res too. Furia go underneath the bridge with Silence on the oversight. They've been allowed to move on in. Kevin, who is playing as that last player home alone for Geeke, will also be playing underneath the bridge.
Very slow game here on this side of the map. No one want to make any sudden movements here. Pandem dropped in a Groza as well as level 3s. Nice to see here.
Take it. I don't think they flex out for the drop right now, though.
Incredibly tense right now. And I'm saying goodbye to the crowd.
Hello, Leon. We see you. Playing for the Indo Pride. Sure, you might be bottom of the tables, but at least he's having a good time.
But you made it here. At the end of the day, you made it here. It's more than most. It is more than most. Win rocking 600 bullets is not something I thought I would see, but he's very much ready to play all the way through to the end and still have about 200 bullets remaining. Circle will be popping soon. Critical moment for a lot of teams. Let's see where it ends up heading. Fourth Rise just would like a central shift on this one, even over towards the west.
Ooh.
And that is fantastic news for them.
It's interesting. I mean, this north side has got 3 teams playing here, right? You've got Team Flash, you've got Gaming Stars, you've got Aurora. Until that fight is entirely concluded, there's really no danger from the north. There's no real danger from the south either, because teams aren't really going to push through Via de Mar. Maybe Furia could look to move up that hill, but I think Fourth Rise have a long time to go left in this one, which means placements.
Okay,
and Ulf
what is
have
this?
to make their move because they are not in this zone.
Where are they going to go? Where are they going to drop into? This could be it all over right now. Looks like they're heading directly in the direction of Fourth Rise, who are taking shots over towards them. It's looking not great for the time being. Get themselves over towards the road. Any kind of purchase on the circle. One will drop out in terms of Eren, but they make their way in. Solus is down to 2 also.
The likelihood of a Smash victory has just been diminished so greatly. For Ulf, they are only 2 players now, and there is no team with that Smash boundary with a full 4. Being cut in half and put into Via de Mar on a circle like this, where it's such a heavy presence on the south side, is terrible news for Ulf.
It was a slow roll-up as well from them. It took a while for them to identify the positions that were taken and were not. I also understand how difficult that kind of push can be. If perhaps they'd maybe got 1 more player into that building, it would have been tenable, but right now, you do feel like those 10 points is going to be like climbing up a mountain.
It is tooth and nail from here on out, and Fourth Rise may have just been thrown a lifeline. This north side yet to conclude. Team Flash, Aurora, Gaming Stars as well. All full 4 rosters, or maybe I'll take that back, as Goat have spotted Zyol and will get the flush as well. It's going to diminish the power of the team that is probably the most mobile into this zone.
No one looking towards Fourth Rise right now. They sacrificed 2 players, but they gained an incredible spot. Aurora working their way down. They lost 1 player in Zyol. Doc grabbed himself a care package. Hopefully he can put it to good use. Oh, what a crazy turn of events today has been.
So reluctant to get stuck in. They know that this is the final one. There's no 2 ways about it. Only the points here that you earn can be added. You Flash take a knock and do go down to very likely 3 players here, with Bozy already on half. Topsy getting backed off the angle. Rolex rolls up to confirm it, and Team Flash now have to fade away over the horizon, away from Gaming Stars, as the next circle is 3 seconds away.
A crazy final gambit from Fourth Rise. They lose a player, but get the circle once again. But that puts them in danger right now. Teams should know that's a 2-man from at least this area around them. They may begin to assault that position.
But what teams are going to be left as 4 players when they move through there? S2G may have trouble getting out. Furia on the west, they're going to have a tough time getting off of this bridge against Goat Team and Fourth Rise as well on their position. This north side is looking treacherous. Aurora have already lost players. BTR, their big challenge on the east side now is Aurora. And beyond that, they just have to step forwards onto these hills, but there is Gaming Stars on the north edge.
Time begins to slow down. As you head towards the 22-minute mark with still 11 teams remaining, 32 players still up. It's a wild amount of teams to still be alive at this stage of the game, as well as players. Everyone knows just how important these final points on the day can be. For S2G on 75 points, like I said, a miraculous run from them on the final day.
This has such a big angle over towards BTR. They're going to know everything about their movements, but everybody has to move forwards. A nade over the top, looks good. Oh, just a little bit long, but the damage is still pouring in. A BTR trying to flee, trying to flood on down, but Doc can't quite stay alive for it. Federalis is down. Top is knocked as well, as GOAT team's taking casualties. Furia are plowing their way through. 4 Thrives potentially under threat here, but the teams with 4 players are starting to fumble, are starting to crumble. Hamzy goes low, and Razak's on the inside. Sulke, though, is able to handle the unwelcome caller at the top of the stairs. As S2G stay as 4, as BTR fall.
2G staying as 4, fantastic work for them. Still not a peep out of 4 Thrives just yet. A slow burnout towards the finish. But a finish it still will be. The get-go on the checkered flag, they are just about limping through now to the finish line.
I think the only danger for 4 Thrives right now in the next minute, 2, is Pandem. Is Pandem pushing across the road and trying to take their compound from them.
We're slowly getting in towards those placement points now, and although 4 Thrives have only found 1 elimination on the game, there's not enough here. Scarface trying to hold off against Aurora Gaming as they make their way in. Ketch still playing on the outside, not messing about here. Knows he needs to find Nox, knows he needs to cripple other teams around the lobby if they want to stay alive as 2.
Aurora finds a player from Ulf. Scarface has been knocked. Ketch desperately moving in now to look for this res, and will stick it entirely, will not be on the angles to watch for approaching players now, but luckily seems like nobody's really going for it. S2G have taken a knock as well. Gaming Stars want to roll down this hillside. If they get rid of Flash and Aurora, that's when 4 Thrives need to worry. The next circle is about to show us where it's going.
No way.
No way. Teams are going to have to leave by Edemar.
The 4 Thrives once again get themselves a compound. The Miramar circles have been kind, but you cannot deny that they had a great split at the start of the game and a great push over towards 7-2-1, identifying this as a strong spot on the map to play.
So many teams forced into Bahia Del Mar fairly early on. Scarface is knocked again. Not Aaron. Ulf are going to have to pick themselves back up. Ketch going for this res. They have to move. Blank, Ulf have to move. The survival prospects here for Ulf are so low. They are in the gutter right now. Is that a nade? Was that from Boom? Popping a smoke in there?
I think
covering off his angle.
Try and deny the sight line there, yeah. The 4 Thrives, what a nice game to have at the end of the day to secure your championship. Smoke starting to bloom around Ulf at the moment as S2G rocks up. Look to clear out these players. The nade goes wide.
2G trying to get rid of Ulf. 2 teams from Tertier, and Scarface steps out, loses the challenge and has to back away. First aid kit's necessary. Team Flash are taking punishment in the meantime from Aurora, but it's S2G to try and turn the screw over onto Ulf. Another nade in, a bounce on the back, catches Ketch, but doesn't do a lot of damage. Sulke has been knocked though. That comes from Gaming Stars. A third Turkish team enters the fight, and Ketch steps out wide, straight for 1, and it's all up to Scarface to keep them alive, but they cannot do it. It is 4 Thrives to take the top spot. Pakistan.
It's been a rocky road to get here, but they make it finally. It is a hard push in. They'll have seen the elimination feed and relief fading into this team. An incredible run yesterday set themselves up for a chilled out day today.
And they did. Fury are trying to cross the road. Four Thrives can still go a little bit further here with the circle as it sits. They got one of the very few compounds going, one of the very few positions of hard cover. Likely that Aurora and Gaming Stars face off against one another as Goat Team and Furia trade nades back and forth.
The Four Thrives are going to trade nades of their own, preventing teams from getting underneath them. Looking to push even further here. We see Aaron devastated by this one. But a second place, once again, it hurts. It feels bad for Ulf. But we know that they're just going to come back stronger.
They are still pouring damage in. Igor gets knocked by a nade. Furia are suffering, but there's still one left going. Ayala will stand tall on the inside. Potential to get the res, but they have to leave. They don't have time. Silence, I think he's dead in the water. Committing for this res is just too risky. You don't have the time.
Furia likely to go down here to the blue as it starts to just usher them in or usher them out of this match. Rolex from Gaming Stars will look over towards Pandem down the hill. But it's Four Thrives with the only compound in the circle right now.
And every single other team is tearing chunks out of each other. Blank, nobody has more than 3 players. It's Aurora and Gaming Stars and Pandem who have got that accolade. Furia moving in and not sweeping through Four Thrives position. Instead, they turn their attention over towards Aurora. Gaming Stars have lost another to a knock and a third.
Rolex looking for more here. Pandem somehow keeping this alive. Rolex will go down, and Pandem looks to push up further, but the distance is just far too great as Falak steps out, actually. Gets a good shot over towards Leon.
Down he goes. They should know that they've done it now. They will be very confident. With all the cameras surrounding Four Thrives, the pressure is lifted. They can play unleashed. Is this where Falak and Hazaifa come alive to close us down for a smash?
Potentially. You never know here as Hazaifa will pick up Leon, leaving Aurora as the only 3-man squad left remaining. A last hurrah from them.
2 players from Pakistan, already crowned kings, now looking to ascend. Up the hill they go. Aurora's there for the challenge, and it is Pandem who are bearing the brunt of Falak's wrath here. As he dips back behind the smoke, they will fall, but Falak is the trade. Furia could take down Hazaifa now. He can't go for the res. They may fall in third.
Falak will finally go down. Hazaifa, the last player alive here for Four Thrives. A podium finish, but they will sit atop it at the end of the day. They are finally out, and it's down to just these 2 teams.
Furia with a massive game. 13 eliminations, a guaranteed second place at least. But it is just too little. It is just too late. I don't think that they can overtake on the tables either. They're just a little bit too far out of reach. With a 1v3, is that possible? Is it possible that Furia could take it if Chief is able to get a 1v3? This might actually be a second place. Stolen away from Ulf, but it's not going to happen. Aurora finally find a chicken, but it is not about them. Four Thrives take the top spot.
The champions of this tournament, Hazaifa the pile driver, IQ the team's glue, Falak on the attack, and T24 shuts the door here at PMGO 2026 Season 1.
What a finish! Four Thrives able to hold out right until the last. It was so close. Ulf gave them a run for their money, but they kept their heads high, and Pakistan sings their praises. 4 players. Nobody could stand in their way.
Ulf with an incredible run. The hunt certainly began today for them, but they were not able to chase down the Pakistan team.
Let's head down to the stage to crown Four Thrives your champions.
is a moment we will never forget throughout PUBG Mobile history. For Tribes, guys, congratulations. I would like to welcome you to the main stage here to have a quick interview together. You may take your trophy together with you. Yes, of course. Sekali lagi tepuk tangan untuk Four Tribes. What an incredible journey throughout the group stage, survival station now, here in the grand stage of Tennis Indoor Stadium, Senayan. I know it's a lot for you guys. Once again, congratulations. This is your moment. And can you guys talk to us what you feel right now? Hola.
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. It's been a very long and hard journey for us. It's been 6 years, 7 years since all of us are grinding day and night. And today, Alhamdulillah, I'm speechless.
Take a moment. This is your moment. You want to say something? Hola.
Thank you so much for everything. And
Alhamdulillah, guys, we are finally champions.
Juara PMGO.
Alhamdulillah, Alhamdulillah. This trophy is for Pakistan and for all the fans who has been supporting us since long time. Thank you so much, guys.
Zaifa, you want to say something?
Alhamdulillah.
So anyway, this victory earns you the title of the strongest team in the world right now. Do you feel confident that you guys can say you are the best team in the world now?
Pakistan!
Can you say that you guys are the best team in the world now that you guys have this trophy?
Alhamdulillah. That's all I can say for right now.
Okay, so talking about the best team in the world, how confident are you going into EWC with this momentum? Because you just won the global trophy.
We are looking forward to get that trophy as well.
All right, we are going to wait for that moment. So, any final words that you guys want to say to everyone who supported you throughout the tournament? Maybe all of your fans here coming from Pakistan, and maybe for those of them who's been watching out there at home. Want to say something? Thank you. Is that all? Or do you want to say something to Indonesian fans that is watching live here?
For Indonesian fans, I would like to thank them all who came here, supported us, despite us being their rivals. We love you all. Your support means everything to us. We love you guys. Indonesia has been crazy for us. And crazy country, man, crazy country.
You feel the energy also, right? The energy here. You feel it? You feel the energy here?
Sorry? I feel the energy everywhere where I go.
Ah, okay. And do you want to greet or say something to all of your fans there? I believe that's from Pakistan, right?
I would like to thank our fans who came all the way from Pakistan here and supported us at this stage. We love you guys, and the fans sitting in our homes, in their homes. We like to thank all of you for your love, support. Keep supporting us. Inshallah, we'll perform like this in EWC too.
Inshallah, inshallah. Jadi teman-teman semuanya sekali lagi tepuk tangan untuk Four Tribes. And now I will welcome Oliver Ye as Senior Director of PUBG Mobile Global Esports to come on stage to present the awards for our champions, Four Tribes Esports. So please, Mr. Oliver Ye. And this is the check that you guys deserve. You guys can take a picture together. 50,000 US dollars for the champions of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1. Take a moment. Maybe different poses. All right, thank you so much. So 4 tribes, you may go down to from the stage. Oh, wait, sorry. This is the extra gift for you guys. And Oliver Ye will present the awards for you. You can flex it out, show it to the camera, and pose. And this is GT50 Pro with real liquid cooling system. Maybe you can pose. Flex it out. This is the worst that you guys deserve. Okay, once again, congratulations for tribes. And now you may go down from the stage as we will welcome the runner-up. Oliver Ye, you can stay right here. You may go down here, all right. And now we would like to invite our runner-up. Please welcome Ulf Esports. Tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Ulf Esports sebagai juara kedua as the runner-up of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1. Congratulations. And Oliver Ye will present you the awards that you guys deserve. This is the check. The prize for the second place, $25,000. Let's take a picture together. And this is your moment. Okay, Ulf, thank you so much. You may go down from the stage as we would like to invite the second runner-up. Please welcome Furia Esports. Tepuk tangan yang meriah untuk Furia Esports sebagai juara ketiga as the second runner-up of PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1. And once again, Oliver Ye would like to present you the awards that you guys deserve. The prize of being the second runner-up of PMGO, $20,000. Okay, thank you so much. You may now go down from the stage. Thank you, Oliver Ye. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations for all of our champions. And now we will welcome the most important person of the team. It's time to announce the most important individual award of the tournament, the Infinix Hyper Performance FMVP. And the player is Bravo! Catch, congratulations. So Catch, we have gonna talk a little bit here about you being the final MVP. Oh yeah, of course. Welcome. So, talking about the final MVP, talking about the entire tournament here. So being the MVP of this event, what message would you like to share with your fans who look up to you and want to reach your level?
Bu şampiyonun en iyi oyuncusu olarak ne söylemek istiyorsunuz?
Öncelik olarak çok mutluyum. Sonuç ne olursa olsun. Four Tribes'ı tebrik ederim. Bugün elimizden geleni yaptık ama bu kadar oldu. Herkesin eline sağlık.
Firstly, I'm very happy to be here. We've already done our best and we congratulate Four Tribes as the winner.
Oh, selamat untuk Four Tribes, kata Catch ya, sebagai pemenang dari PMGO season yang pertama ini. So lastly, is there anyone you would like to thank or give credit to for supporting you throughout this journey?
Sizin özel birinize teşekkür etmek istediğiniz biri var mı?
Buradan öncelikle tüm Türkiye'ye ve onun dışında bizim gizli planda, arka planda menajerimiz Gülce ve kulüp sahibimiz Onur Alp'e buradan çok teşekkür ederim.
I would like to thank all of Turkey and also our manager and also the owner of our club.
Oke. Sekali lagi tepuk tangan dong untuk Catch. Once again, give it up for Catch as the final MVP. And now let's invite Rex Wong as Senior Publishing Director of PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia to deliver the award for final MVP. And this is the check for Catch from Wolf Esports. This is also the awards for being FMVP. We have special awards for you. This is the final MVP ring. The ring brings excellence in premium jewelry manufacturing, timeless design, and lasting value. And also the cool glasses here. The AI glasses, I believe. Yeah, you can flex it out. What a cool guy. And of course, the GT50 Pro with real liquid cooling system. All right, thank you so much. Congratulations. I may now want you to stay here, Catch, as I invite all of the champions back again. Now I would like to invite all of the champions back on stage with me here again. Four Tribes, Furia, and Ulf. And I would like to ask everyone, every player to stand up. Also, we have Oliver Ye here, Senior Director of PUBG Mobile Global Esports. Because we have a record-breaking achievement from the Guinness World Records. So, in accordance with the international guidelines of Guinness World Records, and following a rigorous evidence review, 2026 PUBG Mobile Global Open Season 1 has officially achieved a new Guinness World Record title with a total of 1,224,169 players participating. 2026 PMGO Season 1 is now the record holder for the largest mobile team-based esports tournament. Tepuk tangan dong untuk PUBG Mobile. And now let's welcome Monica Hu, Guinness World Record official adjudicator, to the stage and present us the certificate. Tepuk tangan semuanya. And this is the certificate. And now I want to let Don Jang, as Senior Director of PUBG Mobile Global Marketing, to receive the certificate. This is the certificate of Guinness World Records as the largest mobile team-based esports tournament. a new world record has been set. This achievement belongs to every player, every fan, and every member of the PUBG Mobile community around the world. PUBG Mobile Esports is for everyone. Tonight, we celebrate more than a tournament. We celebrate history. Thank you everyone for making history with us. So it is coming to an end, but we still have an important announcement for all of you guys. As the PMGO Season 2 in-game qualifiers officially kick off on June 15. So register and participate through the in-game tournament entrance for your final opportunity to qualify for the PUBG Mobile Global Open and earn valuable PMGC points. Stay tuned to the in-game and our officially social media channels for the latest updates and announcements. And with that, our show has officially to come to an end. Thank you to everyone who made this possible, and thank you to all the fans for watching and supporting. Terima kasih kepada kalian semuanya yang sudah datang live di Tenis Indoor Stadium Senayan. Tepuk tangan untuk kita semuanya. And now I'm Donna Fiska. I'm signing off from the main stage, and see you guys again soon. Bye-bye.
Global team in the world is from Pakistan.
Damn right it is. I nearly lost my voice just screaming so much for that squad because, boy, I was going through it just like I'm pretty sure all of Pakistan was in that last match. From them only finishing the match with just 2 players, and then also, at one point, it seemed like they were actually going to crash 4 Thrives.
Until they lost 2 players after, and all of Turkey was like, oh no!
Oh no!
Yeah, 2 countries just sweating it out at the end of that game. But still, heavily deserved. They deserve to get this one. They had so many good moments throughout the entirety of this first season of PMGO. It was a bit dicey at the end, right? But they still eke it out.
It was very, very dicey at the end, and IQ said we're coming for that PMWC. 4 Thrives. I'm a big fan. Congratulations here. But in a 3-day tournament, that might not end up happening. There's a lot of issues to be fixed in the future, but for right now, just celebrate and enjoy the money and the trophy.
Hey, that 3-day tournament's coming right around the corner, and I'll tell you one thing, guys. 7WG is going to need a manicure because that man's nails are gone.
Yep. You're absolutely right.
Oh, man. Let's take a look here at the winner chicken dinner team stats as we look at Aurora.
GG's.
Wait, they won?
Yeah, they were playing?
I didn't even realize that they won the last game because they were just such a non-existent team in this finals. A big disappointment from this squad.
They should take this as a scrim going into PMWC, really, because the way they were playing here, they couldn't play their own game. They were just falling apart completely. They need to show that they are adaptable if they want to get themselves a global trophy. For me, this iteration of Aurora doesn't have what it takes to win PMWC.
It really doesn't. It was surprising. Once people actually started taking the action to them, they couldn't adjust. As you just said, they couldn't adjust on the fly, and they couldn't really adjust even from day to day. That was the biggest surprise. Today in Rondo, I thought we were going to be seeing a different Aurora. That was not the case. We'll see what this squad can do in PMWC, because regardless, I mean, they're still considered one of the best teams in the world. They did win the region.
Yeah, they definitely did. And as we take a look here at the overall rankings, it is official. And yeah, Furia, right there towards the end. They almost caught off.
In the Smash Zone. Oh my God.
One more game, imagine. That would have been crazy.
If only we had 7 games. But no, not the case. But still, really big respect to Furia able to do so well. I think a lot of people coming into this event were looking at Alpha 7, taken out so early on. So it's good to see Brazil. The baton has been passed on to good old Furia.
And can we also talk about S2G.
Oh, yeah.
S2G in Miramar is just ridiculous. It reminds me of PMGC with D+ in the last game, right? It just seems that when it comes to Miramar, they're just too good.
Yeah, this squad, I mean, Miramar is just everything for them, especially in this. They end up in 4th place again, just like in the groups.
That's true. As you take a look down the leaderboards, an unfortunate showing here for Indonesia. We saw a lot of potential during the group stages, but come finals time, it just wasn't enough.
I was so hopeful we were going to see Boom just continue that momentum after the really good kickoff from Rondo. I was like, yes, come on, into Erangel. And Erangel, they just completely snapped out of existence. It was not the expectation I had. And actually, if we're going to be critical on local teams, Bigatron.
Yeah.
Okay, don't blame me. Okay, I'm not at fault for this one. But Bigatron, we just did not see any strong showcase in these finals, which is so unfortunate, especially with the strong showing of the entire roster back in the group stage.
I wonder just how much this crowd affected them, because every single time they were on the screen, it would just get so loud. But I know the folks over there back in Turkey are very excited to see Ketch become the MVP.
I mean, if you were a Fireflux fan back in the day, right, 7, it feels so good to see him not just get a regional MVP award, but get himself a global MVP award. I feel like it was just a matter of time before we do see him take away that #1 position MVP player for the finals, and today is that day.
And it's just a matter of time for this squad. We have seen their improvement, their consistency already, too. From what we saw in 2025 PMGC to now what we're seeing in 2026 PMGO Season 1. Going into PMWC, they're looking like a very strong squad as they end up getting best IGL catch as well.
Oh no, he's Sook 2.0, isn't he? Oh no, you're going to have the 2nd place curse. I hate it.
Look at that. Team in top 5 rate, 50%. So half the games, these guys were in the top 5. And it makes sense that you become MVP, especially winning that gold ring. And he's got a little yellow on his jersey. That just seems to match perfectly.
Yeah, it's a match made in heaven, I guess.
Oh, yeah. As we take a look here at the next graphic. Oh, individual awards. All right. Hey, Falak crushing it with the grenades.
Not surprised. Yeah, he's known as one of the best grenade fraggers in the world.
Grenade eliminations looking good. Longest elimination from Win on side of Team Flash, and actually Moxie up there with the best average rescues. I think it's because he plays with the hovercraft, so he's just like, okay, put him in the ambulance, take him back home, we'll recall him after. So Moxie, a true survivor, and also healer for his roster.
Very, very nice. He also got the eagle eye right there with the win. Unfortunately, Flash, kind of a flash in the pan over here. So we take a look at the qualified teams to PMWC at Esports World Cup 26.
So the only ones that really could have changed today were going to be TT Project. Congratulations, taking away that slot from the side of Vicious. But for the side of SEA here, 7, BTR, RQ make it through.
I'm looking at RQ just because of the coach, LaFlame. That's one of the coolest guys that I've gotten a chance to ever meet in esports. And I'm hoping that they go back to the drawing board, because obviously here at PMGO, they didn't even make it to the finals. Now that you get a chance to go to Paris at PMWC, at EWC 26, they need to put up a much better performance.
I mean, this roster's looking incredibly strong, but keep in mind also we're going to have the other regions joining the fray. We're going to have China, we're going to have Korea, Japan, and India back at PMWC. Ooh. Oh my goodness, action is going to be crazy at that event.
It's going to be absolutely nuts. And one other team we're going to see there as well is going to be Alpha 7. I can't wait to see just how much this team is going to go to the drawing board and come back after just this devastating loss.
I was telling Max, if for some reason Alpha 7 would have actually made it into the finals, they would have had a great chance to win it because of how compact everything would have been. This is pretty much what they usually tend to thrive on, but guess what? They're not here.
Not here.
They didn't make it. So let's see how they're going to be able to adjust. Meanwhile, though, guess who's number 1?
Hey!
Guess who's number 1?
It's Pakistan. Oh,
hey,
man.
You're just like Pakistan's flag, too.
So I did it on purpose, too.
He knew. He knew. On brand right there. Wow. I mean, it's been a long time coming. The Pakistani audience, so loving, so hyped. I can just imagine what it's like over there back home. They must be going crazy.
I mean, PMGO Season 2 is going to be in Pakistan.
Yes!
They're going to be the defending champions with the home crowd. It wasn't really a buff for Bigatron here, right?
Yeah.
But maybe it will be for 4th Rise.
From what we've been told, the crowd, even though it was hyped here, Falak and the players have told us when we go to Pakistan, the crowd is going to be even crazier. Oh, man, I definitely lost my voice.
If Alter Ego qualify now, that would be interesting.
Yes, I want to see that. That'd make things so interesting. Plus, 4th Thrives get a little bit of time to practice them championship interviews as well. Yeah, but before we get into this, guys, we got to give one big thank you once again to the Infinix GT50 Pro with real liquid cooling. If you guys want to bet a game at the absolute peak of your performance with 120 FPS, that's the device to do it. And we saw some players go home with one here at the end of the day, Max.
Yeah, there were so many given to everyone, it feels like.
You get a vote.
Inside your 4 Thrives, and Ketch also getting one for himself.
Something to keep in mind is that PMGO Season 2 in-game qualifiers officially kick off June 15, Jukes.
Yes, as you can see right there, you got that QR code right there at the bottom. Scan it. Maybe we get another world record in just a minute, in just a short amount of time.
Look, I'm going to sign up again. Can I have a team, please? I didn't find anyone for Season 1. I'm going to try again this time.
I'd rather you don't sign up and you stick right here with me on the desk.
Yeah, it would be stupid. I would not qualify.
Well, it's the thought that counts. Guys, it's been an absolute just fiesta over here in Jakarta, Indonesia. The people have been so welcoming. It's been incredible. Do you have any final thoughts before we wrap the show?
You want to go first? I go first. No, it's been really exciting here. PMGO Season 1. Different regions every time. First one, it was going to be for Japan. Then you had the side of Regnum Kara taken away for Turkey. Now another region takes home the trophy of PMGO Season 1. PMGO Season 2 is not that far away, realistically, just after PMWC. So I cannot wait to see what the rest of 2026 has to offer.
This just set the tone for everything that's coming our way. Usually PUBG Mobile Esports start off slow, and then it picks up, and then it's just on full-on blast towards the end. PMWC is going to be super exciting. As you mentioned, we're going to have other regions, and I can't wait to see if Pakistan can represent over there as well, and maybe get back-to-back global championships.
Hey, mark your calendars. That's going to be happening August 6th to the 16th. For myself, Hot Jukes here with Maxman, the 7WG, Blank John Allen, all the talent, everybody that put this together. One big thank you, and thank you guys for watching. That is it. Jakarta, Indonesia, done. Congrats to 4 Thrives, and y'all have a wonderful night.